Futures back to the downside this morning, ever so slightly here, coming off a pretty impressive rally yesterday. All three major U.S. indexes back to the upside in a big way yesterday. We're just getting some Canadian inflation data out here this morning. We'll have a look at that. We were talking with Frank Caberna earlier in the week on Canadian CPI. But coming off, as I said, a pretty impressive rally to end the day yesterday for all three U.S. markets. The Dow up 700 points, the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ both gaining 2.8 and 3.1%. Huge day for the NASDAQ yesterday. All about Netflix this morning. The company saying they're going to return to positive sub-growth by Q3 of this year. So sharply higher here for Netflix. It's also lifting Snap shares. Snap coming as well for earnings, and Roku also higher in the pre-market off that Netflix report. Overall, about 10% of S&P 500 companies now reported earnings. Only 69% topping estimates. That's below the normal average as markets continue to look for clues on how companies are faring during 40-year high inflation. A ton to get through this morning. It's Wednesday, July 20th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. So a little bit better than expected on this Canadian inflation data, 8.1% for the June number versus 8.4 expected. So that's the first kind of downtick we've seen in any of these numbers coming out. So again, Canadian inflation data a little bit better than expected there for the month of June. There we go. Look at where we're at right now, 0.25% for the S&P, the Dow basically flat, same with the NASDAQ, down just 0.13 to start things off. More positivity down here. Talk about some crypto stocks, both Bitcoin and Ethereum up another 2 and 2.5% respectively for those. Yeah, so that's actually a pretty good number for the Canadian side of things anyway. I mean, hey, it's 8.1%, so that's not great, but still better than expected.
Yeah, when we're talking about like 8% inflation and getting excited about it, heck, when we're talking about Canadian numbers and actually caring about them, you know, it's definitely a good sign. I mean, the Bank of Canada with the aggressive full basis point hike here north of the border where we're located already, and then of course, you know, a little bit of abating of inflation. So we're aggressive, and then we get a decent print. I mean, at this point, it's all about relative, right? Like it's not about the actual numbers themselves. It's about what the expectations are. So that's what matters here. That's why Netflix did what it did. The bar was set ridiculously low, and so when you lose 1 million subs, and everyone thought it was going to be 2, and then you're going to have 1 million growth, they're going to say, and we'll talk about this in more depth, and that was actually lower than the estimates of 1.8. So it's really just the bar was low, and there's all kinds of opportunity to trade out there, and these types of numbers and these types of moves like yesterday put you into ranges which are going to give us some great opportunities. You mentioned Snapchat there, Brendan. Disney also had a bit of a sympathy run, but Snapchat on the verge of a potential breakout. That's what I'm watching here this morning. And then the travel names and the casinos are going to be back in play as well. There's going to be a wealth of stuff to look at. And then, of course, at the end of the day today, we get another big boy reporting, and that's going to be Tesla, of course. Ooh, that should be super spicy. Finally, we get to talk about Tesla and not Twitter when it comes to Elon.
I remember last Tesla earnings was really disappointing. I think it was like, didn't even trade that much. But hopefully this time will be a little bit different. But yeah, welcome. I'm already long Netflix. What a great quarter for those guys. What a sigh of relief for everybody that owns this stock. I mean, I was lucky enough to pick some up in the 170s. Now it's 212, hopefully 220 later on. Big move upside there. And yeah, you know what? Maybe more of a value stock. I mean, this you got to take away some of the growth expectations on this name, which I think they've done now. It's never going to trade at some of the multiples that it was trading at before, but hey, great report, great EPS beat. I mean, everything is rocking. I'm really excited about the ad-supported system that they're going to be coming out with. 1.3 billion hours or something watched for Stranger Things. I mean, I just feel like the unlimited upside here for Netflix from this point moving forward, I think is great. It's been reweighted traded now down to where we are here. It's down here for a reason. I mean, this was what, a $700 name? Now it's $200. So I think it should never have been valued as much of a growth stock as it was, because simply put, I mean, during COVID, you know, a lot of people stayed at home and watched a hell of a lot of Netflix. So those numbers probably won't ever come back, but hey, guides, we'll see where it goes. Obviously guiding a little bit lower than expected on the subs as well, but I think that's fine. I mean, the street likes it. It's up 5%, so hey, I like it as well. We're long here. We got long. It was a little bit of a move down there on some Russian news there. So we first got this 212 there. It's all on the sticky note. We really want the 212, then it came back in to 211.50, so we took a little bit more right there, and then just got a piece out. Got out like 15% when it came back to our flat spot there at 212.50. So let's see where Netflix goes. Yesterday it rocked all the way upside. You saw it live here on the show as it happened up to 220, came back in, just dancing around a little bit. I'm wondering about this 210 area, if we're going to use an area to say that let's get out and then regroup, probably around 210, but we don't have a lot of shares. We have a decent amount that we can make some cash if this goes up a couple bucks, but for right now, we'll rest on Netflix, and it's gonna be another exciting day, man. Hopefully we can make this you know, a profitable one, and then see what happens tonight with Tesla.
The overall market tests that top end of the range, as we were saying, for both the S&P and the NASDAQ. Pretty impressive yesterday, 2.8, 3.1% for both. A few things to know, in addition, obviously, to Netflix this morning. Neil mentioned it briefly there. Yeah, Macau set to reopen this Saturday. I feel like they just shut things down once again for COVID concerns over in China, but LVS, Win, this MLCO, MGM, even all higher here in the pre-market on that note coming from Reuters this morning. And then this as well, a minor note, but AMC pretty active the past couple of days. They said this morning they're going to repurchase about $72.5 million of their own debt at a discount. So this is 2026 debt that they're repurchasing at a discount. So a few other angles to look at this morning.
Yeah, well, with regards to the casinos, at least, Wynn just put in another double bottom. It just did this in May. Well, I guess, yeah, it did a double bottom in May, got to the 50 period at 70 even, put a double bottom in just now. Once again, gets to the 50 period. The difference is, once it got there, it actually went May into June, that move, hard left turn, and went back into the downside. Today, you're actually trying to hold above that. And I say trying because we're at the start of the day here. So that $60 even is going to be a pretty decent line in the sand. I mean, to close above there and it starts to get even more bullish for them. You even have a positive catalyst. I like the previous resistance for 58.50 is maybe stronger support. That was also afternoon support for Win. Because remember, like, you can break that 60, bounce off support, still have a strong day and close above the 50-period moving average in that 60 level. So I like two levels of support down here for Win. I think if you break the 60 even, I'd be out of it and then looking to get into a long in front of that deeper level there. That's one name certainly of interest. AMC, you know, yesterday it should have been a hit and quit. We talked about that in the afternoon show. A bit disappointing because I tried to reload off that 17 break. Sometimes the breakout's the only trade, and that's what ended up happening. It was your break into 17, 70, or 80, or whatever the top ended up being. I think my best out was in the 60s anyways. And then it just could not hold up, eventually giving up late in the day and breaking the lows. We do have this to be able to deal with, though. This $16 level still pretty good. Previous resistance, they're above 16. Again, buying some of their own debt is going to be a solid enough catalyst. Not a lot of volume. That's a disappointing thing. Not a ton of volume here, but that 16 level is still going to be in play for us as support on AMC. You get below there, and you got to give up the ghost. No breakout ideas for me on AMC today, though.
Yeah, I like AMC, obviously. We've traded that for a bit. I do think it needs to come down a little bit before you get long. I like that 1580 level. We'll ring the register a little bit here on NIO, as this was another short that we said yesterday. We're a little upset that we missed that short once we topped out there and broke this 50 period. We thought we were on it. We weren't. Let's go short today on NIO, just another name here that we've got short 20. We just took some out at 90. So it's only an 8-cent win. Just we took out 20% there. Let's see if it can fall back down in as well. So there's a few shorts I like, including Amazon as well and NIO. So we're already in one of them. We'll see if Amazon can bump up and give us another short here as well. But so far, so good here on this name. A new one for me today, NIO. We haven't been in this for a couple days, but I do like this short again. We have Tesla coming out tonight, and I debating just cutting my Tesla, but I keep saying that and I don't do it, so I don't know. Maybe half. We'll figure that out at lunchtime. But here's NEO, a nice little move to the upside. Kind of had some problems around this 21-22 area. Coming back in now. Bad day yesterday, considering the performance of the market. So we'll see. Look at this dump off. We had Li Auto yesterday, was a great trade, and then that move downside for NEO. Let's see if they can hold out and not take out this 2050 high of yesterday. That's where we're sort of looking to get some more shares in and then deal with it at that point if we're going to be wrong. But I like NEO, and I do like AMC. I mean, AMC was a big trade for me the last couple of days. There was on the sticky note back-to-back days. Today, I'm not really seeing it. This was that breakout of 615 there yesterday, or sorry, was it
17?
Oh, $17. No, was that yesterday? Was 17? Yeah, yesterday was 17. Okay. Yeah, so yesterday was the 17 break, boom to the upside. Our best out is 1770. We really hit this good until we lost on our last piece. And the day before was that break early as well of 1615. So it's 1615 the day before. But now that you're into today, I mean, you could see. So that might be a level there, 17 again, right? But when you come in, you're so far down now that you might just be looking at a dip by here, 1625. That was the bottom, but then I go back to this bottom, which is more interesting to me, that 1580. So whenever you're this close to some bottoms, like 1580, on AMC, you could drop down 70 cents and then rip up $1.70. So I feel like you got to watch out for 16 flat here on AMC. We'll do that. We'll sit there and try to respect that 1580. So I think we can add this to the sticky note right now, like a 1580 long, but down to 16 is where we'll start it.
More concerning regulatory moves from China as well, concerning DD Global. Jeff Mendel, VP of OTC Markets, going to swing through here in a few minutes, or scheduled to anyways. We'll get his take on DD. It's been very active on OTC markets over the past couple of weeks. So he'll tell you how you can get access to DD Global. Yeah, still trading on U.S. markets. Let's talk about chip stocks. Monster day yesterday for all of them. NVIDIA, AMD, INTC, Intel as well, even as a Republican said they're not going to vote for this CHIPS bill in its current form. That was kind of mid-afternoon yesterday. Worth noting as well, this one, ASML, out with earnings, a little bit worse than expected. Big, what is it, $400 or $500 stock though. Down 1.8% here for ASML, but huge day yesterday for all of these.
Yeah, and I feel like right now, like NVIDIA's flat. I go across I want to take a quick look just to make sure I'm right about this. AMD, yeah, exactly flat as well. And I feel like they'd be a little bit slightly up if not for ASML weak guidance. I think ASML did beat on the top, but actually, I don't think it was the bottom line they beat on, but it's just the guidance and then concerns about slowdowns, and you're still getting concerns out of Russia, Ukraine. The thing about Ukraine is like there's a lot of production there that is very important to the semiconductor industry, like little things like neon and other gases that are heavily used in the manufacture of the semis, and that's going to weigh on these supply chain issues. As far as the chips bill goes, we said this one yesterday that NVIDIA and AMD stand to benefit not as much as Intel and Micron. So there's more writing on this in the current form, I should say, unless they amend the bill to maybe include some of the designers more so than just benefiting the actual chip makers and producers and the fabs. So I tend to think it's a little bit safer to be playing any AMD and NVIDIA in the longs, and you're breaking this 50 period here. NVIDIA, you close above the 50, and you had this for support today. It's 167.50 is the level obviously on the daily chart there. Support in the afternoon was about that 168. That's the first band I'll be looking to on a dip buy. You've got this top on NVIDIA, however, this 72 to 75, and this was a hard top. So it might be trouble to get a bit of a breakout through this high with the bill sort of lingering over our heads and the ASML earnings. And the first thing I think about is, okay, well, if I like to support all the way down here for a first test, is there going to be a pop and fade type of trade? Like if we fail to get through the double top and that's resistance at 72, is there a short off of like a 71.50, a 71.75, tight stop, and then suddenly there's $2 to $3 worth of downside? I think that is set up, particularly on NVIDIA. I think that is set up decently on Intel. I would have said I'd like it a little bit better if Intel was at 40.50 giving you this opportunity, but it's set up pretty well on Intel as well, but especially because Intel has more room below that $40 area. So there's just as much room to the downside on Intel. I think if we can't get through those highs, NVIDIA 170, 175, 50s into that 72 at the open. Intel maybe the same thing off 75s. I definitely like that 67 dip buy on NVIDIA, so I'll be sitting on that bid. But if there's a failure through the highs at yesterday's tops, then that's one short I'd be willing to be in. Two I should say in the semiconductor names there. And I don't know if we're going to get, we'll get to the Chinese names in a little bit, but you mentioned NIO. There's another stock which is hanging on for dear life after yesterday, and that's Li Auto. We'll see if it actually continues to hang on, because if that breaks the floor, it's over.
I've already said Li Auto is definitely a downside mover, man, off that $40. I mean, that was one name that I was like, what is that even doing? Yeah, shout out to some of you guys asking there on Abhijit. What's up to you as well, obviously. So here's Netflix. It is coming back down in. You know, yesterday this happened to us with IBM where we were in too early and it just started to go against us, right? And so here's another example right now of me doing the exact same thing here with Netflix. So it's a move down. We'll take off a little bit here if it goes back up to 211, but we did average in. I was really thinking, so this is the thing. I don't have that much to say about this. Why? Because there's no levels to look at for Netflix. Like, it's already up here. We haven't been, like, it didn't even test anywhere around here before. So this is all fresh. So if you're really going to look at a level, I mean, you got to hope that, 206, 207, 208 back here tries to hold. That's really the only thing you can look at, and that goes all the way back to early June. So I don't, that's too far down, 207, 208. Like, I can't hold the shares that I have here long at 211 down to 208. I'm not going to do that. It's too early to do that. We don't want to jeopardize and get ourselves in a sour mood or anything like that. And if you could see here on this Netflix jump down, again, like, none of these levels really mean anything until you get to that 207, 208 area. So I feel like what I'm doing now is just taking a shot that, hey, maybe there is some buyers here that come in, try to buy up a little bit of Netflix. So I'm just going to use like 210, 209.50 or so as an out. We could take a $2 hit on this. It will suck for sure, but that's something that we're in. We thought that it was going to be a decent quarter. It was a nice move to the upside. Now we've averaged into the long. Doesn't look like it's going to work. I mean, we're out $1. Like, it's not the end of the world here being out $1 on this name, but I know a lot of you maybe are in this, maybe you brought it yesterday. The reason why I think there's enough room for a pop up here, and it just has to hold the open, and I don't know if I'm going to be in this still if the open comes. I'll hold a little bit down there to 209.50, but I will get out of some for sure if that does happen. The reason why is that I'm wondering if there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be short this name coming into the print yesterday. And then all of a sudden you get a nice little move up 4 or 5%. I don't think that's enough to get people scared out of their shorts. But I just wonder, do they think that if it rallies, can they withstand that back to 216, 217, 218, and then you get a little bit of a panic. So anybody that's short and they have to cover today, I just thought that there would be some covering coming in here, but 850 right now, still 40 minutes until we open, and Netflix is pulling back, which is not a great sign. So it doesn't look like there's going to be too many buyers here in Netflix early on. If anything, it's going the other way. The futures really have been pretty stable. They have dumped down since we started this position at 212, so it has come back in. We did take our last fill there at 210.20 or so, and now we're out of this money. We're out of the stock at $1.20. So I just wanted to say that, unless you're really excited about Netflix here and you really, really have reasons why you think it's going to hold this 207, 208 area, then I would say stay long. But, if we break 210, then you probably do see 209, 208 pretty quickly. So we got to get out. Here it comes right now. So it's going to break 210. And then we have 209.50 or so staring us in the face. So we'll wait to see if that can come through. But here it goes. 210 is going to break. And that's my out, 209.50. We'll get out of the majority of them and then see where we go from there. But 1.5 million shares. There it is. So 1.5 million shares. We'll probably get a wick down here, I would imagine, because I thought that there could be a lot of stops here at 210. Doesn't seem like it. There's the rejection of 210 and a little bit back up to the upside. So, yeah, Netflix, it's a tricky stock here. There it is, a nice little bounce back. I am taking advantage of some of this move back to get some out here. But, yeah, that was a little scary there when we broke 210.
Yeah, overall market trying to hold. Here's the note I was mentioning on DD Global. Regulators saying yesterday, in the process of sending them a bill for $1 billion after a probe into the firm's cybersecurity practices. DIDIY on the .pk market, which is OTC market. Jeff Mendel's VP of OTC markets, joining us once again. Great to see you as always, Jeff. I was going to ask you to kick things off. We'll get to DD here in a second, but it's supposed to feel like 101 Fahrenheit in Toronto today with the humidity. How are things in New York?
We are approaching those levels, Brendan. So it is warm. It is already very, very warm on the commute in today. So it's only going to get worse as the day goes on. But it seemed like that's a story throughout North America and even Europe. Yeah,
crazy temperatures. I mean, tarmac was melting in London earlier this week. Let's talk about DD here. Crazy volume over the past couple of days. Obviously, more negative headlines coming out from Chinese regulators. But the good news, as traders, we can take advantage of these moves and this volume and volatility on OTC.
No, Brendan, of course. Yeah. So actually, yesterday in the pre-market, there was a little bit more action in DD. Why? This morning it's traded a few times, not a ton of volume, but there is a decent amount of liquidity at the inside. Only a 1 cent spread in pre-market trading with over 20,000 shares at the touch. So decent amount of liquidity. If you think there's going to be a move in there in either direction. Definitely can get into a decent sized position without moving the market. It's trading within a range this morning, it looks like. It's trading right around yesterday's close. The last prints went off at about 3.29 and it closed at 3.32. So definitely something to keep an eye on. If you want to get into a position, you definitely can this morning.
There were still some question marks last we spoke regarding how long we would have access to trading DD Global because the company itself not necessarily looking to continue U.S. listings. Any update for us on that? In order for them to stop trading, they would need to fill out an SEC form which would give notice to the street. That has not been done yet. So we expect them to be trading for at least another month and a half on us, if not more. So we'll obviously keep you updated if anything changes on that. The other big movers going to be around this crypto market because here we go back to the upside. To everyone's relief, Bitcoin back to approaching 24,000 this morning, but you can also access the Grayscale products through OTC.
Yeah, GBTC is trading a decent amount this morning. Same with ETHE. Both are trading up, obviously, in the pre-market today. I think last week it was the GBTC was trading down in the 12 range, and now we've got a nice little jump back up. It's trading this morning at the last prints were going off at 15.65. So definitely going to be some action in this today. I was actually at a crypto conference yesterday, and it was the Bloomberg Crypto Summit, and there was a lot of mixed opinions, mixed feelings on which direction the market is going to go. But overall, obviously, everyone's kind of thinking that we've seen the bottom, but we're probably going to be in a range here for a little bit, which still decent, some decent trading to be had. And good news is GBTC will still be trading on OTC markets, I think, for the near future.
Yeah, great opportunities on an intraday basis. I mean, hey, inflation data in this country, Jeff, came out this morning a little bit better than expected. So if everyone's kind of waiting for this inflation problem to be under control, maybe that's a good sign going forward for those. As we head into the summer months, typically a bit of a slower period, what else can we look forward to on the OTC markets this summer?
So actually, I pulled up a stock this morning, Just Eat Takeaway. So it's an Amsterdam-based company. We trade the ADR here at OTC Markets. The ticker for the Just Eat ADR is JTKWY. And so, the reason why I'm bringing this up this morning is because, the stock has had I think an 11 or 12% move in the local marketplace. And right now, obviously, it's pre-market here in the U.S., but it's the afternoon in the local. So, there's a lot of movement going on in the stock, a few trades going off. maybe it's something to take a look at if if you were trading in the local, wherever you are in the world. You can also come over here and trade Just Eat, throughout the rest of the U.S. trading day. That's symbol JTKYW. So, there's a lot of these names that kind of do that throughout the day. We don't always talk about them while we're on the show, but, just something to keep an eye on. It's trading up over 10% in the pre-market here in the U.S.
Yeah, it's a great point, especially as we head through earnings season as well. Obviously, companies reporting over in the UK and European landscapes as well. Jeff Mendel's VP of OTC Markets. We appreciate your time, as always, sir. Thanks for doing this.
Thanks, Brendan.
There it is, and Baller Jeff over at the crypto conference.
I like that.
Just
like how he drops that in there.
Rubbing some elbows, doing what he does. But he makes a fantastic point. Like sometimes everyone's always looking for trading vehicles, right? And one of the advantages you can have is, maybe there is something that you want to have a look at that trades primarily in Asia or in Europe, and you're going to come to the OTC markets, or sometimes there's ADR, sometimes there aren't. I think these opportunities for Just Eat and of course GBTC, ETCH are good. And then DD, who knows how long it'll be around? We have no idea. But the volatility is certainly there. It's all about understanding the other options you have to express trades. That's what we get from Jeff and the OTC markets as well. I did just get into Li Auto. So, yesterday, I missed the short on Li Auto yesterday to only get the long. Today, I just have to have the short. We'll get to the daily chart in just a little bit. But there's a few interesting names on this upgrades and downgrades board. There's been a few days this week, and I think a couple of days last week, where I'd look at the board and it was like maybe one or two names. It's like, I know that company, and 7 other ones that I don't. Today, I don't think we have that problem. One obvious one is up there, but a few others of note.
Farm Shop. I've never heard of that. I don't know if you guys have. Netflix and Alibaba, obviously, to the upside, Stifel and Bernstein. Some energy names on here as well. Alphabet, I just noticed, to the downside this morning, guys, for Alphabet. Nothing too exciting otherwise to the downside today.
Well, Netflix was the obvious one, obviously.
Yeah, I think you got Alibaba on there. You got Alphabet as well. Some good calls there. We got out some more Neo here as it does come down. And wow, what a save that was on Netflix, man. Netflix back into the money now. And I said that we would look at that 209.50. You know where we stopped out there? Well, we didn't stop out at all, thank God for that. But 209.80 was the bottom there. So these were really what should have been had. And we got started a little bit early, out a little bit. So Netflix is now a cup of coffee. Hopefully we're down on it, obviously, as we take some out here. But let's just wait to see now if we can get back to the upside after possibly making that bottom. I don't think this is going to be a bottom, but a temporary bottom anyways at 209.80. When that started to come back up, you saw me get some out at 210.50. Then we got some out at 211.20s. And then again, actually back to back, one's at 211 and one is 211.20. We did not get our 211.90 where we're waiting for up here where the 50 period is. So we haven't gotten that yet, but we'll see if we can get it. I do like, obviously, I don't know if it's going to work out or not on that one, but here's Google here for the minute chart as well. And you can see we are above the 50 period now. On Google. It's been a good short yesterday for us, man. 113, and then we ripped the long into the end of the day. We don't have it ultimate end of the day long, but actually we do. That's the out right there at the end of the day. 113.70. You guys remember that one was 113.69, and then we ripped up to about 114 and change in the aftermarket. Now you're coming out with a downgrade on this name. I don't think that's going to be right either. Oh yeah, that's right. We can't look at a daily chart. I keep forgetting about that. But now that Google's split, 20-1. It's my number one stock on back-to-back days, and I've never traded it before. So, let's just keep looking at these levels. I'm looking at this 113 to see where we go. But for now, the market is pretty choppy. It's only up now it's down 0.4, but it's been a pretty back and forth morning here, as you can see. So it's going to be hard for me to pick a direction. We're going to have to let the market open up, see where we go from here, and trade it accordingly. So for right now, that's what my plan is on Google, is to sort of leave it alone and see where we go. If it starts to rip up, I like a 114.50 break to the long side if it starts to go, because once we got above that 113 there, then I like the strength to the upside here for Google. So I'm not going to pay attention to that downgrade. I don't even know who it was on the board there, but I saw.
I already
Google.
forget who it was.
Yeah, I don't think it matters. But
I like 112 actually, and the only reason I like 112, well, not the only reason, but 112 was the dip buy in the afternoon yesterday. We took advantage of. You know, you said you never traded Google until yesterday. I actually did trade it one time when it was over 2,000. There was a 2,500 break that I took, and here's the problem with a $2,000 stock. It went down. It was a good trade, but I couldn't hold it. So like I basically just scalped in and out and lost a small amount because I wasn't willing to hold it. Like it was like $10 you had to hold it against you, and then it eventually dropped like 30 or something like that. It was the first time I traded. I kind of thought it'd be a little bit cleaner because Tesla sometimes when it was like $1,200, you could still take trades like that. But yeah, it was one of those breaks where it was the first time I'd taken a break on a $2,500 stock, and I don't know if I'd ever do it again. Different style of trading for different types of liquidity. But I like 112 for support on Google, or Alphabet, I should say. And yeah, I mean, I just read something this morning about how they're going back to their glass product and maybe going back into this. They're a little bit early on that, and the wearables, I guess, making a bit of a comeback. They're not the only ones, or I guess Meta's not the only ones that's thinking about VR and the metaverse and how they can get wearables and adapt to that new world coming in. Hopefully it's a good investment. I just love the price action the last couple of days. So I'm going for that 112 that we liked in the afternoon.
Another one we've mentioned the past couple of days. Interesting note here on Ford, guys, just out. They've developed apparently a prototype robot charging station that you can operate with your smartphone while still inside your car. I found a picture. This is actually Volkswagen's, but a bit of a mock-up of said robot, I guess, that will come and charge your car while you're inside your vehicle still, which is kind of cool. For Ford, that's been pretty active the past couple of days. Let's bring in Arun here, get a check of the overall market. Back to, I mean, we're trying anyways, back to the upside. Arun, after that huge move yesterday to the top end.
Yeah, that was nonstop from start to finish. And here we are kind of just coming off a little bit, but that's okay because you kind of need this market to come off or even go sideways for a bit to kind of reset the board a little bit. So here we are coming off. But the big thing, what happened yesterday was that we actually took out that 30 resistance level, that 39.30 that was sitting up there doing well for a little bit, finally got that taken care of. So now we're kind of wedged in here. Unfortunately, we are wedged in here. We're north of 39.30, which allows for the long if you can get low enough on it. But at the same time, that 39.70 is still in play from early June. So 39.70 is still up top. And now we have 38.90 down below. So what I'm looking for is potentially anything in the 20s for a potential long and see if we can't get this back towards the 60s or so. And once you get into the 60s, I'm going to back off a little bit, see if this market wants to hesitate back up there once again. If it does, then that 70 is in play for the short as well. But even though we're down, well, we're barely down. We're down 0.03 on the NASDAQ. But even though we're on the red side, this is a market that has strength, and it's shown it has strength, and now it's taken out some resistance that's acting as support, even though we're inside another resistance level. So it's possible that we catch another bid even if we dip another 5-10 points or so. So just keep an eye on that. 38.90 down below, 39.70 up top. And if you clear 39.70, I think it's pretty clear that 4,000 is going to be the big round number that everybody wants to keep an eye on. So that's up there for you. One round number, 39.70 up top in terms of resistance, and then 38.90. If you lose 38.90, it becomes very, very messy because then you essentially have done a false break off the top end and you open up the downside in a big way. So hopefully that 38.90 doesn't go. But for the time being, a long on a dip would be ideal in this market at this point.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow morning. Let's jump into what else you need to know here. Yeah, under 30 minutes to go, guys, before we get the market open. Grab the watch list. We send it out every single day. Before we come on at 8:30, then you come join us every single day, and we'll walk you through it. Netflix, top of the list so far this morning, top of everyone's mind so far this morning after they came out and said not only did they lose less subscribers than first thought, they also said they're going to be back to positive subscriber growth numbers by Q3 of this year.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think, Netflix is probably a little overdone to the downside, maybe down here at 160, 170. I mean, I think those are really good buys down there. I don't know if today's price levels are going to be good to buy at 210, 212. It's nice to get that sort of a relief rally here in Netflix a little bit today. It's nice for shareholders. I know there's some bottom pickers like me here that are long on this name, and I don't plan on selling it. That might wind up being a mistake here at these levels, because yesterday in the aftermarket, we got as high as 220, 226 there before coming back in, obviously off the conference call and whatnot, things like that. But hey, look, less subscribers, obviously. They lost less subscribers than they initially thought they would, so you get that good number. But here you go. It's going to break down through 209.50. We're going to get out of this trade if it does break back down below 209.50 for not as much damage as it could have been. We did take advantage. Here it is. We did take advantage. Oh, good price there. I think we got out right where we were supposed to. But let's continue to watch this level here. Again, ins and outs and ins and outs. So it will be a red stock for us today as it does take down that low rate here. But like I was saying, I feel like, they wanted 2 million subscribers as a loss. They only got 1,970,000, sorry. So that's pretty good. But again, content's going to remain king there. They continue to spend a lot of money on content, and but I feel like this ad-supported system is what's going to work out for them. Being able to capitalize and monetize on some of those views. Again, a lower price tier will get them more subscribers as well. So I think that moving forward, I like what Netflix is doing here. And, it's just got to get reweighted. I mean, we looked at it's already been reweighted now into more of a value stock, I feel like, than a growth stock. I mean, what is its PE? I don't know if it's going to be adjusted from today here, but 17. I mean, that's pretty cheap. Their EPS beat by a lot, actually, on the earnings per share side of things as well. So what was that number? That was 320 versus 294. So that's a good beat. But when you're looking back here at the daily, this is why we had to get out now. I still like the long. It didn't work out for us early. That's fine. The same thing happened to us on IBM yesterday, where we called that 128 bottom. It ended the day at 131 and with the bottom of a 127.80. So, what I look at here now is these levels, 204, 205, possibly 207 to start. So, you can come in. The problem, there is so much air down here. Like, that was such a big move up. And then if you're going to look here on the 20-minute chart right here, you don't have anything until you get back to this 200 level. So there's a 206. We've already been there about a month and a bit ago, early June. So we are already up to 207, 208 before coming back in. So I feel like this is a level possibly that we can look at, which is why we had to dump our long. So lost about $1 and change on that long there, which is completely fine, well within my parameters there. But this 207, 208 is an area I think where you can look at. And the reason why, again, I like the long, I feel like there's going to be a lot of traders that are going to be short. I mean, Netflix just, what is it? It's the 20th right now, right? So you go back to the 14th and the 15th, we were at 174. I figured that if this market could hold up, which it can't right now, if it could have held up, then you got people logging in and being like, uh-oh, we're short, we got to cover, this thing pops back up to the upside. So that's kind of where I'm thinking. I'm going to park a bid down near that 208 right now, see if we get any dip buy opportunities, but so far the dip buy has not worked. We take that dollar L and move on from this. But right now, 208 is where I'm going to look to get longer. Probably should have waited for that level, but hey, we can make this back in one trade, baby. So we're not worried about it. $1 on Netflix. Let's see if we can get multiple dollar winners on the long side. Just has to come in first.
Yeah, the reality is there's always going to be profit takers when there's a move this big. There's a couple of notes from what we were talking about yesterday. The 207 level on the daily chart with previous resistance. I like resistance turning into support. And there's no way to demonstrate this to you on the chart, on the way that this moved up on the initial breakout, other than to try to describe it. So if you were sitting there and watching the break at 4, we kind of talked about there's always that initial pop when you get the top and bottom lines, and then the sub numbers would come in. So the initial pop, the algo's buying it up on the beat on EPS, actually went to that 207 level on a dime. I was watching it. Then we pulled right back in, supported the lows at 195. If we see that today, of course, we're not seeing 195, but if we see that, we'd buy that. But we bounced off that 195, and then when it took out that 207, it was straight to 220. And then as the sub numbers were starting to get digested a little bit, the forward numbers, that's when you saw it pull back and reject the 220 level. So the 220 is your area of resistance. I'm looking for 07 to be that support. I'm sort of sitting on the bid here for a while now. This is the dip buy that I like. If it can't hold that level, you're really talking back to 195 to 200 as a band, with 02 being probably a good entry point as well. And at this point, if there had been a chance for a pop and fade off of anything close to 220, then I would have been looking for a short in the stock. It never gave me a price entry that I would have liked to short this thing, because ultimately, there's still probably some shorts I think that might have left to cover. That's why I think at the open you could still see some buying. So for now, I'm going to be on the bit of Netflix. There are sympathy plays out there. One of them, we mentioned Snapchat and Disney. Snapchat, which I don't think it's going to happen now, has a pretty interesting breakout potential of its own. If you go to the daily chart, like, it still has to get to the 50 period. It's got room to $16. And then from here, you're 10% on a break of this high, 14.55 into that 16. With the pullback in Netflix, that's seeming a heck of a lot less likely now. So, I don't think we're going to necessarily get that. I don't want to dip by this. I'd rather, if they're going to come down, I'd rather dip by Netflix than Snapchat. Disney's interesting. It just pulled back into $100 as well, so that's worth a watch. But it's Netflix that's going to have the most volatility.
All right, here we go. Live look at BTC currently, guys. 23,850. Trying to test 24,000, breaking above that last high over the past couple of days. The bounce continues here, which means the bounce continues in all of these stocks as well. Anything related to the crypto markets having a second straight nice day.
Yeah, well, nice is, again, sometimes we got to come up with like bigger adjectives for those, but like, yeah, it's been an unbelievable rally the last couple of sessions. And Coinbase is one name we'll look at. Mara has been on an absolute tear. Coin finally above its resistance, that 63, 65 area, that little channel where you had hard rejections every single time. Now you're breaking out above there. If we do get a bit of a dip and rip type of notion today, which is what it kind of feels like, at least for now, although we're barcoding in flat, then I like that 64, 65 area. Got a couple bids down there to dip by on Coinbase. And then Mara's been an absolute, like, this has been the real runner, and it makes a heck of a lot of sense. Like, the more depressed names, which have more leverage, are going to make the big moves. And when Bitcoin, like the 2 days ago, Ethereum led the market. So Mara had a pretty mute day. And then yesterday, when Bitcoin was stronger, you had the big move right into this $14 area. There's still room to go before you completely fill this gap to 15 even. I actually haven't checked to see. I don't know if we have to pay for shorts on Mara, but there's going to be a couple of spots here that if we're still below like 24 on Bitcoin, that I'd be looking for a fade. Like 15, 17 are levels that I think if you can get a good risk to reward, like something tight to the high of the day with a stop out, always have to have a stop out, then I would play in off the 15 and the 17 levels. If we don't get a chance at the short, I mean, I liked the long off of 13. That's probably not going to happen here at the open. And then the stop on that would be back at about like 12.75. It feels like the short might come in first, but you can't really predict how things are going to go at the open. All we can tell you is these are the levels we like, and this is the way that we're going to want to execute on these two names here. Mara, it just feels like at some point it's gone a little bit too far, and if we don't extend another leg to the upside, I do want to be in a position to short off that 15 level.
Look, yesterday I gave you guys HUD 8 off the open. It was what, one, I mean, I didn't trade it, so it doesn't really matter about what I gave. But for those of you that are looking at, where's the 1 minute chart? Damn it. Is this it? No, I thought I just had it up. But anyways, yesterday HUD 8 did have a nice move. There's the 1 day. There is, this maybe is it? 1 minute, there it is right there. Okay, so yesterday a big move for HUD 8. And I gave this to you anyways off the open, talking about, you may want to look at this name if you thought some of these altcoins were going to go upside as Bitcoin goes, raises all ships. So a nice little move back off from 176 up to 202 yesterday. So a decent 15, 20% move yesterday on HUD. And then now today, starting to climb one more time. I think if you can get this down to $2, which you might get on a little bit of a flush down here for these names. Now look, to be completely honest with you, you know, if I was going to trade this name, it would have to be with some serious shares. And, you know, just same thing with Coinbase. I'm not watching Bitcoin or anything on the side to trade these names. So for me, I'm going to stay away from them as long as these tech names are still, you know, bouncing around and trading the way we are. We're 20-1 now, our last 21 days trading. So it might even be more than that. And I really haven't looked at Coinbase or anything like that, but I do like Hut 8. I like what they're doing here off this bottom, and it's just broke the 50 period today. So, you know, if you do believe in Bitcoin or crypto, I think you got that ETHE there. If you think that maybe yesterday was a big move for BTC, now today you can get some Ethereum back into play there. So we just had Jeff Mendel on from OTC Markets. You can see they just bottomed at 7 like just a couple days ago. Now you're up to 12 again. So what a great move backside here for Ethereum as that gets up to like that 15, now 1600 mark as we just break now on Ethereum up to 1600. So you can see that's happening. Actually, hold on, let me just refresh that here just to get a little bit of a better quote there. Yeah, so 1630, I guess, was that high. You're at 1608 right now off Kraken. So you can see Ethereum starting to go. You know, so take a look at ETHE. There's a few other names there in trust that you can trade with for Bitcoin and Ethereum and a lot of these other coins. Remember, there's the Bitcoin futures as well. For me, I think you buy any dips in Bitcoin if you like those levels back down to 18,000. Like Jeff said, that might have been the bottom there. So continue some love for Bitcoin here today. And to me, it would be GBTC, ETHE, Coinbase, or Hut 8. So those are the 4 names that I like. And, you know, I still say you just stay long.
All right, let's continue along. Chip stocks were huge yesterday, helping the NASDAQ, helping the overall market. Back to the upside, nothing significant as far as news related. ASML did report they cut their guidance going forward, which is different than what we learned last week from TSM. If you remember, actually raised their forecast going forward. So ASML to the downside today. We'll get more, obviously, bigger names coming up in the next couple of weeks from the chip group. But all of these really, really strong yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, certainly all super strong. Just worth remembering, when that note came out, the Republicans not wanting to vote for the chips bill, it was Intel that fell the most. It actually fell about $1. I want to say $1.30, $1.40 there. I mean, AMD had a slight pullback, Nvidia had a slight pullback, and there's resistance on a few of these names up top. But I just look at the top end of that channel on Intel, and we've just gone over this, but this 40 to 50 area where we had a consolidation break late in the day, and then when that news came out, you had a flush. You ended up holding below that 40-50 on resistance. I want to short that pop. If it breaks the high from yesterday, you got to be. That's an obvious out for me. It is on the verge of breaking out on the 50, so it's still a bullish chart overall in Intel. I mean, I can't say that it's not. I just think that this could also turn into a bit of a sell the news type of event as well, as you've had a pretty decent rally. So my first look is going to be the pop and fade on Intel. Nvidia, a bit of a, it's not a totally different story. It's exactly the same bullish chart. The resistance here is just a little bit more pronounced at 175, but you've got room to 175 from where we're getting to right now. Like, you're already starting to dip down into what was afternoon support, 168, and then you had this wick here at 168. That's the level I want to see hold for Nvidia. If you can hold this level at the open, then suddenly it gives you the cover to the high at 172 without the need to necessarily break that 75 level for a good risk to reward style trade. So I'm looking for 168 at the open on the bid of Nvidia. We now run away from the pop and fade there while we're still in the pocket for that in Intel. So I mean, if we get the short that I would have wanted on Nvidia, you're talking like $2.5, whereas Intel's right there. So far more likely the pop and fade happens on Intel, and I'm looking for this dip buy at 168 here at the open.
Okay, so we already have it written down here, 168 right now on NVIDIA. So we already put that down as a dip buy opportunity there, and then look for 166 if we can get that as well. So that's already on the sticky note. Please, guys, it's already 37 retweets here on that. We had 55 retweets yesterday on the sticky note, so thanks for that. And we went 4 for 4. We'll hope to do the same today, although we do have the Netflix long written on there. There's 168. We dipped down into that level yesterday and then held it in the afternoon. So that's why I think you can start right there. You're only at 169 now, so you could get that. And then down here, 166 is kind of the top that we had there at 930, which is 165.50. You know, we went down there to that low bottom, like 162. We could also test 160 if it falls out. But for me, this 166 right here down into 165 or so. So we'll see if 166 can hold. I think that's pretty interesting. So if we draw another line right here at that 166 mark, you can see it's the top, it's the bottom. I mean, it's like 165.50, but you know, into this range, if we can get between 166 and 168 right into here is kind of a level that I like on that on NVIDIA. So it's on the sticky note. We're going to try to do what we do best, and that's stick to that and then see where we go. So that's NVIDIA. I really like the long. I don't really care too much about the chip bill or anything like that. I'm just going to play price action, and then if we're stuck in it, you know, when something happens, we had Mitch McConnell come out yesterday and say that it's a no-go. So I'm just going to consider that to be the truth. And then if it does go, I'm going to be long anyways on these names. So should be a good day here once again for the chips. But remember what I've already said this. Like, I don't really see, like, this Netflix report wasn't super outstanding. We didn't get too many other earnings coming through that were any significance to this market. So I really feel like you could get a pretty choppy market here until we see what happens. Even Tesla tonight doesn't really matter for the market. So I think everyone's waiting for the Apples, the Microsofts, the Googles, the Facebooks of the world to come through. And then when they do, then we can really start to see some moves happening. So I'm going to just try to play inside that range we just talked about, 166 to 168. Hopefully we're able to gather some decent longs in there and return to another profitable day here.
Bank of America out this morning with a note on Amazon saying they're another company that's going to be affected negatively on FX pressure here with a price target cut as well for AMZN today.
I mean, like, you just take any company that has significant sales outside of the U.S. and it's going to be one of those things that you're going to hear about over and over again. It started with Microsoft. Salesforce officially made some notes about it as well. And until you actually get a more significant pullback, although that already has started for the U.S. dollar a little bit, you're going to continue to hear that. Amazon in particular, this one has a pretty good breakout going, and it's got a secondary push here above 118, which looks pretty solid. 118 sits there as like it's support from the afternoon yesterday. It's resistance from earlier on, going back into like June 24, so end of the month, I should say. So 118, this is what we got to hold above here. You maybe give it back to like a 117.70. It wouldn't be at the top of my list for any kind of a breakdown style trade. You could have a pop and fade there as well. And I already like bouncing off support for a couple of other names more than Amazon, but that's the level I'm looking at. It's at 118. Like, if we have a situation where the market's rallying and you get a structured long at 10 o'clock off of this level, that'll be looking pretty sweet. I mean, there was a lagging opportunity in Amazon yesterday as well that I missed out on. Despite I went over and even looked at it and was like, it's coming to the downside. It reestablished 115 was the price that I liked. Then after 10 o'clock, this is what happened. Like, 15 was the level. We broke back above it. You then consolidated and held, and then broke away. That was at 10.50. That you're getting this long, essentially like 30, 40 cents above that 115 level, and it never looks back. So that's what I would look for, something more along those lines for Amazon today. More of a wait and see at 10 o'clock for me.
Yeah, for me, I have it. I mean, I'm just going to go short 120 there. Again, it's another name that's on the sticky note. We're ready to go at 119.50 on Amazon. A big move for them. We just talked about that on the sticky note, that it's up 20% or so, 10% or so in 4 or 5 days. You know, you were down here at 108 just last week, and now you're up here at 119. Has anything really changed? I mean, I know there's been some big rallies in some of these names, but I still think a weak consumer, higher mortgage rates coming, higher interest rates, everything's coming down. Inflation, we just had the highest print in 40 years or 30 years, whatever it was there. And or 20 years, I don't know what it was. But big time inflation print there, not helping the consumer whatsoever. Amazon's story is still going to be AWS though, so I don't really want to go short this name, but we'll try it into 120 there. Big movement up to 120. I like that key level. That's Amazon. We don't have it from the bounce back because that's the split. So let me just zoom in a little bit more, see if we get anything a little bit better on that. No, you can see my chart's not even basically adjusting properly. So we'll have to pass on looking at that. But a nice move back up to the upside. We've already visited this 120 a bunch of times. Like, we were just here up to 118 before dipping down to that 102 area. So you are coming up to some resistance up here. We've already passed it. like we're into this area. So there can be something said about a 117 long as well if we dip down into that. So I think you got between 117 and 120 until they report, and then we see where Amazon goes. So like I said, I'm not expecting like a big, huge day today. It's going to be about picking the right levels and the right names. So I'll be here looking at Amazon to short it, starting at 119.50, giving it up to 120 and change. Not sure. I don't think I really wrote down an out if we're wrong, but probably I try to getting everything about $1. So like 121-ish to be wrong there on Amazon. But I think the short's going to work. It's a nice move up, a big, huge move yesterday. Let's see if some of that resistance kicks in as the NASDAQ just turns green here. Where's Netflix? 211 yet? 210. So Netflix is the same thing. I see you, Larry Wanta, thinks that I'm going to trade 100 more times on Netflix. Maybe I will. If the market's there, I will, but it will not be revenge trading. I'm not down that much. Like if I was down a lot on this, then maybe I'd be like a little more pissed off. But honestly, I'm not at all. Well comfortable with taking that dollar hit on Netflix today so far. So we'll watch out for that one as it's coming back in. I still like that 207. I'm bidding 208, so it comes down to 207, 208. We'll get longer on Netflix, and then if we lose on that, then we lose on that. But I don't think this will be a revenge type day for me on this name. But hey, I'm here to make money, so if I see an opportunity, we will take it. With only 5 minutes to go here, should be set up for a really exciting open.
Yeah, a couple other things to keep an eye on this morning, guys. These cruise lines, great trade the past 3 days in a row on that CDC note, removing their COVID protocols for cruise lines, sitting here right at the top end of the range. Worth a note as well, Tesla earnings after market tonight. If you're just joining us, obviously going to be full of action so far. Well, it is already so far today, but Tesla coming tonight. But these cruise lines have been super strong the past couple of days.
Oh, 100%. And CCL is usually the one that we go to here. I went over, like, they're opening back up the casinos, and I went over Win a little bit. I do like Win on a dip buy. First in front of 30 in 60, and then 58.50 if 60 doesn't eventually break. Like, I don't want to average down into 58.5 on Win, so I'd rather take that as two separate trades. But Carnival, the line in the sand is going to be down around $10 again, and I feel like until we really start running away from that price, that's the only thing we're going to lean on. 11 sort of sits up here. I don't know why Daly's going to be not cooperating there, but $11 is going to be your resistance level, at least if we get another push to the upside. And I think I haven't liked any shorts on Carnival in the midst of this move. I feel like 11 is the place where I would put something on. If we got to 11 today, I think I'd be looking on the short side of Carnival. And even the $10, like it's a bit of a, like you're in the middle of nowhere with that 10, so I need to see it bounce off at first. Clearly, you get down into the 60s where you sustain that breakout. That would make some more sense to me. But I like Win a little bit better today. When I looked at where it was at, maybe getting this dip in front of that, like I said, like that 58.50 and the 60 level first, and then the room you have to 63. I just like this a little bit better, so I'm going to go for the long here and Win. If we can get it off 60 first initially, and then if that stops out, I'll be looking for a 58.5. I don't think I'd take multiple swings at it. Those are the only two levels I want to play off for Win.
Right, very quiet morning so far in small cap land. Here's one that's moving, SDIG up 27% here. Have to keep in mind though, this is a blockchain and cryptocurrency related stock. So you got to be watching what Bitcoin is doing and other cryptos. Obviously, big day yesterday, even bigger to the upside. They were saying some positive things about earnings going forward for SDIG. Not a typical fade type of stock because of its relation to crypto, obviously. Nikola as well. I just saw JP Morgan with a downgrade and price target cut pretty late here this morning on Nikola. Had a decent move back higher yesterday. It's also at the top end of its range, 580 to 6. Worth a look on NKLA, guys.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, that SDIG, like I actually think that sets up for a breakout. It has a 290 top there. It's a 288 top or whatnot, but 290 top, $3 break. Both of those two things I like, the 3 and the 290. As a matter of fact, I'm favoring the 290 triple top just to the upside. It's got room to run if it gets through that level. I mean, 10% up, you get the next resistance at 30s, and then $4 is a bit of a play as well. We talked a little bit about AMC. I'll just sort of come back to that one. Obviously, AMC's been a pretty decent name. Yesterday, you had a fade after it broke that 17 even area. The test at 16 looks like it could be incoming to the downside. And then the granddaddy that's reporting aftermarket today. Tesla's going to be a big one aftermarket. It's not as clean level-wise as I suppose you would like here. I still like that 720 area, and I think we'll get a shot to play off that 720 if there's a big move to the downside in the market. I just got my first dip buy in Netflix there. I just got 207.25s, guys. So in front of that 207 that we like. Talked about that in the aftermarket yesterday. 720 is my support area. If we can get anything like a 720, we're going to be all over it for Tesla. But 90 seconds to go, and we'll already ring the register a little bit on Netflix. That was actually pretty quick. I mean, I threw the second I got the fill, I'm like, okay, I'll take $1 on it. If it gets up there, it immediately gave you the dollar off that 207 bounce. That is a pretty big capitulation candle that got thrown in there on Netflix. That is heading to the downside. The other level on Tesla, 750, pretty big there. Just to finish the thoughts on Tesla, 750, a pretty big level of resistance. There is always a chance. If we get really strong, we can have a 750 breakout style trade on Tesla. But I'm going to favor the dip buy if we can see anything close to 720. Reporting aftermarket today should be a wild one. It's not a trade every day, Tesla, but I'm kind of hoping we get some fireworks and make it worthwhile today because of those earnings coming aftermarket.
So bing bong, Larry Wanta, we are now into it. We've almost made back everything here on Netflix. So with only a couple minutes left, shout out to Liz, who's here. Just saw her. Shout out to Maggie. Shout out to everybody, part of the Trader TV Live team. We're rocking and rolling right now. Wow, to come back, I just refilled my coffee and was talking with some of the traders there. Wow, good little level here for Netflix at that 208, So we'll see what happens. Long at 207.40 with only 20 seconds left. It's Tony, he's on the bell, so we're gonna get ready to ring that one here. Good little level there for Netflix. We didn't really check the imbalances, so too late to do that now. With only 10 seconds left, let's see where we go here. Up to the upside, boom, a nice little move there. Let's see if Netflix can hold that bottom. We can make it all back right here in one trade, guys. So Netflix with only 2, 1, let's go. All right, thank you, Mr. Tony. As we're ready to rock and roll, we are now open. Whoa. Okay, Netflix dumped down.
Dump it.
Right there. I didn't even have my offer out. So there goes Netflix back down to the downside, down to 204 and change. There goes Netflix. Watch out for 200 even on Netflix, guys. Let's go.
Yeah, I just got out on the 05 break for Netflix, so I took some profit, but we're going to take the hit on the rest of it. Win just popped into the downside as the market made an initial push down, so I got the first long in Win. I'm on the bid of NVIDIA here as it gets down to 168.5 before initially bouncing. So watch out for NVIDIA. We got to watch for that name. Win, like I said, we referred this to CCL. I'll check in on CCL in a little bit. Got the dip down into 60. It's already printing above 60.50, so I want to ring the register a little bit on that one. Got 60.50s there. We'll take that hit on Netflix. Always going to have a stop in that situation. 200 could be the next level down. I've just gotten NVIDIA as well. That comes into this 168 area. And you know what? The market's actually not tanking that much. We're pretty much sideways. So you got to watch out. You have relative strength and weakness coming across the board. The market relatively flat for now, but the chips, initial sell-off. Netflix, initial sell-off as well. Tesla riding upside, heading towards 750.
Yeah, it's good for Tesla there. We do have an NVIDIA long. Obviously, I mean, I didn't even have an offer out there to get out of that Netflix, as that just pukes to the bottom side. And you can see still making moves to the bottom side goes Netflix right now. We'll get some out at 204.50, sorry, 205 if we can, back up to the upside. We're long at 207, so yeah, that's going to look bad there. Obviously, as we come back up to the upside, though, let's hold out a little bit for this. It's a pretty violent name. Just taking some pieces out as we go to the upside here on Netflix. But wow, that 202, that came right. That's where we closed yesterday, baby. So yeah, you got to watch out for that 200 spot there on Netflix coming through. A nice little 36 cents or so win here on NVIDIA. That's not going to be a big one. We're long at 168 flat. Let's take a piece out at 169 for that dollar. If we can make that, that'd be pretty nice. But yeah, Netflix definitely down to 200 right now. Bye-bye. It's going to break that level.
Yeah, what an unbelievable sell-off they just threw in Netflix. I also just got Mara. I'm watching 200 on Netflix, and I just got into that NVIDIA as well, which I also took some out in front of the pre-market lows, but it's all about Netflix at 200. I'm going to get you to Mara in a quick second there. It's MARA, Neil. Mara making another stock making a dip down. We liked it in front of 13, so we caught that dip at 13.50, 15, I should say. But the way I'm seeing everything sort of flush, anything I like for the dip buy, it's come in, and if you don't take the initial pop, you're basically just throwing money away. So if we can get something in those 30s, we'll try and take some out there. I'm going to go over to win. Even a win, which I loved off that 60 level, we get the initial push into 50s, then immediately stops out below. So that's a relatively flat trade. Now we're going to hunt down for some lower prices. Netflix has just bounced off of 200. That was going to be your next level down. I had my stop out. I wish I could say that was a short. That was me getting out of the long. Now you're bouncing off the $200 level. If it can hold a consolidation there, could be worth it. I wanted one thing to the short side that wasn't Li Auto. That's still kind of in the pocket, but could stop the top. And that was Intel. Should have just been sitting in the damn short, right? Like I missed it by like 20 cents, 30 cents. It flushes through 40. I'll short the pops on this, but I want to wait until we get that 40 price. I don't want to compromise too much on prices at the open. You can get yourself into a little bit of trouble when you do that. Tesla, as we mentioned, screaming toward that 750 level as we speak. That should be a pretty good one. I don't like breakouts when you've had that kind of a dip. I think it's too significant, but if we do test 750, you know, one of those 99, 50 type shorts, or catching a pullback, giving you an entry to the long where you can fade a little bit might make some sense. NVIDIA off to the races. There's Mara. Mara now starting to go here right up toward the high of the day. We'll take a little bit more out in front of that high of the day. The dip into 13 working. Once again, crypto looks like it's going to be leading the way. I'm guarantee you that HUT's probably zooming right now.
All right, yeah, I mean, look at NVIDIA right now. $3 in the money on NVIDIA off that sticky note level. So, yeah, Netflix is going to be the one that's obviously we're going to be down on today. But look at NVIDIA with a $2.50 rip off that 168. I mean, we handed that 168 to you guys there. We talked about that, so we're really glad that we're in that name. NVIDIA, nice little move up, man. Gets them out at 171 if we can there in that pre-market high. And okay, Netflix, not so bad after all. I mean, it's going to be a bad trade, but it's coming back up to the upside. We take out a little piece there at 203, actually 203.70. Look at that reload there. $200 we reloaded that name. So Netflix, a good one back up to the upside. Not great, obviously, as the market comes in for Netflix, but I don't mind it here. Let's see if Netflix wants to continue its march back up to the upside off that 200 bottom. I mean, look, that's not going to be a good trade today, man. I mean, long. We got some out there on that 206 break. I didn't even have a stop order. When I came back from getting a coffee and talking with a few people, we were able to get some out at 208.50. But here we go. Let's see if it can continue to work. But look what NVIDIA is pulling back down a little bit here. So maybe that's a name to watch out for here on any sort of a pullback. It's already showed it wants to go to the upside. All right, let's go Netflix. I mean, target out now, maybe 206 on a piece of this. So let's use that as an out. 206, if we can get something more on Netflix, let's do that. And let's take then a decent winner here on NFLX up to 206 for the last piece.
And I keep trying to get this pop. I mean, NVIDIA popped up and gives you like that nice run off 168. And I keep trying to get shorts on Intel here. I see a wick up at 40, but I didn't see a trade above that price. Sitting here on the offer in front of 40 even, I still favor the short side of that trade if we can get it, Brennan.
He had a big move yesterday as well. Another one that's blockchain related. Back to the upside we go. Just took out the highs here. So as you said, all things blockchain very strong.
Yeah, I guess that other one didn't break the high, that SDIG, because I know I had my stop out for that. But APLD, that was one we were looking at yesterday. So I guess I picked the wrong one to have the stop break. Mara's going, which is pretty solid, but I wanted one of the other small caps at 250 level, pretty significant. If we can catch a dip there, we might have to get it. Maybe 240s is even better, but it's SDIG that kind of surprised me. I thought if these others went, come on, load up here. I thought if these others went, we'd be breaking off the highs. Instead, this is actually pulling back. We got to 750 on Tesla, and then a little bit of a dip here. So it's failed the 750 break. I did not like that break on Tesla. If we're going to have an up day, I'd rather get a decent price and buy a little bit of a dip and be able to fade into this one a bit. But Tesla off to the races. Looks like its turn to try to break backs for the shorts.
Yeah, what's up to everybody, man? Patience does pay, so thanks for that, Mark. As right now we have a $3 winner, and we've made back a decent amount of money there on Netflix, as we don't have a big position left, but let's just see if we can get that back upside now off of that bottom at 200. Look, like you keep going back to the well, right? We talk about that, but this was not a great trade for sure. We waited for NEO to come up to 21, which we thought was going to be a level to concern with, but now we're short NEO at $20.48 off that reload. reload. So let's see if that one continues to work here for NEO back down in. We are going to use 21 as our out. So, you know, again, another name that I'm pretty confident with on the long side, or sorry, on the short side for NEO because of yesterday's action. But the market is really blowing to the upside right now. Come on, NVIDIA. Let's go, baby. Will we get that 171 to put $3 in our pocket here on NVIDIA? So let's go, man. A nice little upside move. Can we get it? I don't know right now if we can. But there's Amazon. Amazon, look at Netflix. Fly, young fella, fly. Amazon right now with that short at 119, and so we'll see if we can get that now to come down in. Short Amazon 119.50 into this move up for the market. Netflix now $3 in the money and was just higher. It just touched 206 VWAP there, so that probably could have been something to get out at. I'm surprised I don't have an offer up there, but 206, we got to put one up there if it comes back through, maybe even 207, but nice move up for the NASDAQ here and the market. So yeah, definitely enjoying this ride as NVIDIA having a problem at that 170.50. Let's not look.
Not that much.
No, not that much. Well, hey man, we're $3 in the money. So there it is. Yes, sir. There it is. Nice one. Let's go. Spit it out as the cash come flying through on these plays, man. Again, if I just leave these earnings plays alone, then we are monstrous. But you can't look back because we've already made those trades. So far so good here today, guys. Let's just keep on going.
Yeah, just got the last of my Mara 13s out. Above 14 at that 14.20 mark. I also took the breakout trade. This is, look, it's separate trades here. The dip buy is now concluded. I've got the breakout trade here for Mara. Just want to see if we can hold back into 13.60 and extend this move just like it did yesterday into that 17 level. So a bit of a separate trade there. Tesla, which we're keeping close eyes on. Whoops, that's still the daily chart. Tesla, which we're keeping close eyes on. Rejection of 750. Instead, if we reject that price, don't want the breakout, look for a bit of a dip buy. So pre-market lows, you know, we were holding 740 before we actually dip down right at the end of the day, right before the open. I like that 740. We go sideways from there. We'll go take a shot at it. I wanted to wait till 10 o'clock for Amazon. It's already sort of broken back to the upside. It's that 118. If we're above 118, holding that at the open, I like that price. But I want to be very, very patient with Amazon. I'll show you Li Auto. That unfortunately stopped out that short. It got to 37 and is reversing. If we play off a 37.40, I'll take another shot at this one to the short side. And somehow I am still not into any Intel. It's trying to climb to the upside with the rest of the market. Just can't seem to get quite to that 40 level, but it's getting pretty close. This is the short that I wanted in the chip space, despite being long NVIDIA, Brendan.
A ton of strength again today, guys, in some cannabis names. Tilray up 4% here on a ton of volume, just testing yesterday's top end of the range as well. No reason for this, but remember, we're supposed to get that vote on legalization sometime this week as well in Washington.
Correct on that one. Yeah, so far so good, man. Nice out there on Amazon down there at 30. So a good little out on that one for us there. So far so good on that. And then NVIDIA right now, Superman is back in the building right now. Although we wipe off our Netflix cape and just go long on NVIDIA, man. $3 now in the money as this name continues to rocket up to the upside right now. NEO did pull back. We did get a 50 bid, but not enough shares out as right now NEO with this market blasting, as goes NEO blasting to the upside as well. So you got to be very, very careful, I think, anyways, of this NEO short as it is trying to take out that 21 mark, which, yeah, I mean, we've been up here before, 21.15, 21.30. I don't think we want to hold it that far. If we're going to be wrong on NEO, that's fine. We can be wrong on a name here. So we'll, you know, that's the one that I'm going to sort of die on there. Yesterday we did have relative weakness in NEO, but today, obviously, you can see what this market's doing. It's blowing to the upside. We thought it would be a little choppy there, but a nice take. We started taking out yesterday's, bump up there. Well, that's not yesterday, sorry. In the pre-market, this little level of 12,300. So NASDAQ starting to go back up to the upside. So we have to watch out for some of these shorts. But Netflix and NVIDIA, I mean, NVIDIA is really the one that's working out like a charm here. Up that $3 off the sticky note as well. So hopefully you guys have that play and not Netflix. But Netflix is a beautiful bottom off that 200. And here it comes right back in one more time.
Yeah, and here comes Google, by the way, Alphabet, I should say, which we're mentioning at 112 level. It did dip, and it looks like it's going to retest to the downside. So watch out for this 112 possibly coming in. You've already put in a second lower high here. Tried to break the top, rejection. It just tried to break again and put in a lower high. So we might be trending down on Alphabet into that 112. That's the next leg that we like. Going back over to Tesla, this is the one. It feels relatively stronger today. You saw how Netflix ran into its earnings, and Tesla is definitely relatively strong this morning. I thought 740 on a dip. It just got to 43 and tried to pull back to the upside there. So might be missing out just a little bit on that one, but I'm not going to compromise on the price just yet. I want to go back over to Li Auto. Looks like, okay, we're back at 14. Mara's holding that 14 breakout price. I want to keep an eye on that one just in case it wants to put in that flush. Lee came right back to the stop out price, but really you've got to give it more range. Had an 8% move yesterday. 37.50 is the next resistance. That is the level I want to be playing off of on Li Auto. And then just to come back over to, not Amy, but Jimmy, GameStop. Every time I don't look at GameStop, I'm going to kick myself. But GameStop, with the split coming on Friday, 153 broke out to 158. It's on another one of these runs. My daily doesn't want to go back further than April, but it's on a huge breakout on the daily chart as well. So looks like we're getting another break on GameStop. I think you can get to 160, if not above that price. The only place I can see to get involved in would be 55, 56 on a bit of a dip. But another run here on GameStop. Every time I don't look at it, the stock goes up. It's crazy. Brendan?
A couple of notable names in the healthcare group moving this morning. Biogen with earnings. There's this one as well. Merck down notably weak, in fact, after a late-stage cancer drug failed for Merck. So down 1% here versus the overall market for MRK.
Literally said yesterday, if I don't look at GameStop today, like I'm just an idiot. Like that's every time I look at AMC and not GameStop, GameStop goes crazy. It's crazy. It's like they just want to punish me for that one. Mara, the break doesn't work, so we'll give back. I just wanted that break to work out. I thought we'd get to $15, and that's where I wanted to short. It looks like they're going to put that failed breakout at 15, so on 14, I should say. So on my 15-minute chart, it's all going to look like one big trade because we are only still at the open. Still some time for this to be able to work, but if that's going to fall back here, and then checks notes, we're still holding 24, and 24 is resistance on Bitcoin, then this SDIG, which I was really hesitant to want to short, this is coming back up toward that high. I see Mara falling back, which doesn't make sense to me because we're actually about to break 2,400. If we break, we got to 24 on Bitcoin, which validates this breakout in SDIG. I was about to second guess it, but no, forget about the Mara pullback. This is still valid with BTC still looking strong. So SDIG, I'm not going to talk myself out of this one. I'll keep it in. The Mara pullback might have scared me away, but it's not going to. NVIDIA, I think you can just hold on to. Intel short, NVIDIA long. I get it. It doesn't always make intuitive sense, but Intel is relatively weak after what we had in the afternoon. So I think we can play both of these. If we're below the top on Intel, I like it. But this 172 is proving to be a little bit of resistance for NVIDIA. We thought this could be the case. It turns out it is going to be the case. And I can't say I would have played the pop and fade and not take this out on NVIDIA here at 172. So I'm going to ring the register. For now, it's case closed. You can still break the 172 top. You can still play back to the dip buy, maybe 69s instead of that 168. But you get to that high. If I was going to do a pop and fade at the open, well, then you better believe at 945, I'm going to take profit on NVIDIA at that price. SDIG now through the high of the day. So it looks like it's going to have to contend with $3. That's a psychological level. I got 91s on a 90 break. That does give me, you know what, I might as well get in front of $3 and actually just take something out. I can always get back in on a 3 break. I can get some of that back in on a pullback off that $3 level as well. So SDIG, crypto-related small cap on the move to the upside.
Okay, so we're going to go one more average in here on NEO because this market is definitely going to the upside, which is great, man. $3 in the money right now as we try to go diamond hands here on NVIDIA. I mean, I like that level up to 172 as well. Let's see if we can take it out. Not sure about that one. We have averaged in, obviously, to this trade right now on Amazon. Not looking great because it's been pretty strong today, man. Much stronger than the market, so that's always something to look at. But there's one last take of 119.90. 190, out 119.73. So we did make a little bit of money on the out there as well for Amazon, but we got to let that rock and roll. Netflix did test lower again. We'll get another piece out if we touch VWAP. The last time we didn't get it out. So let's see if 205 can come through here on Netflix to that upside, and we'll get another piece out. But what's up, Brendan?
They actually sold this news yesterday when it first came out, but NVAX very strong here this morning, guys. You remember CDC clearing use of their COVID-19 vaccine for adults. Yeah, not a red candle yet. 58 to 65 almost for NVAX.
Thank you, Brandon. I mean, wow, NVAX. If it's moving, you got to be all over this thing. At some point, the stock was gonna catch a bottom that was significant. We did have the long a couple of days ago at 50, but now you're getting a serious break. I just want to point everyone's attention to this price, that 68 that we're looking at on the actual sell the news event here. I think that's going to be your first sign of resistance as we get back to the upside here. SDIG just went through $3. That's headed to the upside on that 3 break. Crypto stock that is going to work on a breakout, it seems, is going to be SDIG and not Mara. Dip buys sometimes are just better. I've just added on the 3 break because I took some out in front of 3. So this one continuing to run to the upside. Let's go small caps. Let's go crypto. 2,400. We're right at like 39.88 or 87. So there's still room to go.
Yeah, so we're making back a decent amount of money here on Netflix as we just take another out there. It's so silly. It came back down to 200, and I wasn't really watching it. We were trying to watch that NVIDIA play, but there it is back up to 205. So we do have a $4 winner on Netflix right now. That's just because patience pays. And a shout out to all our viewers there that keep reminding me that just to be patient and wait for certain levels to come through. We did wait for that 208 level to come through, and then all of a sudden, boom, goes a dynamite on that one there. As the ladies on the bridge getting excited over there. That's an inside joke. We talked about that earlier. Okay, there goes Netflix, now breaking through 206, so let's go, man. Now the money spits out on Netflix back up to the upside, so far so good on this one as Netflix remains king here again today with just crazy volatile moves, man, on Netflix. Now $4 taking out that 205. It was just 206 there a second ago. That's probably a key level, man. We've seen that 206 come and go a couple times. We did reloaded in Amazon, so let's take a move out here as it comes back into its 03s. We're in the money now, obviously, here on Netflix, on Amazon, as we averaged into that 120.50 area. So if that's going to be my out and I have an opportunity to take a little bit of profit, let's continue to do that one as that's coming back in. Neo's coming back in on the reload there too. So all is well over on this side, Brendan. What say you?
We mentioned a few benefiting as well from that Netflix report. Aftermarket yesterday, Snap one of them. This one, another. Roku, guys, taking out day highs here, 95.5 straight to the upside as well.
So the crazy thing is that breakout potential trade on Snapchat that I wrote off and didn't end up taking, that 55, it does break and it goes up to 15. So there you go. Sometimes you talk yourself out of something and it's the absolute wrong thing to do. I'm going to go over to Tesla here. It just bounced. Look at that wick right off of 740 on an absolute dime as I'm going over to SDIG. Get distracted for a split second. I hate leaving orders out on Tesla, so I was never going to just sit in front of that bid at 740, but it has made that bounce at least for now. That SDIG continues to churn. I got some out there at 310. It pressed up to 315. I think there's room to 330 to 335. And then from there, if it can make a break at that price, you're talking about $4. But we still have to contend with that 40 area. Still short in Intel. It's basically flat. It's been holding that 40 area, but I'm looking for a re-entry point into NVIDIA as well. So we got the curl to get out of NVIDIA, and now I'm just looking back toward the pre-market lows for some support. If NVIDIA can get there, great. If it actually holds VWAP, that could be even better. I might step up to that 170 if we show enough signs of strength in NVIDIA. Should be Tesla as the next one for me, but I did not want to ignore Google. So the split, I mean, this is the first time I haven't traded Google in the first 20 minutes of the day. It is now making some higher lows and attempting to make the breakout at the top. If we take out the low now, I'm not going to want to be bidding just below the low of the day. It doesn't make a heck of a lot of sense. If you break that, then you're going to hunt a little bit deeper. I think we're showing some more signs of strength in that, and you can start thinking about where this chop was at that 113.25 for more dip buys. You are making a bit of a flag for a breakout style trade on Google. So I've pulled my bid at 112 because it's a different circumstance. If I got that fill now, I would not like it the same way as if I got it at 930. The dip to that price came and gave you $1.50. I was just sitting 25 cents lower, so I missed it, and you have to accept it.
All right, yeah, we're almost back to Positiveville right now, guys, as it's been a monster. We're going to go 4 for 4 here, 4 for 5, including the Netflix, obviously, as that's been to the downside. Sorry, 3 for 4, which doesn't really matter. It's all about your net. So, I mean, how much you make or lose is kind of irrelevant. It is really about, you know, how your net is, and obviously we are going to be red so far today, but that's not going to last for very long. There goes Netflix up to 207, 208, 209, right back to these key levels that we sort of thought could possibly come in today. But again, it had to dip down and screw us there. But now who's got the last laugh? Still you, Netflix, but we have this one to the long side. And by the way, look at NVIDIA. Right back upside to 172 now as the printer goes brr. $4 now in the money. $6 in the money on Netflix, $4 in the money on NVIDIA, a whopping 5 cents in the money on NIO. And then Amazon has been good, man. But it is starting to take out that 120.50. So that's going to be the level of concern for me here on Amazon, 120.50. Hence why we've been getting out. I mean, you know, we don't want to rest too much on this trade, but here it comes all the way back up to the upside. I feel like we got to take something out. We are rocking right now on the on our net. Much better start here than we had to start. Much better end than we started with earlier on. So again, one mistake there with Netflix. And what's up to Larry Wanta right now? We have 26 fills. So I'll take a few more as we get out. You may be right, my friend. We may have close to that 100 fill mark by the time we're done today. But there it goes. $7 now in the money here for Netflix. So up to that 209. We still continue to make that money move. Now back up to Netflix as we make back a third of what we lost on that name with this trade alone. 208 for Netflix. A good area. Let's take a piece out.
And the other stock making moves, and you guys are right about it, Disney off of 100. So it's Snapchat, not Netflix. It's also Disney as well, which hold up really, really well. 100, obviously a good level. Who cares? It's gone. You're talking about the double top breakout now at 103. We got there only in the aftermarket on the Netflix number. That's the significance of it. So it's not really an intraday level. It's really more about that aftermarket. That's why wouldn't play a break off of it. I think if you reject that price, you just want to be participating in the move, not necessarily anticipating it there, guys. So I'm going to look for a pullback on Disney to get any part of that. And it's the same thing with Snapchat. If Snapchat wants to give you an entry point here, this is just a little bit more clean on a dip into 15 even. Coming back over to NVIDIA, it looks like it's still challenging that 172 level, so I'm still not rushing back into this. If you took the 72 break, it's already starting to pull back. I'm on the bid at 69. I might push that one up to 70 if we can continue this trend. And going over to AMD, it's also failing at that high of the day. So as long as we're failing these highs, I would still favor that dip buy. Google still feels like it's going to be strong. The 15 minutes not going to work because it just got split adjusted, but it is now pulling back into that 113. This is where I'd like to sit on the bid. No longer looking for that 112 area, but stepping it up to 113 on Google. As far as big tech goes, we just hit a top on the NASDAQ and pulled back a little bit. Microsoft, which will load in a quick second here, had a strong move through 260. So there's some relative strength also in Microsoft as it just broke out at 260. You're going to break a level, a double top like this on Microsoft. If we're going to have a trend upside, this seems like a pretty good buy near the top or buy the breakout on Softy. Didn't look at this one until just now, but I'm really liking what I see with Microsoft at that 260 level.
Yeah, this has been, wow, what a great day here again today. Like, you wouldn't think that after the start, but that's why we stay here, stay strong, stay positive there. Look at NEO right now, cash coming in on NIO, back down. We're short 21 now as this comes back down to view up and starts to collapse back in one more time. Short Amazon again, as we said, close to our out. Probably should have reloaded that. Maybe we will, but I don't know. That market just dipped down a little bit there. Let's put a bid. I mean, there we go. We'll take a little bit out now on Amazon. I don't know if that's going to be the right call or not on that play, but we will take another piece out. I do have some lower bids now, but not until 119.50. So let's see if that comes through now on Amazon. I'm not sure if we are going to get that level or not, but right now Amazon looking like it wants to go. Netflix was a great out there where we got it, obviously at that 208 level, 207.50. We got that name there, so that's a good out for us. But yeah, so far so good here. We're almost back to Positiveville right now. So what's up, Brendan?
Recent D-SPAC here just halted, guys, back to the upside. Not a lot of volume, but PGY, 945,000 shares on the float of this thing. Up big time, went 3 to 4 and halted right now back to the upside.
Yeah, we've seen that party before. Like it's sometimes not about the fundamentals. It's about how many shares are available, and that's under 1 million shares is kind of like that target number where you start to get a little bit concerned there. And I think that one should be added to your list. I'll add it to my list for sure. I took the dip buy in Microsoft there, also Nvidia. It snapped back to VWAP here. I don't know how real that was. I'm going to go 170.50. I said I'd jump up from 169. I think it's giving you that target, or at least right now off of VWAP, to maybe step it up a little bit there. So we're going to jump into that. SDIG is starting to fail its breakout. And I look back, checks notes, and my notes are, we're still below. We're still tracking below that 24,000. So that secondary push on SDIG needs to come possibly off the breakout price, and that'll be here at 285. I have taken shares out for profit on the way, so it's not like we're sitting on our laurels. We are making sure we pay ourselves, but this feels like it's going to have to be a dip buy if we get any more. Google just stepped in for the dip buy, so getting some long starting to come back to us here as the market pulling back off of some highs. I'll show you over here in the NASDAQ what I mean. We got to that top. Now we're pulling back. The question becomes, can we hold previous support levels and get back going for the rest of this rally? We're still flat on the session overall. ES slightly down. NASDAQ just barely up.
I like that. Check back on notes. Check back on who we are. And yes, we still are the people's trader. Bang, as we go positive right now today on our trading. So it's been a big day, man. Look at this Amazon flush. Back down, flush, Amazon flush. A nice move back down to the downside here for AMZN. Now a 50-cent winner on board for that one. Netflix great out there at 207.50. Nvidia still $3 in the money. Neo, hello, Neo. How are you doing, my friend? How was that little run you had? I hope you didn't get too exhausted because you are coming down to the downside right now. Neo just collapsing on itself as we said would happen. So you got to stick with it. We still have these positions on board. So yeah, buddy, today, another one, Ice Cube. Today, a good day as we go. Just Netflix obviously was the one that we stepped up on and really got clobbered there early. So yeah, not a great day for Netflix. There's no doubt about that. But so far, so good. As the day continues, man, I mean, this is what trading's all about. Stay strong, stay, sort of trusting your reads, what you're doing on this, and then we'll try to be fine together. But now it's a nice little move back up here. This market a little tipsy here as we got to watch out. It's coming back in. We said it would be one of those days where we may have a little bit of a back and forth here on Netflix, on the market. So choppy, we kind of expected that. But if you still try to trade the most aggressive names and the right names, then hopefully you'll be able to pick some good levels like Amazon up there at 120. That's going to be a good little long for us, short for us up there as we're collapsing down in now 70 cents in the money on this name, guys. It looks like we're getting ready to rock and roll here with Brendan over at the big screen with Happening Now.
Yeah, back to the downside we go. Here's a look at how we're shaping up so far. Back in the red here for the Dow and the S&P. They were the first, worth noting, to go red on the day. The NASDAQ still, however, just holding on back to basically break even on the session. But small caps, 3 or 4 days in a row here. Russell 2000 leads the way as far as strength is concerned, 0.5%. Hey, we'll take it at this point. Intel, we were talking about in the pre-market, some of these chip makers, huge flush right out of the gate, but trying to bounce here off of some levels for Intel yesterday, only down 0.5% for INTC. We mentioned big time strength in crypto related stocks out of the gate this morning. They're all coming back in. Look at Coinbase here, rejected 71 pretty hard. Back to 68 already for Coin, guys. Back to you.
You know what's weird? As you said that, Brendan was just saying they're all coming back in pretty hard. SCIG just made a double top in that same second. Like, that's crazy. Like, this is now, sure, check that. It's actually a triple top. So I put a trail in when we put in that second high back at $3. And the second Brendan's like, and making a bit of a pullback, it's like, and I'm trailed out. So suddenly this turns into a potential short opportunity off this 315, and it also gives you a break off 315. But the the break at the high of the day was better than the $3 break. The $3 break, unless I just scalped it for small, essentially paid me off nothing, which is a little bit unfortunate. I mean, but it is what it is. I hate that saying, but it's just true. Intel, I actually liked it. Some of this is okay that it's a nothing burger because it means it's resisting any break back into the upside. No reason to add to it. Doesn't even seem to want to test some of those highs despite the fact that Nvidia was pumping there. Nvidia with the dip off of VWAP going to give me some opportunities to get back in there. At least for now. I'll zoom in so you can see a little bit better. Dipping off of VWAP. I'll take some out 71s and back into that 72. 72 is good enough resistance that I want to make sure I'm paying myself on the way to it after the 68 longs. Microsoft trying to hold that 260 level as well, bouncing off VWAP. Hopefully it can get back up towards some of those highs as the market is trying to climb back into that upside, guys. And we're going to go over to Tesla here, which that 740 level, like it tried to hold and then just, there's nothing there. Like there's no consolidation. This is why I didn't want to just sit in front of the bid blindly. Like it just powered down through. And this is dragging the market a little bit here. Tesla goes green to red and showing all kinds of signs of weakness, unfortunately. And yeah, I should slap myself in the face for this one. What's the name that I've been short every single day this week? Alibaba. 5s, 7s, top, 107, now back at 104. So look, I'll just go right back to 105 at this point. If you miss the 7s, you play the 5s, and hopefully down into 3s. I hate you, Baba.
All right. You hate Baba, but I love me some NIO. As again, on the watch list today, we're going to have Netflix is going to be the loser, but Neo, Amazon, and NVIDIA will go 3 for 4 on the sticky note. Thank you again for retweeting that and sharing that out. Netflix comes right back into 200 one more time, man. I mean, how low can this name go today? Probably going to test that 200 again. So we're out. I mean, we have a piece, but once that came up there, we talked about getting some out here at VWAP, which we did. Then it busted up to 206, and when it sort of upside exploded there, able to get out of the way there on Netflix as that continues its march to the upside now for Netflix. But that 202 is definitely a good area there. Amazon just came in, and we just got a 119.50 bid. So again, pretty much out of this name now on Amazon, but still have a piece. And then NIO, we talked about that, and then NVIDIA up there to 172. Let's not make that mistake again and hold on to it if it does come through. So 172 now on Amazon, on NVIDIA, definitely a level to be respected right there. Anything else popping off, man? Tilray's up 6% today. We didn't look at Meta in a long time, and someone said that Sean always kills Meta, and I saw that earlier, and you're right. Meta is probably my #1 stock this year, but wow, a nice little pullback down into 177 now for Meta. So this could be a decent long here, but I hate going long when we're below the 50 period, as you guys know. So that's a tricky spot for me there. Let's wait to see what happens. 12,300 now, the NASDAQ. But if we can pop back up, then I don't mind testing a Meta long. It did get going today, but again, a nice fail off here, down to 177 for Meta. That could be a decent long spot, but it's tricky. This is a tricky level here as the market just trying to figure out what it wants to do below the 50 period, as you guys know. I mean, I'm glad that I brought that 50 period to a lot of you. It definitely helped my trading out. So we'll have to watch out. But there it is right there at 178. So I'm wondering about a take of 178 if we did want to do anything with Meta.
Oh, goodness. NVAX giveth, NVAX taketh away. Forget about that 68 level. They just rejected 65. Just pull back $3.50 in a couple of minutes. So, yeah, I don't think I'll be shorting 68s anytime soon. I don't need to have an order up there. I've already canceled it. I'm not going to be shorting that one because I don't think it's going to get to that price. We'll ring the register again on NVIDIA. I'll pop back to the 5-minute and 3-minute chart there, bouncing off VWAP, right back where we got out off the 168 long, back at this 171 area on a dip. Now we're going to look for 172 for the next leg here. This could always break out through the high at this point, right? Like all I'm seeing overall is some upward trending stocks where you want to pay yourself, and if we're going to revisit at 10 o'clock some of these ideas, as long as we're holding support. Anything that reestablished holding the lowest support, like Google, that 112.50, that 60 on win, I think can be solid, especially with higher lows being made in the NASDAQ and the ES temporarily holding 39.20. We've got to watch out for that one. Tesla's weakness, dragging that down a little bit, so that could put some pressure on it. Been a wild one this morning, and we're going to be here all day long. The only thing we ever ask for you guys, take a second. If you haven't done so already, hit that like button, hit the subscribe button. We're here for free as long as the markets are open. When they're not, that's when we get to have a bit of a day off. But even then, it's not fun to have those days off. I will be kicking myself for the rest of this day over Baba, but the only thing I can do now is make the next trade. That's going to be off 105. It is screaming down to 103 at this particular point. Every $2 has been pretty good for the stock on the odd numbers, that is, 7s, 5s, and 3s for me. So those are the big levels I want to play for Alibaba. Li Auto, I never got back into this one. I still like that 37.40 for a top on Li Auto. If we get back up there, I'll be on the offer, but I stopped out of the initial short there. I still want to be back in this, but I want to be picky about my price here, Brennan. No?
There we go. Tesla back to the downside, guys. Almost day lows coming in here, 733-ish. There was a note from Electrek this morning saying that the company has stopped scheduling solar roof panel installation in most of its markets because of a lack of parts. So minor note, but earnings obviously coming tonight for Tesla.
That's the bigger thing.
Yeah, we'll earnings tonight. We'll see. I don't think they're going to be good, but we'll see what happens there if they do come through. NEO, by the way, boom. That's going to the downside. But we did test Meta there, and it did break. We said we'd test that 177, so we did take about a 30-cent hit on Meta. First price 50s, next price 20, and we had 80% of the position on here. So hopefully Meta. And again, we took a shot at that, the 177. We liked that level. It broke. So now it goes to the downside, goes Meta. So that's fine. I mean, that broke. Well, that's going to happen to us there on that break, but then it might have just wicked down into some of these levels. It's just like, is that 176 going to be a good level or not there on Meta? I don't know. Amazon still trying to hold out to the high side there as well. Maybe now we bounce back a little bit here. Let's go longer now again. We'll just market it in there. We got 11s, I believe. Yeah, 177.11 there on Meta. Let's try to hold this until this level breaks. I mean, we're not to have that many. We have a decent amount of shares. Hopefully, we can make this back up to the upside. But 175.80 there as a bottom. I just think Meta wants to possibly go if the market goes. I mean, you're already up that 0.8 against the market, so it is relatively strong. We kind of identified that with Meta right now. So let's go back into the long and see if we can hold this for a little bit longer. As right now, there's 172 again for NVIDIA.
Again, yeah.
So a nice move up for NVIDIA. $4 in the money on that name. So yeah, all is well, man. It's just we need. There it goes, 172.50. Yeah, today's a good day one more time here for Meta, or for NVIDIA, and there goes Meta as well on the reload. Let's see if we can get something near 50 out here for Meta, make back a little bit of what we lost there on that first take, guys.
Yeah, so NVIDIA, it's just stair-stepping at this point. So I think if it continues this trend, and you're now through that 72, the next dip will probably be, I'm thinking ahead, 71.50 to 72. If we extend this move, I'll look for some reloads at that particular price. But yeah, if you can find something stronger, I don't know what it's going to be. It does mean that Intel is likely to be under continuous pressure. But I love the fact that, look, NVIDIA just keeps on breaking, man, and Intel doesn't seem to want to break anywhere near these pre-market highs. So it is working out, the one short that I have, but I should have Alibaba, I should have something else. We're going to need to pull back in the market for this to go back to the downside. But realistically, we definitely have a relatively weak name there. Google basically flat, Microsoft's flat, wins back in the money here. Want to hold on to these longs as the trend still feels like you can get to that upside, Brendo.
I showed you the move on Tilray earlier. Here's CGC now, guys, trying to go 3 being tested right now. Big time volume stepping up at 3 for CGC.
I mean, if you guys are looking for a one trade killer right now, I mean, NVIDIA off that 168 and off the sticky note is exactly that for you right now. In the money now, $5. Shout out to my PDT friends out there. I mean, great trade. Not only that, it was given off the sticky note as well. So, if you didn't like Netflix today, I can understand that. We're going to go 0 for 2 on IBM yesterday and Netflix today, but we're definitely not missing out on that NVIDIA long of 168, man. I mean, there it is right there. $5 in the money on this name and still making moves to the high side. We don't have any plan of getting out of this, so let's just let it ride. If you see me in it, I mean, that's why. I don't have any plans of getting out anything there. There goes Amazon. I just realized I was just about to fix the trade and I didn't. So let's just get out some more here, as there it is, a nice move back up to the upside for Amazon. It does take out that 120.50 area, but again, I didn't really mean to be pushing too much longs into this, but I don't mind the breakout on the long. But yeah, I don't want to be like, hey, I love this Amazon trade, because I don't necessarily like the long, but we'll reverse it into the long now. Take this. It just bounced off that 120.60. There's the take back up to the upside. So again, playing the momentum. We can try to stay long this name, but I don't love it. We were a bunch of times short, able to capture some profits. It got all the way back down there off of a 120 flat trade. So we'll see. Actually, sorry, 120.25. Now it's starting to dance around a little bit. I don't really like these levels. We'll see what this market wants to do. It obviously is a big move back up to the upside now, but You know, they got the downgrade from Bank of America. Obviously, that's not really affecting their prices at all here. But let's just get out. I mean, I'm just sitting here like saying, you know, which way do I think? And whenever I think that, not really worth sitting in it. So we'll get out of Amazon there and just consider it a loser today. But not bad overall. Just too bad it started to go back up to the upside. I mean, our longs are cranking on this move, so it's all good. Look at that Meta reload. Now 80 cents in the money on that reload. We did obviously get stopped out there, but then we took it again back up to 178. So far so good on a lot of these names. But yeah, a couple missteps today, including only one really, that Netflix trade. That kind of sucked.
Someone in the chat was asking about this one, and I'm glad they did. CRM, Salesforce, look, a lot of things are strong today, up 3%, but the more important thing is above 177. I know this because I had this discussion with Arun when he was on, because I think he was targeting that level for a while, and it never broke 177. Well, it's here today, and he's probably trading the future, so he's not going to see it. But that's a significant break on the daily chart. I think you've got support back into 177, which it just did. Like, it just pulled a dip into that same 177 price and then rallied back above VWAP. So I like the trend in this. I'm not going to chase it too far. I like the support level that it's put in. I've already got a bunch of longs here. NVIDIA, Microsoft, Win. Also got some Alphabet as well. The one short Intel, which is working against me, is still playing off of those pre-market lows. So that can still be valid. I don't want to chase too many things long as the market itself, and I'm talking about the NASDAQ here. If you're all long tech, you know, adding a fourth or fifth or sixth or whatever name to whatever you happen to have without us taking out the top, I just think is a little bit overly aggressive, so I'm not going to be chasing anything. We'll hold on to what we have. If we break out these tops, then it's all going to work out anyways. Just no need to get too greedy by just piling into longs when you're facing a little bit of resistance here in the overall market.
Yeah, don't get too greedy, but sometimes greed is very, very good. So we're smoking this trade right now, and that is going to be our friend Meta, as that just rips up now at $1.05 in the money. Netflix is only $7 in the money, so that trade's definitely working out for us right now, as well as we look at that going back up to the upside for Meta, back up to the upside for Netflix, now 209, and NVIDIA. Guys, we're the killer today, man. We have three trades. One is $8 in the money. One is $6 in the money, and one is $1 in the money right now. So really happy with the performance of these tech names, but I think you're right. Nothing wrong with diversifying a little bit here and trying to maybe find something like a Ford. Let's hear what Brendan has, and we'll see what his suggestion maybe is right here. What's up, Brendo?
Big mover. Sorrento, guys. SRNE, haven't looked at this one for a while, getting FDA investigational drug clearance for a COVID-19 treatment, so that's definitely a favorable ruling. Speaking of breakouts, SRNE up 12%.
Sorrento, wow. Look, I mean, this is why we have Brendan here, because you're going to miss out on a lot of opportunities sometimes if you don't keep track of the market. And we're in enough names, I think, individually each. I think 5 or 6 names each of us, right? So we're not going to take more than like 6, 7 trades at one time. Like, that's a lot. I think right now I have as many as I would like. Win's trying to get through that high of the day, so I did ring the register. I had to jump back into this one at a higher price and then miss that 60 entry as well. But that whipsaw at the open is shaking itself out. I said when it comes back to 10 o'clock, if you still like it, then jump into the trade. Alibaba was the only short. So I'm still in Intel, was the only other short that I missed out on. You know, I missed the 107. It's now pumping or bouncing into 105. I shouldn't say pumping, you know, when essentially it's like a quarter of the move of the day. But bouncing back into this 105. So I am in the short on Alibaba now. If it takes out 105, I'll understand that this is not the price that I wanted at the open, which would have been off that 107. But this has worked getting off of this 105 level in the past, so I will take the trade here. If the market doesn't take out the highs, I like it. If the market takes out the top, obviously we have enough long positions that we'll be just fine overall. But I don't want to miss out on something I'm relatively bearish on for the entire week. Until it gets above that 107 and can hold above, I'm going to be a bear on Alibaba. It's just been working too well to be ignoring it. You can't be doing that. And NVIDIA, now that we're clear, we mentioned 175, I think, in the pre-market. We just got to that 175 level. So if I'm going to do what I did here, 68 to 671, and then buy the dip, I'll rinse and repeat the exact same thing. If it curls off my top, I'm getting out once again. So I'm getting out of NVIDIA off that 175, or just going to the 15-minute. It was a dip off 168. If you pull this back far enough, I guess I'll go to the daily to show you. You had a 175 wick top the last time we were here. That's the reason for an out for me. Going to get over and manage this Alibaba trade. Checks notes, market's still trying to pull back off of those highs. So as this pulls back, I want to make sure I'm getting something out in front of the low of the day. 101, $100 are likely to be some obvious targets if the market were flushing, but we're not flushing. So scalping this trade is going to make sense. First, I'll go 1-to-1 and then work the rest out in front of the low of the day here on Alibaba.
All right, so we're still in 33% of this NVIDIA trade as we continue just to tweet this one out, man. I mean, $7 now as NVIDIA rockets to that upside, but I do obviously understand that there's that 175 level rearing its head at us. But there he is in NVIDIA with that 168 bottom take right there. Follow me on Twitter to go find out for that play right now. NVIDIA did, Meta did pull back. So, you know, what does go up sometimes can, of course, come back down in. So Meta was a tricky one today. We did lose on that first take right there, but then hit it back to the upside and then did not get out at that very top as this market is pulling back down. I mean, this is not a straight line here today. It's going to be pretty choppy, I think, moving forward. So, you know, to expect chop, I think is going to be right. And let's just see if, again, everything is like ifs and buts here because this market, we still have so many earnings to come through that I just don't know where it wants to go from here. I think we wait, right? I mean, I think Netflix is a perfect example of that. Netflix comes out today, tries to respect some of those levels there, and then it just goes, no thank you, and really just gets hit right back down into the downside again for Netflix. So, you know, down to that 200 level twice, back up to 209. So, yeah, we do have the trade on here for Netflix, but we did lose early, obviously, and made money late. So I think patience, like we keep saying in this market, is going to continue to be pretty key moving forward. So just stick with that. Stick with that kind of rhetoric. Wait for your key levels to come through, and you should be able to get them, man. I mean, NEO was a great example. If we just waited for 21, we would have got. I mean, NEO's a good trade for us today. There's no doubt about that. But you know, short, averaged in, and then getting some out down there. But at the same time, could have been better, right? If we just wait and put on bigger shares at higher prices, you know, then our days are infinitely better, right? So I feel like we're learning every day here in this market. Be patient with your positions. Be patient with what you think is about to happen. And then when it does, strike it and then see where we go from there. But here's NVIDIA, man. It's a $7 winner. Like, hard to complain, $6. Hard to complain with that, but there's that 174.50 level. I still think we can take it out, but this market, I don't know, man. Up 0.42 is a pretty nice number there. It's been a great rally from the bottom for the NASDAQ. So that's why a little bit, you know, cautious on some of these moves back to the upside. There goes Meta back again to 178.20. I think we'll take another piece out if this gets to 178.40. Let's take a piece out on Meta, but what a good recovery from that open, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Continue to pay yourself. Continue to pay yourself, guys. If you want to knock those pins down and hit the strikes, I mean, you got to make sure your form is good. And you're taking the spares when they present themselves. And Fahad has no idea what I'm talking about because he doesn't know how to bowl, and that's why he's going to get wrecked by Lucas on Friday. That should be a heck of a lot of fun. I just got into Bob off 105. You got to be able to suck it up and understand you're going to make mistakes in this world. It was a mistake. This was one of the first stocks I looked at when I sat down. I just didn't put orders in across the board on a lot of these names. I just didn't get them in there for Alibaba. And then, of course, it gives you 107. 105, I said I'd scalp some out at 1-to-1. That's 104.50. Now we're going to work toward that 104 even and that low of the day on Baba. Softy hasn't given me any reloads yet, I don't want to pull too far away. I'm just going to give you the black chart there. It's still giving you the nice support off of this previous high. So you go back the last couple of days, these tops at about 260, 259.50 to 260. It's giving you that solid support. That's what I'm working off of for now. Haven't been able to scout much out here, unfortunately, but hey, the trend's still working and holding up for Microsoft. But you got to keep in mind, it is the lower end of the range after breaking out when the market is trying to take out those tops. I think we're going to need the market to take out the highs for some of these to start working a little bit more. Going back over to Win, just managing some of these trades. It's still holding off that high of the day. We got some out 60.90. Still trying to break the top on Win. And if we do, you're going back to this level, like 63, 62.5 to 63. I think we have cover to on Win. If we can get to that price, then that'd be a great win for us. But again, the market's struggling to get through these highs of the day, and that's going to be par for the course. That's why I was looking for something to get into short. Checked in on Alibaba. I'm going to check back in on Li Auto. which, by the way, on the daily chart, this is Liato's 36 level. It's broken a couple of times and managed to hold that price. We had the long there yesterday. You get below this, and it's like floodgates opening up. So I'm going to keep trying shorts whenever it breaks that floor, because the day that it holds below it, it could be dropping 10 to 15%. So that's the kind of upside you just want to be there when it's there. So I will probably short this every single time it tries to take out these lows for the next week or so, because it's just such a big level over there on Liato. But I'm not back into that one yet. A little more aggressive with Bob than I am with Lee.
We're going to go, again, we have one losing stock today. And well, actually, Amazon's there as a cup of coffee. We got to actually trade this one. 121, wow. That's really making a move to the upside. What we did notice here, too, was NEO broke through that 50 period. Should have recognized that. Now we're up to VWAP. Another reload coming on NEO. If we get to that $21 mark at some point, we will hit that as a reload. Therefore, NIO back to the upside again there. If it goes, it goes. But we definitely want to be part of it. The market is starting to blow up a little bit here, which is great. Nvidia's right back to that high of the day. We're going to hold on to that one. We did get our Meta out again, but now starting to go higher upside there on Meta, as that's going to work out for us on that trade. And then Netflix, man, wow, to have been patient on that. Hopefully you guys were. We just tweeted it out here to see if does anybody, and I'll respond and like it and everything like that. Hey traders, Sticky Note and Sticky Note Nation, what's up, man? We're celebrating this Nvidia long down there at 168 because that's exactly what we have written down there, right? So a nice little long back up to the upside. Let's see where it goes. Does anybody else have this on their account today for Nvidia as that continues to make new highs? Well, I mean, it's trying to anyways at 174.50. Maybe that's a good spot to get out, man. I mean, we're dancing around there a bunch of times. We'll do some more work on this, but I want to hold it for a little bit longer here. That's going to be NVDA. I don't know, did we call for Brendan there? It is, yeah, it looks like it. It's going to be small cap recap. I haven't traded any small caps today, so let's go over and see what Brendan has done.
Hey guys, yeah, brought to you by Forex Tester, a development company creating innovative backtesting software so you can test your strategy very, very quickly. Check them out. Use a QR code there, forextester.com. Nikolai mentioned just before the open here, an interesting move back to the top end of its range as well. 590 up to about 610. Significant levels for Nikola. Did give you an early fade, depending on where you got in. That was a pretty good opportunity. Back down to 665, 655. We're back to this 590 area, up 3.8%, even on a JP Morgan downgrade and price target cut today for Nikola. SNTI was another one that was up significantly pre-market. That would have been a great area. 240, 250. Rejected 2 there, gave you, scraps downside right now. Try to get back down to, this is 175 from yesterday on this SNTI, SDIG, obviously crypto related, huge long opportunity through the highs as well, guys. Back to you.
So I think I apologize for this, Brendan, but I think I misheard you because I swear I heard you say an upgrade for Nikola, which that just doesn't make any sense to me. You just got another leg out on Microsoft, 260.80 in front of that 261. We'll continue to favor buying dips in that channel that we're just showing you. I had this up on the black chart because I didn't want it freezing on me, but this is that channel of the break at 260. It's about 59.50 into that 60 level. I got in front of VWAP, and then we just waited for it to get in that channel to bounce. You're still trying to trend to the upside, but the market is now getting to the high of the day. At some point, I'm going to get stopped out in Intel. I mean, like, it has to happen, right? Like, I mean, it's ridiculous. All the longs are going. Like, this thing has to break my stop. But, hey, it hasn't done so yet, so I'll continue to sit in this short, and we'll see what happens with it. Win also making a bit of a power move. It's breaking back out. I had to stop out. We grabbed the 60 long, got some out at 60.50, and then it stopped me out. We then re-entered back into the trade. It holds the 60 level, and now we're breaking back out on win. So, when you take that, the whole notion, sometimes with a tighter stop and a little bit more aggressive outs, is if you want to get back into the trade as a day trader, just get back into it. It's a little bit of a different story if you don't have that ability. For me, I like to adhere to it and then jump back into the trade. I have the same flexibility with NVIDIA. There's no dip right now. Like the dip, you got the dip here back into 170, which got you back into the long, up to 175, but there hasn't really been one back into the breakout price at 72. So there is a chance it could just go from here with a 75 break. The market's taking out the highs. You can also participate in that breakout. That's the other way to be able to play it. Google is now rocking and rolling, so I don't even know which ones to hit here. We'll go with Brendan, why not? Google rocking, rolling back up toward its high. It has not got through the high of the day either, just like Microsoft, so it's trying to get through that 114.5. Lots of names running into resistance right now. And then you go back to Tesla, which I thought would be a little bit stronger than it is. It's trying to get back above. It's reestablished that 740 level here just now after making a dump into 730. I thought 720 would be the level. Looks like 730 is where it eventually went to. What the heck was that?
He had an alert going, which is fine. Yeah, so we're going to go here again, hit the siren alert because your boy, one more time today, $9 winner for Netflix. Still not a good stock for us, but hey, we made a hell of a lot of money back on that one. And then NVIDIA, man, the name that just keeps on going here, NVIDIA with a smooth $7 winner on NVIDIA to the upside there as Mr. Manscaped is in the building. I see him covering up his shirt right now. Brad, we are sponsored by Manscaped. So
why are you covering it up?
That's all. I don't know.
I wear my shirt.
He could show it. But
Sometimes.
his show's getting ready. A half hour till Trader Brad. There it is, man. That NVIDIA long. I mean, I'm just resting on this right now. It's just going to continue to work. I mean, we got out of some Neo there as it looked like it wanted to take down VWAP, and maybe it did, maybe it didn't. But out another piece there of NIO as we get ready to rock here on the day, man. Netflix now $9 in the money, making it all the way back to that upside right now. We're going to hold it. It's too bad. It's too bad we didn't reload that position. But yeah, so far so good here on Netflix over the last hour. Anyways, not great beginnings there. And then Amazon, just looking at this one, wow, that is off to the races. So the last time I even listen to Bank of America or any of these guys downgrading these names. We liked it yesterday, Amazon to the long side there when it broke. And today, the move continues back up to the upside for AMZN. So this is a big time winner here today. If anybody went long, much more aggressive than the market. It continues to march. What a great day to trade today, man. Look at Meta $2 in the money. Netflix, Prad, $9 in the money. NVIDIA, Prad, $7 in the money. Neo, Prad, 50 cents in the money. So yeah, so far is a good day here as we just run over those trades, man. There goes NVIDIA one more time, taking out that 175 and looking to go higher, man. No targets for this one. Let's just let it roll, Mr. Roberts.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always pretty much going to have some targets. I had a target on Amazon, which is, it's going to stink. At 10 o'clock, I wanted to come back to this and say if you're holding 118, find the long, and then it's 119.30. So I missed out on that one. That's going to happen. You have in a price area that you like more than others, and you can miss on trade. That is the opportunity cost. There's no missing on some of these longs. As long as you're holding on to them, but you have to get out of your shorts when they stop out. I like the short in front of 40 on Intel. I was going to give it to that opening range top. It's going to wick me out. What'll be hilarious is if I make the top wick on Intel, the market reverses and this stock comes back in the money, but I'm going to adhere to my stop. This market is booming. I'll hold on to all my longs. If we break 105 on BOBA, that'll be the last short I have, at least for the time being. But I just took another leg out on Google in front of 114. We're long at 112.77. Microsoft just got back toward the high of the day, so that's working. And then Win, of course, running as well. And Brendan's got another runner for us. There's so many out there in this strong market, Brendo.
Yeah, we were talking about this one last week, guys, on an RBC downgrade and price target cut. But here comes Asana back to life. ASAN up 12%. Just took out the highs there on a volume spike.
I mean, a lot of names starting to run, man. The NASDAQ now up another % to go with 3 yesterday. I mean, what a monster comeback it's been for the NASDAQ. We tried to call the bottom last week, but I don't know. I mean, I still hear people talking about 3,400, 3,300, things like that on the S&P. So I don't know what everybody thinks, but there it is, man. Another one move upside for NVIDIA. It's nice to see Win moving as well, like Neil was mentioning there. Right now, multiple, you add up all the money that we're in right now, it's been a very, very nice day for us. Shopify, yeah, CCL, another name.
I guarantee you, watch, I'm going to pull it up. It's going to be huge, probably.
Yeah, probably.
Another big move.
CCL,
CCL.
It's too bad because I almost had that one on the watch list as well.
Ah, well.
There goes Shopify. A nice move to the upside on this name as well as that started to take out some levels here. Up 7% today for Shop. Off some news yesterday with Google. There it is taking out this high right there, I guess. Yeah, 36.50 right now for that name. So a nice little move upside for Shopify as that's taking out that high back from July 7th or so of $37. So we'll watch out for that coming through right now. But Shopify up that 7%. And by the way, honestly, man, this NVIDIA, I'm just going to stay long and strong on this name. Now $7 in the money on NVDA. Let's just, I mean, and the good thing about this name too, guys, is that we're actually still holding a third of it. So a nice move to the upside. We try to get better on holding, and it looks like we have exactly done that here today as this continues to rocket up to the upside. Brad, we're long 168 on NVIDIA there. So there it is. Nice little move back up to the upside. Yeah, I'd love for it to come back down so Bradley can get long, but I'll hold off on that, man. I want this still going back up to the upside. I love this segment, social sentiment, because we get to see maybe what you guys are talking about a little more out there besides our chat. So let's go over to Brendan and see what names are on that list, baby.
Yeah, and it's a good indication overall of market strength or underlying market strength. As you can see, a very green board right across the entire landscape here. A lot of people talking positively about a lot of stocks, which is a very, very big change over what has been on this board the past couple of weeks. So just to explain the colors on here, the darker the green versus the lighter green just represents the positive comments or the amount of positive comments that are coming through. So yes, Netflix positive here, but look at all the others here with very, very dark green coming through. So GameStop on here. AMC is a permanent fixture on this board, never leaves. Zila on here again today as well. The SPY obviously very, very green, but making its first appearance in this segment, guys, SoFi, also very, very positive so far. I noticed a couple of EV makers over here. Fisker, there was a note on Tesla on that solar panel problem they're having, but FSR back to the upside. AMD's here. Apple basically flat on the day, but just a visual representation once again of what you guys are talking about on social media. Back to you.
Holy
yeah, SoFi. I mean, yeah, SoFi. I was a day early on SoFi. Unfortunately, I tried the long yesterday. I should have come back to it, obviously today, but I'm not going to complain. Softy just got to 262, so that's continuing to churn. Softy, this was a big level on Softy at 262. Remember that big flush to the downside? The day before that, it had a $5 move off 62s, eventually gave that one up, and then tanked $7 from there. We get back through there, and you got 65 to 66. You're talking like still $3 or $4 worth of upside here if we can hold these highs. Winds slow down a little bit for me. Through that high of the day. I'll show you. Like, it's still trying to maintain that breakout through 60 on the higher time frame, but it's now finding more resistance at 61. So I took another leg out just to make sure I paid myself. And part of the issue for that is you're getting a bit of a lag here in the ES, right? Like the NASDAQ is booming up 1.1%, but the ES kind of slowing things down a little bit. So if it can't get through that top, when it gets to this 36, if it gets to this 39.60 to 70 area, if there is a pullback, anything relatively weak, I think you might want to be paying yourself on. The tech names that are strong, fair enough, hold on through. But Win might be in that category where I have to start paying myself a little bit more. Google, fine. Microsoft, fine. BABA, I mean, the only short that's left, because Intel did stop me out. So obviously, look, I'm going to be short Intel off the open and just sitting there holding on to it. Eventually, with a market like this, what's going to stop me out? Even if it is still relatively weak, it's not going to work out. BABA is still holding negative on the day, below 105. So this short's still pretty valid. If the market pulls back from here, I know BABA is going to, well, for now, BABA is going to head to the downside. You should never speak in certainty. So I was about to say, I know BABA is going to go down. No, I don't know that. But I'm betting that it will because it's relatively weak.
All right. I'm just sitting here honestly and just stone cold chilling right now. So we'll just go WTF because the way this market is trading right now, we got some good ideas on the board now, including an $8 winner now for NVIDIA as that just keeps on going to the upside. Like, I don't have any plans of getting this out. Like I said, I mean, when you're in the great positions, sometimes it's just worth holding them. But if you were looking at something here, this is a 20-minute chart, so there's going to be nothing there. If you're going to look at a daily chart for NVIDIA, then we're already above, and maybe you're looking at this 180 level there for an area to get out, but you're only at 176, so like 180 is still a hell of a ways away on NVIDIA. But I guarantee you this. I mean, it should be the trade of the day. We'll see if it is or not. But one in all the way to the upside as NVIDIA. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's why yesterday we were long. That's why the day before we were long. That's why every day we've been long chip stocks, man. I'm not shorting strength. That's the one thing I'm not doing. I'm not shorting strength. We tried it. We tried it in Amazon, right? It didn't work. Look what Amazon's doing now. 122, up 3 and a bit percentage points. Thanks, Bank of America, for that one. one there on that cut. That's not working out for them right now. Amazon motoring to the upside now. Look at Meta, man. I mean, Meta, believe in it. Why? I mean, it dumped through 177. We were like, that's nice. We take that long again, up to 180 and stops. That's probably a good take for us on Meta, man. 180 for Meta. Wow, a good mover. 168 yesterday, 180 today for Meta. So, wow, what a good move upside for that one. I think we should probably just take that. That's a big one off of that move. So Meta, if we can get a 180 print again, like let's just try 179.50 or so on Meta. Let's put that order out and see if it works. The only short we have on is obviously printing as well.
ES is going to go.
Yeah, that's going to be the S is going to go now. Yeah, Neo right now, a big move up one more time, up to 21. Faded out, now coming back in. So I will continue to hold this short, Neo here, as $20.30. Yeah, Apple's gone, Pratt.
If you're short, right now it's got to be a Chinese name. Right, like what's working the shorts are Neo, Li Auto, and Alibaba. I can't find anything else that's still relatively weak. It's got to be those names. But I was just sort of saying under my breath there, not under my breath, but as Sean was going, the ES is now breaking out. Apple took out 153 and is now carrying us to the upside. Tesla has recovered as well, is bouncing back above 740. It still has to get through 750, but now you're getting that secondary uplift. So, I took some shares that went out. That was the last thing I had done. I'm not going to regret the decision, but we're going to hold on to the rest of our longs here. I don't know if I'm going to reload on Alibaba, the short side of the trade. Not with as strong as we're looking. Like if Tesla joins this party through 750, you can pretty much forget about it. Like this market has room to go, and it's trying to do it. I see so many things which are at these breakout points. I'm going to keep going to the 15-minute instead of the 3-minute. To give you the perspective of the secondary move that we're seeing in a lot of these names. Like you're breaking here Microsoft. For Apple's purposes, like you're finally breaking a huge 152 shelf. That's the kind of thing that can really get us booming and going here. We already showed you Tesla 750. I'll own this one because it'll suck on Li Auto. I never got in on that short at that 37.40. I like two areas for the short side of the trade. The first stopped out. The idea of taking the stop, not averaging in, is to get back in. I never got back in. That is a wick off top if I've ever seen one, and it gave you this entry probably at about 36.90 or 37 off that high, and it's back to the low of the day. Li Auto, Baba, Neo, maybe some other Chinese names. They are pretty weak here today. Everything else booming to the upside, Brennan.
A choppy day for energy, choppy day for crude oil. There was a spike there, guys, on the inventory numbers just out. It was 442,000 drawdown versus a 2 million barrel build. So back to the upside, but yeah, back and forth for crude today.
You got to save it to the cloud. Okay, there. Yeah, just telling Neil, you got to save your layouts.
It was from the cloud, but I think it might have been the wrong one.
If you load the wrong layout, that's what's going to happen there. But Neil finally upgraded the software, and then he was like, the charts really hadn't changed. So, right there, look at that. There's the Meta out right now. So we'll go bing bong because Meta will take that out right there for how much was it? $2.40 right there on that Meta out. So I like it. Let's see where we can go from now on Meta. But I think that was a decent out there for me. I hope it was anyways, as you're just bouncing around. We do have $9 now in the money on AMD or on NVIDIA, and that's just still going, man. XOM, we can look at that. I see some people talking about it's their baby. Let's go over and see what XOM is doing right now. As oil right now, I'm on the U contract up to $99 again today, down 1.7%, but still 99. Off of it was just 98. And I guess we got oil inventories there 9 minutes ago. Nice little upside move there for oil. So watch out for that play, as that's going to continue to be on everybody's mind, oil. Netflix is pulling back. It's about to break that 50 period. So I think for me, Netflix, this ride may be over. Was not a fun one today early. We did get hit on it. We didn't make nearly the mess that we made on Microsoft that one day. That was a fun day. But we're learning from our mistakes. We have one red day this month, and it was that Netflix, that Microsoft day. We're going to see if we can turn today around a little bit. Hopefully we can. NVIDIA, $9 in the money's helping. But there's Netflix bouncing off this 207.50. 207.50, now that I look at that, that's going to be my out there on Netflix. 207.50, NFLX will take it out if it does break back down below that. But hey, we're long at $200 right now. So a nice little opportunity to cash out of Netflix, and I think we should do that if it does break back down below 207.50. They didn't like it early. Maybe they won't like it late, but there goes Netflix right now. That's my target out.
If you saw me very, very briefly long in Alibaba, I said I wasn't going to reload the short in front of 105 because things look strong, so I didn't. But my stop order was assuming that I would have more shares as I got it a couple of times. But if you don't want to trade, you just get out of it. There's no way I wanted that long break. As a matter of fact, it looks like you could be fail breaking that 105. That could give me a reason to jump into this trade. If the market starts to base out here, you've got a top wick or a wick off top at that 105, and then I could re-enter on a consolidation. I don't need to rush into that trade. We got 20 minutes until 11 o'clock. We hand you guys over. But this is a time that you don't want to be rushing. You want to play with the trend. So trend's still down on BABA. I will look for re-entry. I don't want to be too aggressive with it. But if this one looks like it's going to be decent. Li Auto, still, look, this has a chance to take out these lows, and it's going to feel crazy to have lost on the short and then not got back into it, but it has a chance to take out this bottom. And you look at the daily chart, that's a pretty large gap to the downside. And it's going to, sometimes it's tough pills to swallow to have this short lose, not get this short, cancel that, and then short through the bottom. But if the market reverses here, Li Auto has a huge floor underneath it. That's a break that, you grit the teeth and you just take it because the setup is a setup. And if you got a setup that has a positive expectancy for you, regardless of what happened before, you just got to go back over to that well. We always go to the well to get the dish on what is good. Sector watch, and they see the big board, and it's like, really? We're not more green than that? I don't know.
Yeah, it feels very strong, especially coming off of what happened yesterday. But hey, we're positive, 0.4 on the day for the S&P 500 here. There is a lot of red on this board. Mostly, again, once you get into earnings season, a lot of the bigger movers are going to be off of earnings reports. So that's the case. BKR down there in the energy group did report. Back to the downside we go. Energy inventories, as we said, just out, but not a big move in crude. Consumer staples, notably weak on the day. Some of the food producers back to the downside. CAG, TSN down 2%. Each utility stocks, far corner over there, the biggest drag on the overall market at this point as well. GNRC here in the industrials group also reported some of the healthcare names, notably Biogen reported 3% downside, but their forecast actually a little bit better than expected, trying to bounce right now for BIIB, but not a lot of volume in that group in general. Wanted to mention cruise lines, 3 days in a row here on the watch list today as well. Back to the upside, 5.7 there for RCL, about 5% for CCL, NCLH here. Some of the hotels back on watch as well. Again, on that Macau note, the casinos back to the upside today, about 3% across the board. As Macau set to reopen this Saturday. Here's the semiconductors, NVIDIA top, AMD there as well, 2%. 3% for NVIDIA. But yeah, CRM, the big one today, 4% in the software group, leading the way, in fact, for the tech sector. There are a few names downside. Remember IBM from yesterday, 0.9 to the downside today, guys. Back over to you.
Ooh, IBM, yeah. Not a great report for them yesterday, although it wasn't so bad. They were down that 5.5% or so at the end of the day. So that's one of those things. There's Netflix, man. We will end the trade with a good one there. So we'll hit the ding. We made back half of what we lost initially. So, happy with that performance. Obviously, picking up that bottom there and then being able to withhold some of that pain to the downside again down there at that 200 level. We should have just been more patient with it. We weren't. We'll learn our lesson here every day. We learn something about trading, right? I mean, we learn from each other. Like, I've noticed you have that 50 period up now, right? I mean, and it's like...
Well, I've had it up for like a year.
Okay, but still, and I'm glad that's what I'm saying. Like, even though we have this, we're learning off of each other, right? So it's like, that's what it's all about, is trying to learn from each other how we can trade. And that's the same thing for you guys, right? Now that we have these levels up there, we're learning. And I mean, I'm taking, the reason why I brought that up is that there's the 50 period break on Netflix, right? So again, learn from each other, do the back testing, man, have faith in what you're trading, and then just use your own tools. It's like, we can give you these trades. Like the NVIDIA trade, sure. I mean, that's $10 in the money. That 168, we nailed that right on the head there. That's an easy one, right? But like, to justify my ins, my outs, and things like that, that's why I introduced that 50 period to you guys, right? And you could see, starting to use it, and I know a lot of you guys are asking me that on Twitter as well. What is that line? Because, I do trade off of it. So as I'm saying, I'm glad that a lot of you guys are doing that. We're changing our trading styles up here as well. And that's what you need to do, especially into a market like this one, guys.
Yeah, and the other thing we're learning from too is from you guys, which is, you know, I say this a lot, but it means a lot, right? Like you'll miss out on opportunities, and sometimes you like a setup, and you're not going to be able to catch everything. You can have, I got alerts set up, I got quote boards checking these names, and someone just mentioned watch out for Pinduo Duo bottom. If I like Li Auto at that floor that it's got, well, look at PDD here and notice the theme, right? Like down 3.5%, potentially breaking a huge bottom on the market upside. It's another Chinese name. So if you look at this 52.5, yeah, I don't know if it's as big a level when you go to the daily chart. It's something like, whoops, I'm still on UNH there. I don't know why that didn't flip over, but I'll go to Pinduoduo there. Yeah, I don't know if it's quite as big on the daily. Now it's the same problem as it was for that Li Auto, because Li Auto was so incredibly strong. I was saying this to Brandon this morning. How many stocks that you consider a growth stock or in a growth sector that got this close to their 2020, like to its all-time high? Like Li Auto got within like 20% of its top on its rally. Like that's insane. So when it comes back in, that's the reason I think Li Auto's floor just looks a little bit juicier to me. It doesn't mean Pinduoduo through that bottom isn't going to be a good trade. I think it probably will be. I just think, you know, Li Auto, that came so far, it doubled up and then some off of these recent lows. And that's why we like that level. Pinduoduo, good call out, good level, good look. I'm back into Alibaba. I said you could have a bit of a wick off top there.
Netflix, oh.
It put in that wick off top, so I just jumped back into the trade-off of VWAP. I'll give it back in toward that high. But I don't want that thing where, okay, that previous 104.85 that was holding where we got that short, that turns into too much support. If that turns into support and we don't test and break this 104.70, then there's no averaging into this. If it breaks 105, like this is about 105.15 or so. We break that level. I'm just out and then waiting for 107. It'll be too much strength to be had. Google's still working for me, although it's starting to slow down a little bit. Microsoft pulled back off the top there just now. This is what I'm every single time. Just pull back off that top. I'm still sitting on the bid. I'm going to go ahead and cancel my bid. I'm not going to get any reloads. But if we take out that top, I'm looking 64, 65. If we reject 262 again, I don't want to be getting out of this. I've already taken some out in that 261 range. So Softy, we're going to hold strong. Win still looking pretty good as well. As far as reloads go, I'm not really seeing too many things that are close to them, although I was asked about that SDIG. This could still, oops, it's still Microsoft, even though I hit enter. This looks like it's just a VWAP play. Like I got out of this, I trailed out of it when it put in this capitulation candle off that double top, and I never jumped back in off, and it's off this 290 and now looking like VWAPs, maybe even the $3. So I think it's a hold above 290 and continually pushing toward those highs, or otherwise just buying dips off VWAP for SDIG. But your stop is probably 85 or 90 on an SDIG.
Yeah, look, guys, no matter how much work I do for that 50-period average there, unfortunately, Netflix broke it and now is up another $2. So that's what I mean. Like, nothing is set in stone here on what's going to work every time. So there's the Netflix out right there, unfortunately, for us. But whatever, it's literally $1.50 away from where it was. So we're all good on that one. NIO. Whatever, I'm going to hit on that. And then there it goes, man. 178 now for NVIDIA here. So, wow, there it goes, man. Off the sticky note. Please, guys, follow. We have 34,000 or so followers right now. There's the NVIDIA trade given to you off the sticky note today. We also had Amazon short, which was not working at all. And then the Neo short, which does work. But NVIDIA, 168 to the long side. Now, $10 in the money for that trade, and still working to the upside goes NVIDIA right now. So no real targets. I already gave you 180, so I think that like if we can get a $12 winner on this, it wouldn't be the first time I've done this on NVIDIA. I think I had about a $30 winner the one time pre-split, so it's pretty equal with that right now. And it's not even like this is, you know, I mean, it's a monster trade. It's great, but you know, like this is the level that I wanted. I'm told you that I'm doing better, man. I'm doing better holding these things, right? It's not like, you know, when you get momentum, you can go to the upside, all is well. I was messaging Prad there because he went to get his haircut yesterday. Looks pretty sharp. Nice job there. And our barber that I introduced him to as well says what's up to everybody. So shout out from Halim, Ralph's Barbershop there on Bay. Go give that guy some love. The best barber in Toronto, Halim, coming through. But look at this meta, man. Oh, mamma mia, Meta. This should be a $3 winner as well. But again, 20, 40, 60, 81. We got it out at 179.50 there for Meta on the upside, taking a paltry 250. But nice little move to the upside as, yeah, today, man, wow, what a disaster start. But that's why you stick with it. Know who you are, right? Like when you're going to run the kind of percentages and be as hot as we've been, you know, you stick with it, man. You stick with your ideas and you just battle the hell back. And that's now $11 now in the money on this name again. So yeah, the wheelbarrow is starting to get a little overloaded here as NVIDIA, 10.50 now in the money for that trade. Let's go NVIDIA. Not a bad one there, eh, Neil?
Oh, I love NVIDIA. I've been in and out of it multiple times. I think it's just a different style. Like I try to take all of my exits, all of my entries when we have these targets. I didn't like the breakout at 175. In retrospect, that made a lot of sense. The dip buy worked at 171, 170 and a half. The one level that's still, I just got stopped out of BABA, so I'm only in longs again because the market's breaking up. And this is what usually happens when you have a good trending market like the last couple of days. At some point, you'll find yourself only in one direction, which is what a day trader wants, right? And that one direction is to the long. One stock that is still resisting its high, and it's that 750 level on Tesla. And I was unwilling to short the 750 at the open. I'm kind of unwilling to do it right now, but if you're in the long, in Tesla in particular, there's just a lot of selling at this particular price. It's showing a ton of resistance here in Tesla. I'm favoring the long, so jumping into that short feels like jumping in front of a moving freight train. Brennan has our last segment before we head to the midday show. And yeah, it is Money Talks. What's going on in the world of crypto? And of course, that US dollar.
Yeah, all about Bitcoin today, guys. Back above officially 24,000 on the daily chart. So a nice 3-day move back higher here, finally clearing some of these levels that we've been dealing with over the past month or so. Again, a daily chart pretty ugly overall for Bitcoin, but heading in the right direction. There it is, 3.5% right now, back above, as I said, 24,000, 1,600 getting cleared as well for Ethereum back to the upside. But everything else kind of quiet today. A bit of a bounce for the US dollar, 0.14 back to the upside after 3 days in a row to the downside for the DXY. So little change to overall. Again, we got inflation data out of Canada this morning. That was better than expected. Pretty flat here for the CAD, 77.6 euro to come tonight. And then we'll get the ECB decision coming up as well this week. So should be an active week, but all quiet ahead of that for currencies. But yeah, 24,100 now for Bitcoin, guys. Back to you.
Yes, above that 24,000 mark, still marching to that upside. I mean, the NASDAQ's about to hit 12.5. The ES has finally taken out that top. Remember, we said the ES is going to take the top. That was because Apple made a breakout. So once Apple made the breakout and Tesla made that recovery, that's what dragged the S&P 500 finally through its highs to join the NASDAQ on breakout territory. Again, I'm gonna trade. I have a target here on Softy, which. And we've now broken clean of this 262, that previous support area. So we're now into this channel, 62 up to 66. I think we get halfway up there. If I see 66 on Microsoft, I am going to be looking for the short up there on Softy. It was a pretty good resistance, and I think at that point you will have come pretty far and will want to take some out there. Win as well. This has maintained its break. It just now is clear through that 61 level. On the daily chart, it's got this one wick up here to 63. That's where I'm looking for on Win to get the last of the shares out. Google's a little bit different. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to be able to. Problem with Google is you can only use that 3-minute chart because it's the last couple of days, right? So I'll have to do it like this and only show you the last couple of, I can't even do that. On Google, we just like the dip into this 112.5 area. And this was what was holding and where we got that long yesterday. It dipped in and held that opening range bottom. I scalped some out, but Google has yet to break the high of the day. So it's a bit of a different story. That jailbreak has not happened for us on Google, or Alphabet, I should say. So I have to be wary of that. If we just get to that high, that 114.5, and reject, I'm just getting out. And then, if we end up breaking out a little bit later on, fair enough. But it's flat on the day and not taking out the highs, where all the indexes just broke highs. And everything else I'm looking at is breaking highs except for Tesla. So unfortunately, it's not nearly as strong as some of the others, which means I will take it out if we start rejecting this high.
So I just went short on Google right now. Yeah, I think the same kind of thing there. I just don't believe in this name right now. We were short yesterday, remember? And we made a lot of money on, well, it's not going to show you here. We made a lot of money on this 113 short before it broke and went long. So we're able to do that again here. If that does not work out, we can go long on Google, but I'm going to go short now. Obviously, the weakest tech name here today, but that doesn't mean that can change. I mean, this could rip up. So we are waiting out for that high of the day, 114.20. If it breaks that, then we can get out. I mean, we're not in a lot of shares. We will average into it, though, if it does come back up to that upside. And then 177.50, we're going to get out on this one. So this is going to be a good trade for us here. 177.50, we'll get out for $9 clean, pretty much, or more than $9. $9.50 clean on this trade. As NVIDIA, our target's 180 anyways, so I feel like we're doing a very, very good job on this one here today. And remember yesterday in the afternoon, it was like, oh my God, I can't believe this guy's only taking 20 cents. He's only taking 30 cents. He's winning on all of his trades, right? But the thing is that like this is when you take big winners, right? In the middle of, at the beginning of the day, when we start our show, when there's actually movement, right? I mean, that's how you get those meta longs. Wow, now, I mean, wow, breaking up to the upside. So if we kind of stick with our rules as we go, then we know we can be successful because they've just worked for so long that, you know, the market does change, but we're not trying to be like too, I guess, biased one way or the other. We're just trading what we see. And just like that, look at this Google trade, like, you know, instantly just goes in the money using the same logic that we've always used, right? And that is just like play against, there it is, like that. Bang, right there. Like that's what we're talking about now. Take that money when that money's there. We saw Google. We just take that 20 cents. Let's see if it falls even further. But this is how we trade. We do have earnings coming up tonight, obviously. So right there, I got Nucor in the portfolio. Be interested to see where that one trades tomorrow. But also some other big names on deck, Brendo.
Yeah, more fun to come tonight, more fun to come tomorrow. As far as earnings, we're back into the airlines, UAL, AAL on this board, in addition to the big one.
Which one is that? No, I'm being facetious. Tesla, look, Tesla's what everyone's going to be interested in here. It's been a strong day. This still hasn't really, you know, participated and broken through that top, but it's getting really close to that 750. You saw how strong Netflix was into its print. What I'm interested to see, of course, is what are they looking at for those China numbers? And usually they put up a pretty impressive beat. So you could still see that and run into that resistance. I would just like to have this above that 750 for me to get really excited about it for that trade here in the afternoon. We've ignored the airlines. I just want to quickly show you. I mean, AAL, like bottom to top, like this actually put in a pretty wild move there at the open, but it's still almost in the pocket. So pretty quiet, I want to say. Like if you look at what's going on in the casino names and the cruise lines, I would say a much more exciting trade. And maybe they're waiting around for both the UAL, I think it's United and AAL on that board. But this is breaking back out. This is now getting the 50 period on American Airlines back to that support at 15 even. That is a huge ramp job if the numbers can be good for these guys and oil can continue to come to the downside. That could be a heck of a breakout style trade above this 15 for AAL. I'll sit it out for the day trade, but tomorrow if we're above that 15 and we can use that for support, man, that's going to be juicy. So much to look at. Stick to what's working for you. Stick with the trend. We're finally actually back in a bit of a trending market, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, we are now NVIDIA there. There we go. We just got out of that as it tips down for a what is it? I'm going to tweet it out anyways. $9.34 win there on NVIDIA. The price that we got, wasn't it? Well, it was a good one, actually, 177.46 on that. So that's going to be a good play. But getting out of all of the longs that we had at the bottom, has not been great, man. I mean, Meta, we should have held on to that. Wow, Meta. Love that stock, man. I love this position that I'm in on Meta on the long term. NVIDIA as well. What a great move that was today to end the day. And then the only short we have on right now is a big one. And we're up on this name today, of course. NIO on the short here to the downside. I still think there's a lot more short to come here on NIO. Probably going to reload this one. I mean, I'm waiting to see if it can come back up to that upside here on NIO. So That's going to be a good short. And then, of course, there goes Google right back up one more time. So we're going to give this one, there it is. I mean, it's breaking. The market's breaking higher. So Google, we will put an L on the board here for Google if it does take down that 114.50, which is coming up right now. I mean, we're not going to, like I said, this was relatively weak. We did take some profits quickly, and then it just started to blow up to the upside. So there goes Google now, still trying to join the party, man. It was not part of the party, but now it looks like it wants to be part of it. So Google will, you know, I mean, if it comes back down and we can get something out here near 114, we will take a piece out because it has broke that high. But if this market cracks lower, man, there's some decent size there. If this market cracks lower, I think Google is the name that we want short. And let's just see if it's the one that pays us. But wow, what a violent morning for me, man. We had that roller coaster ride that was, and we got to fix this. Like, I don't know when we're going to do any of this, but a nice, well, we're going to have a meeting today, so I'm going to bring that up. But fix some of those graphics up there, but Ms. V's still on the back. That was nice to see. But Google, if it's going to continue downside today, I think this is the name you want to be short. So let's stay short Google. We'll take a piece out as it comes back down. We're out of the money 10 cents, and I'm talking like this, but let's see where it goes now. Google to the short side. What a good show. We're back at 2 p.m.
Absolutely, and the guys are in already on the board. You can see Trader Fred and Luca there. I'm chuckling because it is like one of the hottest days. Maybe it is the hottest day we've seen all year. And Luca's still got that vest on. He's keeping it real. There is no chance that makes any sense to me. But yeah, take it over, guys. Luca, how are you in that vest today, bro?
maybe if Neil and Sean sat here in this spot exactly where the air vents are blowing right over on top of our head tops, maybe you would understand how cold it is over here. It feels like Antarctica compared to outside India. But it's time for Midday Movers, ladies and gentlemen. We're here to have some fun with you guys. You know it. Oh, baby, look at that. My position right now turning into money for me after, making me struggle a little bit. My only positions that made me struggle today, Bobo's shorts. But right now, as Bobo pushing to the downside with the help of the market, let me show you some winning trades so I could feel good about myself first instead of a bad trade first. Right, a winning trade over here, Apple, man. That 152 break, as Luca always says, we didn't come this far to only come this far. So using that mentality, using that setup, using that idea overall, I went long just slightly below 152 on the hope that we break 152 as a scalp level. That's all I was looking for, a quick little scalp, a risk to reward play overall. Next thing you know, the market just takes off to the north side. We clear 152, we clear 153, so I'm able to take profits for $1 per share. And then around 153, I flipped into a short, quickly scalped the short. Then I took another short over here above 153 near high a day, which got stopped out. And then I left Apple alone to the short side because clearly, why would you be doing that? And here's another trade that I just recently got out of, which is a very stupid exit, honestly. It's a 750 Tesla short. Even Neil was talking about it, and Luca comes in and Luca's like, "Why are you covering it? Why are you covering it?" I'm like, "I don't know. I don't believe in these shorts anymore. The market's nasty today to the upside. I'm just gonna take my $1 per share scalp on Tesla." But what a horrible trade, because this clearly might just drop another 10 points in the money. So for whoever did take Neil's idea on the 750 short, man, you're $5-6 in the. Sir? I said I wasn't. Yeah, but you mentioned it, so I took it, but I just traded it so poorly because now as the market's coming down, look at Tesla pushing to VWAP. That's almost a $6 per share trade.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's kind of funny, guys. Netflix right off the open just absolutely decimated down. Completely flushed lower. And we're actually having this discussion this morning. It's like they miss subscribers. It's like like negative news. Like the stock moves up. And it's like kind of like the saying like aim low and avoid disappointment. So they're like, we'll set the standard, and then kind of go from there. But yeah, absolutely crushed right off the morning. I think that 210 level, sort of acting as a resistance level. So if we get back up there, maybe take a short on that one. And yeah, guys, Amazon just extra strong this morning. This thing just not looking back, held trend for like the majority of the kind of second leg up, and now had that 23 like top area-ish. That 750 short though, it's kind of funny. Neil's like, yeah, I didn't take it, but I'm like, I feel like that level's solid. And I think Ian called it too, off the 750, like right off the morning. he's like, we're having a discussion, and again, great to be like a part of a floor, kind of bounce ideas off each other. I'm like, yeah, Ian, we're going to 750, and then we're going to the moon. That's what I think. And he goes, no, man, like they rejected so many times, we're probably gonna go lower. I was like, okay, we'll see what happens. So I had a long going into the 750 level, and then kind of like watched how it was reacting there, and then it just failed. So I just like, hey, like let me get out of this. But yeah, definitely the short side on this was good the first time around. Kind of 20-point winner on that one. So, maybe cover that short prematurely, Prad. Especially if we get a VWAP break. This could go back down to like low days.
Yeah,
it just
I'm crying
feels like
already. You don't have to
it just
make me
feels
cry
like
more,
it feels
man.
like I mean, when the market's this strong and then Tesla can like obviously we got earnings after the bell, but like the market's this strong and Tesla just kind of sideways. Even like the funny thing that I found about Apple, this thing was just going sideways, like super delayed, and then out of nowhere, someone's like, okay, click the buy program on, and let's see this thing move. And this thing just had like a 2-point move, right? Extra strong, broke that 152 level that everybody was eyeing. And, maybe now we're on track to get to like 155. I think the 200 period moving average is like 158. So like if we get there, that'll definitely be interesting. And APLD, I see people in the chat saying APLD. Let's take a look here. This was on my radar this morning. I didn't have a trade on it, but I was just kind of watching it. It feels like it's grinding around, but like I guess if it's holding trend, if you're long on this one, then hold on to the long, see what happens. 55 million shares could get interesting, could go for did it break $3? Maybe a potential get a potential $3 test on this one. But yeah, I'm currently not in any positions, but I'm just kind of eyeing. Maybe we get a second leg. I mean, like Amazon's super strong. Maybe we get back down. Like it held VWAP the first time. I'm thinking if we can somehow get back there, which I mean, I'll be surprised if we do. Maybe there's some trade to be had there. So going to be extra patient and see what happens here.
I'm just talking to a viewer here right now on Twitter DMs because yesterday they sent me a picture of Trader TV Sean trying to ask them for 20 grand for a course and whatnot. And they thought, Sean got hacked, and actually Sean did not get hacked. Here's the message real quick. So they sent me a little video of exactly how these scammers go around. The first thing that stands out to me that this is a fake account, only 1,000 followers. Sean's got like 40K, baby. So right away, that's a fake account just by looking at it. But guys, even though the username says Trader TV Sean, actually look at the @ symbol because it says Trader TV Sean with the C. So not even Sean, it says Chan. Trader TV Chan, that's the username that you're talking to. Please pay very careful attention to the username. A lot of fake accounts with Neil, Sean, Brendan, even with myself now. I have my own fake account for my first fake account. Actually makes me happy that I'm worthy enough to be faked now. Before other people got faked account before me, and I was like, oh, I don't have any fake accounts for myself. But anyways, don't get scammed by these fake Trader TV Seans and Trader TV Neils. There's never a reason for Sean, Neil, or myself to contact you first. But if you do contact us, however, we might reply to you because we like to talk to our viewers who helped make us on YouTube over here. But there's never a reason for us to contact you, never a reason for us to even message you and ask you for 20 to 50K for an initial investment that can eventually turn into millions of dollars. So all of those are just scams, fakes. Don't buy into that, please.
If somebody messages you, I'm pretty sure everybody's on the same page here, but you get a message of anybody randomly saying, how are you doing? How is your trading going? Nobody's going to be asking you that out of the blue, right? Nobody's going to be asking you that. So yeah, guys, just be very careful. And I don't have Twitter for anybody who's asking. I do not have Twitter. Just never had it before. I don't think I'll ever get it, but I don't know. We'll see how it goes there.
I want to mention something about my BABA trade. So this is also coming off of the same words that Neil mentioned. So Neil was talking about the 104.8, 104.7 bottom that needs to be cleared out. It did break that 104.7 to 104.6s, 65s maybe, but those bottoms are again coming in for BABA. Notice the higher lows and higher highs on this trend. This is why I've taken out 50% of my short around these areas, and I'm holding another 50% for a possible flush down, but I'm not going to hold it all the way back to my average. Most likely, if we come back above 105 or even close to 105, I'm going to take my exit, run away from this trade, take my profits and capitalize on that. But keep in mind, as the S&P 500 is still trying to push down, yeah, we went up to 39.75, and notice what I said yesterday. I'm expecting 39.50 to come into play. Where are we today? day. We're above 39.50, and what's the bottom? 39.25/39.15 areas, which was the highs from yesterday. So those are the type of level playing and level callouts that I like to see on the S&P 500. Now the only next stop on this train that I see is 4,000 on the S&P 500. Obviously, the market today is a little tamed compared to yesterday. I guess market's waiting for all the environment, all the catalysts for the earnings coming up, especially with Tesla at the end of the day.
Oh yeah, Tesla's definitely going to be exciting. And speaking of earnings, it's interesting to see how Netflix had that run. Like, guys, I have it here on the 10 minutes. So came out with the news with their report. You had the very sharp move up, right? Very sharp move up. But we didn't really have any follow through above 220, right? That 220 level. And then we kind of, I came in this morning, I saw 215, and we were just slowly grinding lower. And, it sort of gave that feeling like, look, this thing couldn't get above 220. Expected move on Netflix is normally I want to say 10-15%. Now we're at 215. It's going towards 210. So you had that initial flush, and then whatever, you have the 200 kind of bounce area, lots of covering. But I would not be surprised to see this name, below 200 again and just kind of back in this range, right? Not in a new range, chopping around. Can't get above 210 right now. So yeah, if we get back there, I think I'm gonna see if we start a short position. I mean, it's sort of double top there, right? So if we kind of at this point, it feels like it's really going to go lower. So, if you are short on, I wish I was short and kind of holding this one, but I missed it, is what it is. And somebody asking from today, Luca, how is your day going? So my morning was going absolutely great, and then unfortunately gave back the whole day. It's the type of trader that I am. If I get going and I have a good day, I really like to roll profits into the next trade and try to trade bigger, especially if the opportunity is there. I'll share some fills here. So on Amazon, obviously the long was good, and I think right off the morning, a product of kind of sloppy. I punched into more size than I wanted on this trade, and then it instantly flushed against me, and I was like, well, there's the dip buy that I now can't get because I put on too much size initially, but was patient. It kind of felt strong just watching the tape, and then we had the rally back up, so I took some off in front of 120. Then kind of bounced around, tried a little bit of small size here. Then we had the VWAP bounce. And this was actually unfortunate because I got long and then I got super long for the next leg up. And it just felt like we stalled over here right when we broke 120. And so I offered out some size and it just was stalling. It was not filling. I was getting part filled on it. I was like, okay, I don't think I'm good here because it should have just went. This was kind of my expectation. So I got out of that. And then I really hit it really hard. It kind of looks sloppy on the chart when I show this, but this was actually super clean, had this kind of long here for really good size going into the 121 level, and then kind of got out of this. And it's kind of funny because I was offering out 120, 99, 98, just thinking okay, we'll probably test 121 here. And we got to 120.96 and then flushed. So I missed out on 20 cents over there. Whatever, 20 cents is what it is, but it's kind of upsetting because I'm man, 4 cents away, 2 cents away from my order. Come on. And then, then I really went for a long here, really, really big size. I had a couple. See, I'm surprised Google didn't move the way that Amazon was moving. I just figured okay, Amazon's moving, Apple started to move. I think Google's going to start to move. And I was bidding and not getting filled. So I was okay. So then I crossed for some size, and we just kind of stalled. So this was no good. So it was small loss on this one. And then yeah, Tesla had the long here. I don't know why I didn't hold this, but I wasn't really too confident on it. But yeah, Tesla was whatever down on that one. And then Netflix, I had a really, really good short. I was kind of late to the party. I didn't really short off the open. Short on that kind of reload there, and then covered it, and then we kind of popped. So I just got out, and then I missed that kind of next leg down on this. And then I thought 210 might be good. Basically flat on Netflix, not too crazy. But yeah, so. It's sometimes it's tough, right? Because sometimes you see a day, you're oh, the long is good. I really want to capitalize on a day like today, so let me hit it with extreme amounts of size. But and you got to live with kind of the outcome of whatever happens with your trading, right? So for anybody who's having a great day, you definitely want to keep the day. Don't turn it into a negative day. But if you are the type of person where you're okay, I'm up, I'm willing to kind of ride my profits, see where this goes. It feels good. Take extra size. It would be really nice if I could have retired today, but it is what it is. Back to the grind, and yeah, we'll see what happens here. Kind of Netflix floating around, see if we can get back up to that 210 area.
Tilray back on the move today, 12% to the north side. I mean, I can talk smack about pot stocks all I want, but you know what I will not do is ignore these moves, man. 3 green days in a row. Tilray has been taking off. Let's take a test long over here in front of $4. If $4 breaks, we lose a penny or a half a penny. I'm long 4.015. As you can see right there, it says 4.01 because it's not rounded up, but I'm long 4.015, basically half a penny loss over here. Not something that I'm even worried about the slightest. But you look at that as we break $4 right now and trying to go to the downside. Yeah, we'll just take that loss and move on. Well, I guess we'll wait for Tilray to come back to the downside over here near 390 instead of this $4, which just broke recently. We ran up to $4.10, and now coming back with the rest of the market is Tilray too. So that short on Tesla right now looks even more juicy as it does touch VWAP finally. Oh boy, that would have been a $10 per share winner, and I capitalized what, like $1 or maybe $2 at best. So that's a sad trade for me. Let's talk about Palantir. Palantir today with a 7% move to the upside. So I'll tell you a couple of trades that I did. I took a long first, got out for a winner. Then I took and I'm only trading like 2-3 cent ranges over here on Palantir. So just pushing tons of size, taking my 2-3 cent scalp. Then I took a short, which I lost. So I gave back whatever I won on that long. Then I took another short, which I lost again. So I flipped long in front of 10, which I won. So overall, down on this ticker right now, as clearly I don't have the read on Palantir. Just going to leave the stock alone. Oh, man, Tesla's really pushing down from that 750 level. We're about to actually hit 740 here. Palantir is about to break 10 to the downside. Let's go check on Apple to see if I could have gotten into the short near the highs right here, 153.40s. But, you know, I'm just not going to think about shorting Apple. I tried it once. I was able to scalp it quick. And the second time I lost. Now I'm only looking for longs on Apple. Once that market comes back down, maybe near these areas, I'm going to try and push a long over there, and around the same idea for Microsoft also.
Yeah, you know, I'm going to start along here on Amazon as well. Kind of feels like that market. I think, you know, if I'm not mistaken, Arun's levels, he mentioned that 3960, that 3970 as a potential resistance, and then you go up all the way to 4,000 on the ES. And it just feels like, you know, just quickly glancing over, you had the very strong run up, kind of like, you know, sideways action. And now we're getting that sideways action, but it's not really selling off, right? And it's kind of funny too, because I was talking to Ian yesterday. I was like, Ian, I'm blown away at how prices can just like move so quickly into a new level and then not do anything and just like stop. It's like they're not like kind of selling off. They're not continuing. Like nobody's buying, nobody's selling. And so like I kind of feel like when you get this kind of move up, this very, very strong move up, you know, like maybe people aren't really like aggressively selling into this. Like we're kind of overdue for this type of like very, very sharp move up. You know, earnings season, Netflix kind of set the tone to the upside, but obviously not holding. Now, you know, Amazon very strong. Like let's see what happens with like Tesla, Amazon, Google. And, you know, are they going to basically save the market per se? And are we going to blow through that 4,000 on the ES and make a move to like 4,100, maybe even 4,300, see that kind of like a potential short squeeze there, right? So, you know, as we get this sort of sideways action and we don't really sell off and like we kind of grind around, you know, like it kind of feels like if we do get going again, maybe we kind of test 122.50, 123 again on the strongest, on a strong name like Amazon. So, you know, kind of let's see here if the kind of break of short-term trend holds and we get that next leg up, or do we go back to 122.50 and then break and then go get a VWAP test, and then I'll just kind of reevaluate from there. But it feels like this one's good, so I might just keep adding to this. Just gonna be patient with it.
This is nonsense. So remember how I said I'm going to send my stop out on the 105 area for Baba? Baba goes to 105, stops me out, and then pushes to the downside. That's nonsense.
Yeah, you know, everybody, you know, like if you trade for long enough, people are always talking about stop hunting and how kind of like, you know, the algorithms like search for liquidity and stuff like that.
This is nonsense.
Traders.
This is why I don't mention my stops. I'm sure there's an AI who's listening to our voice patterns, and as soon as you throw out a level over there, the AI goes boop boop beep boop 105 boop boop beep boop push 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 boop boop beep boop dump dump dump. We got him out for his 10 shares. Let's get him. Obviously they don't care about you know the small volume that I'm pushing over here on Baba, but I'm still not going away from that idea that I'm getting stop hunted.
See, it's kind of fun. I don't necessarily think it's somebody like an AI doesn't have to watch this show per se. They'll just like watch the order flow.
No,
in real
they
time.
have the AI coded to just listen to the levels, and as soon as you say I have a stop, a ticker, and a
Like,
price,
let's get 'em.
That's it. That's it.
Oh yeah. But yeah, no, it's, you know, like obviously like just be cognizant of like the fact that, you know, like things move, they kind of float around and they like stop a lot of people out. And then once everybody's stopped out, then it makes the move in the true direction that it wanted to go, right? So, you know, something to be said about having your stops in areas that like when it hits, you're proven wrong. And for the most part, that's usually going to be more than $1 like away from where you're getting into the trade anyways. And so if that's the case, then, you know, like it kind of begs the question, why even have the stop in the first place? Just, you know, watch your trades. And if it's not working out for you, you just kind of punch out. And if it is working for you, then just kind of relax. You know, like stops are, you know, sometimes you could say like they're the lazy way to kind of manage your trade, right? It makes no sense unless you, of course, have different strategies and you're doing like, you know, let's say 10 names at the same time. May be very difficult to watch all those, but you know, classic action right here on Amazon. As I'm explaining stops, you kind of have the flush down and then the reclaim. You know, like when in an uptrend, when you see these kind of flush downs and then reclaim and hold trend, that makes me love the long even more, you know? So like, let's give it, I want to give it a little bit more time to see if this thing's really going to bounce and then maybe add to this for the next 50-cent move up.
Yeah, looking for a possible trade for myself over here. That Palantir long around 10 now still looks good as Palantir does not want to go to the downside. And honestly, I think Palantir has a move in it all the way up to 1030 where resistances really are. So here's Palantir barriers on the weekly or on the daily chart. This is July 22nd. This is July. That's June. That's July 8th, and this is June 27th. But today's July 20th, right? So we're looking for a move right back to these 1030s over here on Palantir. Notice how we have some bottoms over here, a couple bottoms over here, and some tops over here for Palantir. So the fact that we are above 10, I think that long idea above $10 was a sound, logical idea. Even that long that I had over here at 990 or so was a pretty good trade, but got stopped out, got wicked out a couple trades over here, and that didn't work out for me. So at this point, though, Palantir, I think I still like this trade near $10. I'm just going to wait patiently to see what happens because the market is pushing down drastically. S&P 500 is just crushing to the downside right now. So is NASDAQ. So S&P 500, which has been no, not as strong as tech sector today. NASDAQ up 1.4, S&P 500 up only 1.6 at the moment after the whole run up that we had. So now coming to the downside, I want to see if we can hold up on the market end near those levels that Luca just mentioned that Arun gave to him, or Arun gave on the morning show, I guess, which is what, 39.60?
I think he said 39.60, 39.70, and then 4,000.
So 39.60, 39.70 as a resistance. So on the way down coming forward, yeah, we expect that to be support. But if Arun's looking at these levels from 39.60 to 4,000 as a resistance, that's probably because he sees a lot of trading happen around those where the stock doesn't really manage to break, or the ES doesn't really manage to break 4K. So those could be the couple reasons over there as to why the market could reject around these areas, or just trade sideways for a little bit, wait for those earnings catalysts to really move the market around.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm just managing this very quickly. You know, just thinking off the top, Netflix kind of making that push to 210, but, you know, didn't really get there. And, you know, I'm trying to tell myself, like, as I kind of build on my strategies, it's like, if you have a name that's not really, there's two things that I've learned over the course of kind of like, you know, like a 4-month period that I've been trading very actively. You know, one, timing. Timing goes such a long way. So, like, you know, like, as you, like, look at this, like, Amazon trade, right? It's kind of going lower, right? And now you're testing that trend. So it's like, if you're getting long for, like, the break of a trend, you definitely want to get long, like, on the break, watch the tape, and then watch how it kind of reacts, right? And, you know, like, as I say to myself, like, I want to scale into this. I want to give myself some time because, you know, it could go sideways for a while. It could even, like, dip lower, right? So I'm going to kind of keep an eye on this, right? I don't want to go full size over here, especially at this time of day. So it's like timing of kind of when you know, like what are your expectations for a given move. It's like, well, you know, like on this particular candle, like 3 minutes after it should have already went, I'm not really expecting it to go right now. And I'm almost even expecting it to continue to kind of dip down, wick back, dip down, wick back. You know, as the market's sort of pushing lower, we're sort of holding over here, right? So, you know, if this, for whatever reason, pops back even just a little bit, then I'm expecting this to kind of move. And that brings me to my second point of, you know, like Amazon having relative strength today. Obviously, you know, Amazon, you know, a NASDAQ name, not an overall market name. But, you know, NASDAQ strong. But I'm just kind of saying to myself, you know, if this sort of pops back, if this is going lower, this is sideways. So I like the long. And then if we pop, this is going to really go. But if we keep going, this is going to probably drop slowly. And then I just get out of this for like a small loser. So, you know, yeah, it is what it is. See what happens on this one. And speaking of Palantir, what you just brought up, Prad, you know, I'm surprised that this name's been suppressed for so long the way that it has. You know, I thought, like, I mean, just from a fundamental perspective, like, I guess, like, I don't know if they, like, make money or if they're kind of trying to make money, but just based on the contracts and kind of the business and what they do, like, I really thought, you know, this name would be not around 10 for so long. And I think that was their IPO price. So it's like it had the run, it came back to 10, and now it's just like at 10 for such a long period of time. So, you know, definitely interesting that this name is still around 10. But, you know, like I thought for sure we'd be at like 15 or 20 at this point. But, yeah, I think the levels that you mentioned, like 1030, kind of, I just glanced over at your chart. Like if we break over that level, then maybe we finally get that move to like 15 in this sort of bear market pop. But, you know, if we don't, then it's like, I mean, what is this going to just stay a $10 stock, like $10, $9 for the rest of the time?
The problem with Palantir is they have like a float of 1 billion or some crazy number like that. They just keep filing for S8s after S8s and just keep on making new shares to give to God knows who, maybe to Ferrari, just so they can put their name on the car, right? So things like that are actually coming into the problem for Palantir over there. Even though I am an investor, I do like the company. Their data analysis is top tier over there. We know the U.S. government uses them, maybe still or maybe not anymore. But yeah, like you were talking about those contracts. But look at the float, man. 1.6 billion shares on the float for Palantir. So they just keep on creating S8s after S8s and diluting. Well, S8, I don't know if S8s dilute it. SA filings where they just keep on generating free shares, give it to market makers or whoever it is, or even internal workers where the price of these shares are now like barely anything. So the person they're giving to is it's like
sometimes it depends. Like it depends. Like it's kind of different every time. But yeah, if they're like issuing new shares, then you get the dilution. So yeah, that kind of makes sense there. But it looks like Amazon wants to start working. Just considering, maybe I'll add to this. Like, now, where are we? 24 cents in the money. I don't want to add too much and then kind of like have to go out of the money again, especially if we're going to now make a quick run. It's another thing too, like telling myself, like, stop chasing these moves with too much size and then put yourself offside too much. So maybe I'll just be patient with this one. Got what I got, and we'll see. But if we get a quick dip down, I think I may have just missed the opportunity. So it is what it is. And I see Maggie asking coin, just mentioning coin. So yeah, let's have a look at coin. Oh, it's actually at 70. I did not look at coin today. And yeah, I guess up, like everything, Bitcoin's actually strong. Is Bitcoin at 24? It's above 24 now, right? You know, I don't know what to think of crypto. Honestly, I have no idea what to think.
I should have loaded the bag, man. On this 19K dip, I should have just mortgaged my house that I don't even have and just loaded the bag.
You know, somebody at my gym, I was having this conversation. Somebody at my gym was telling me, they're like, we'll have this conversation in a year and a half. Bitcoin is going to be at 100,000.
Yeah.
And this was like when it was at like 17. So I was like, I like the dip buy. I understand. And I was explaining how my bid is standing at like $5 to buy Bitcoin. But I'm like, you know what? Like, are we, like I'm saying to my, like, you know, this individual is very confident that we're going to fly. So I'm trying to understand, like, what is going to be the catalyst to bring this back up? But, you know, yeah, if we do go back up and we start like making new highs, like anything's possible. We obviously could get to like 50, 60,
high day
100.
Right now. What? It just broke high day.
What, Bitcoin?
Coinbase?
Oh, coin? Yeah, guys, you know, if you're favoring the short, because I know some people are mentioning like they like the kind of fade plays on it. Like, you know, coin had some levels before. Today, obviously, it's very strong. It's making highs. It's not a name that I personally would short. It's on my no trade list. I don't really look to trade it. But you know, Mara and Riot, interesting for like that first kind of red day setup. I didn't short this, and it was paid for shorts, but I really wanted to see Mara go to like 1450, 15 area, and then have this like nice fade. So this is it's kind of unfortunate for me because this was in line with what I expected to see. And sorry, I'm looking at the wrong chart for you guys. This is in line with what I expected to see, but you know, it didn't get high enough for me to kind of, I mean, whatever, it is what it is. And okay, it looks like I'm now in the Netflix short on the 110. So, you know, if we break, I mean, at this point, anything's possible, but if we get that kind of wick off top through 110, and let me just pull it up here. If we get that wick off top, like, you know, you had it once, you had it twice, maybe we get it thrice, and then we fade back down. But if we're now going to go and break 111, I'll get out of this. So I'm going to give this $1, let it breathe a little bit, just kind of feels generally weak. And, you know, if sellers are coming into this right now, they're probably going to step in over here. So, you know, maybe get a nice $2 winner. So 2 to 1 on this. Nothing too crazy, but we'll see what happens.
AGGR.trade gonna help me most likely trade cryptos over here. Man, look at Coinbase, a 10-cent or more spread, and it just keeps on going along with the actual spot market because Bitcoin took out the high a day. After double topping, it dropped down a little bit and then just launched back up to the north side. So the short that I was in the money launched back up and it put me out of money position. So just have to wait and see what happens with this one as I'm going to monitor the cryptocurrency market overall. Let's go see what Brendo is tracking about the social sentiment over at the big screen.
Hey guys, yeah, a pretty good day to have a look at this board because it has turned very, very green. Now, over the past week and a half, 2 weeks, it's been nothing but red on this board. Good to see a little bit of positive sentiment back in social land. Zila, AMC, front and center today. Very, very positive sentiment coming through for both of them. Netflix on here as well. Very, very positive, obviously, off of earnings. Better than expected sub number for Netflix. SPY on here as well. Yeah, there's Tesla to come tonight after market Tesla earnings. Apple on here today as well. Some of the chip names, NVIDIA being talked about. GameStop, AMD is here. Lemonade, haven't seen LMND being mentioned for quite some time. Amazon still on this board as well. But the red is making its way to the outer edges of this social sentiment board today, guys. Very positive day. Once again, back to you.
All right, let's give Luca a couple seconds here. He's got to do something. But in the meantime, man, I'm still watching cryptocurrencies. What a crazy move today. We're above 24. Coinbase now clearing $77.46, $77.50 the high a day. You know what Luca said? Probably not bother shorting this would be the good thing. So yeah, let's stay away from Coinbase here. Let's not give away the money that we made on Tesla, Apple, and Baba and so on. So leave this trade alone. But I am going to be monitoring the cryptocurrency market on my second screen over here. 24,200 is where BTC is at currently. Let's see what some of the stocks that you guys are looking at in chat. Please stop saying it's normal to Netflix to move up after its earning. It's nonsense. What? Okay. Well, it is normal for Netflix to move up with those earnings because, you know, people thought they were, well, at least Netflix thought that they were going to lose 2 million. They only lost 970,000 or something. That's a good thing. So that is normal. It is expected. I'm not sure why it's nonsense over there, but you know, your opinion, you're entitled to it. Everyone has an opinion. I came into the day knowing that Netflix is going to be a long trade, knowing that I'm not going to be shorting Netflix at any point today, even being the bear trader I am. What did I tell you yesterday about Netflix? This move doesn't happen on a whim. This move happens because somebody knows something more than you know something, right? The best thing to know about this game is you know nothing. I know nothing, but what I do know that somebody else knows something. And that's the idea right there for Netflix. Going long in the after hour, Netflix probably made you tons of money over there, where you didn't have to look back and probably even wake up today to trade the market. So those things, all those factors, even how Stranger Things season 3 or 4, whatever it is, I haven't watched Stranger Things ever, but I know it's a very hyped up show, and I know a lot of people like it, bringing back views. So it's not nonsense at all. It's a very, very logical trade. I mean, look at Sean. He was, what, $7 in the money yesterday, $8 in the money today, Netflix? Yeah, so like, well, how is that nonsense moves when traders are you know, professional traders are calling you out a level for you to go long at and giving you $8, $9 moves? Maybe it's nonsense because you're on the other side and you got stuck, but that doesn't make sense. Luca, you still need help?
So I'm like watching, I'm like, okay, I'm in Netflix. And then I'm like, wait a second, this doesn't look right. And then I'm like, oh, this is already at 211. I'm like, okay, let me just get out of this and recalibrate. So that was a loser. It's okay. Took some off of Amazon in front of 122. I didn't even notice this move so much. So that was solid. That was a nice 50-cent move. And basically just using 50-cent increments to kind of cover there. I don't know if you guys heard me. I'm in the back. I'm like, oh, sell off. Look at that. Like, so we kind of dipped down, but we held trend. We held trend. But the rate at which that kind of fell is kind of concerning. But, is what it is. I'm still holding a good portion of this trade. I think we could, maybe get if we break that 122.50, we could probably get another like 30, 40 cents out of this. So I want to try to be patient. I got a good average, but if we now break trend and get back to 122, then I think maybe we get, maybe we kind of just go sideways, and I'm not really sure if I want to hold this too much. So yeah, that's basically what I'm looking at, just kind of covering that. And, we'll see what happens. I'm not sure. I mean, maybe, because I'm thinking, should I re-add onto this? I plan to re-add, but then it's kind of flushed so quickly. I don't know. Okay, you know what? I'll just be patient. I'll just be patient and chill. That's always, it never hurts.
I like how the viewers are like, beep, boop, how goes engage? Yeah, that's hilarious. Now that's going to become a meme probably. Beep, boop. All right, Netflix now clearing 210 to the north side. Crazy move still coming. 5% to the north side today goes Netflix. And looks like we want to go back to the highs yesterday that we created in after hours near $2 and near $220. That's what I'm trying to say over there. So we'll see what happens, man. The Chappelle Show is on Netflix. That's all you need. Preach, bro. Preach. That's all you need, honestly. You don't need anything on Netflix besides that. The Office does help, too, to be honest. The Office does help. All right, let's move away from Netflix over here. I want to go to some of the other stocks that do have a catalyst behind it today, which is your Macau stocks, well, I guess casino stocks, as Macau plans to reopen. I'm thinking of the ticker right here, Wynn Resorts, WYNN, clearly launching up to the north side. The other one is Las Vegas Sands on New York. This one's also booming to the north side. But we've seen, how many times have we seen this this pattern in these casino stocks in China that they one day open up, or they show the news that they're gonna open up, and another week they go, yeah, we're closing everything back down. Then they open back up, yeah, we're gonna close everything back down. Obviously, we know the reason behind that is for COVID, to protect people, to make sure the outbreak doesn't go crazy like it did last 2 years ago or whatever. So I understand the point behind it, but it's almost the same setup as BABA and Pinduoduo, where regulators come out and say, yeah, we're not going to mess with you anymore. And then a month later, when they are loaded up on their shorts, hammer. So it's like, you want to be careful with these stocks. Day trading these stocks, I think, is an amazing thing to do, because the news does not change over a period of a day. It changes over a period of sometimes in weeks or so. So if you're swinging these stocks over weeks, I'd be scared of doing that. But day trading these news-bearing stocks, such as your Babas, your Pinduoduos, your Las Vegas Sands, and so on, amazing opportunities on the day. 4% to the north side, $37 as the high a day right now. And as the market cannot go back to test the high a day for S&P 500, looks like we're going to start putting in those barriers around what Arun mentioned at 39.75 to 39.70 areas. And NASDAQ did move to the high a day, NQ/U22CM. It did move to the high a day. Looks like 12,500 is going to be the barrier on NASDAQ.
Yeah, hopefully not, though. Hopefully we just keep going, because, Amazon working for me, and I should have reloaded, but maybe getting another opportunity to right now. So actually, let's get that order in very, very quickly, and, see if we keep going up here and get that 123 test. Market's sort of sideways now. I have no clue what's going to happen. But, to comment on what you were saying before, yeah, it's, obviously, you got your names that you can marry, like large cat, like very good companies. But the other ones, you want to just date them. You want to date them. Don't get too attached. Great trading vehicles, in and out. Definitely money to be made. But just understand the names that you're in.
Someone's asking me if the KSS deal fell through. It did, right, Neil? Yeah, so that fell through like 2 or 3 weeks ago for the KSS deal. I believe the username was Josh. Sorry, Josh was asking me that. Next question in the chat. What do you think of MTTR? MTTR, let's go check the stock. 1 million shares so far. Is it on any of my scanners? I don't really see MTTR on my scanners, so makes sense why I don't know about this position today. But yeah, 7% to the north side. Let's see what MTTR even is. MTTR. Oh, Matterport. Okay, we know Matterport. So Matterport, man, look at those levels to the downside. Clearly forming a nice little base near $4.30. Is that the all-time low? I can't see the price. It's supposed to show me a nice little low marker right here, but it's not. But it looks like what is this? 346 is the all-time low, and now popping off the all-time low to the north side a little bit goes Matterport. Is this an earnings play today? Let's see if this is an earnings play. It looks like their earnings is on the 10th of August, and we had one on the 10th of May, so this is not an earnings play yet. Not sure what the news is behind this one.
I'm just kind of reading. I'm going through the chat. I didn't get a chance to come up to this. I see stop console wars. That's why with things. I don't know if this is NVIDIA moving back up.
While you're doing that, I'll look at Boeing because people in the chat are talking about Boeing. What about Boeing? And Pratt sending his hair back to the 1995. What does that mean? Hey, man, I like this haircut. I thank Halim a lot for this haircut. Feels fresh with it.
Looks fresh.
Back to 1995,
You
bro.
got that Peaky Blinders.
Peaky
kind of
Blinder
vibe going,
cut.
Yeah.
Now all I need is a Peaky Blinder hat with a razor blade in it, so I can walk around bars and go razor blade, razor blade, razor blade.
Oh, yeah.
That's a little inside joke. One day we were at what bar was it? Queen Street Warehouse, All Furniture, and this homeless guy walks by us while we're in the line, and he just looks at everyone in the line and he goes, razor blade, razor blade, razor blade. That's when I knew not to live in Toronto. Go back to Brampton where my mom is taking care of me, and I don't have to worry about homeless people trying to razor blade me while I'm trying to get drinks.
Yeah, definitely got to be safe out there. That's for sure.
Yeah.
And I see someone saying, what do you think of MTTR? Did you discuss MTTR?
No, I was going to talk Boeing, though, so you can go MTTR if you want. I
Sure, let's
looked
have a
at it
look.
for a quick second, though.
MTTR. So I'm guessing small cap, 1.6 million shares traded, up 7% today. Not sure if there's any potential catalyst, but one thing I'll do is zoom out on this one. Let's have a look here.
226 million float.
226 million. Okay, so yeah, is this actually, let's quickly check
Matterport.
MTTR stock. Okay, yeah, so that's what I was hearing. I like doing that. Okay, 1.2 bill company. See, I'm not 100, this is kind of like, this is going to be, my expectations with this right off the top of my head would be like definitely a slow mover. Probably be a slow mover. And if you're long on this and you're thinking like, what do you think? Like, will it continue? Let me just quickly pull up the daily here to have a quick look. Okay, so this is definitely beaten down. I don't think I've ever pulled up this name before, so I'm looking at it for the first time. And, sideways action here. I'm not sure why this is not loaded. Some sideways action here. I think and again, everything kind of gives me the same feel where it's like we're in the bottom of this sort of range. And, if we break out, I think, in terms of overall market health, it's like we were so suppressed for so long and now we're rallying and the rallies are very sharp, right? And there's all types of kind of catalysts that can, continue to allow this market to keep going. And I think just in general, if this breaks this range with everything else breaking the range, maybe you get a $5 test, maybe you get a multi-day move. But, something that I personally would not chase, like at the top of the range has yet to kind of break out. This could easily pull back. Or even go sideways and then keep going from there, But you had this kind of big sell-off. But for this to really, really get going and kind of get back up to this area, like $9 level, like might take a lot of time and really has to get through, I want to say 6. If we break through 6, then it could just kind of like 50-cent increments all the way up to kind of 9 area. Just quickly looking at this, and 10 is very far away, obviously. But, looking back, like at the start of the year, which is like around here, had the sell-off. And, at some point this year, maybe you get some resistance at like 6 to 7 area. But yeah, would have to obviously break 5 before we even test that.
Coming to Boeing over here. So Boeing currently doing absolutely nothing. Just trading sideways, up 0.13% overall. But we did manage to get back above 150 on Boeing after being near close to 100s not too long ago. So obviously good catalyst coming in for Boeing, which was the airline maker company has a deal with Delta Airlines, I believe, and another airliner I'm actually drawing a blank on to sell some airlines too. And also they are talking about resuming their 787 the production of 787, I believe. So multiple catalysts over there coming in and helping Boeing to the north side. when a company this big is it's too big to fail, all you do is wait for the stock price to come down and load up on the long for it. So as you see, if anyone just waited for the $100 area or even close to $100 area and you just loaded up, you were just laughing about the deals that were coming in right after that. Notice that big jump up on Boeing, and then we're right back to 150. Delta Airlines. I'm still trying to remember what the other airlines was. Do you remember what the other airline was?
I don't off the top of my head, but
not that important
I just got like reminded of something funny. It's like if you go back to when it was at 100, right? And I want to, like, if you share Prad's screen here, if you go back to when it was at 100, it looks like the worst possible area to buy. It's like, look at this. The bottom is the abyss. Like, this is going lower. And, go
so
figure.
Somewhere here?
Yeah, and then go figure, it's like then it bounces from there. So, sometimes, and this is not really like a strategy, but it's like when it looks like the worst time to buy, if you have that kind of level, playing off that 100 level, you take a stab there. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But it's kind of like, it's that whole ideology of like, even like just sharing this like on a short-term perspective, it's like, it looks like the best time, like nobody wants a short here. Like this looks like it's going straight up. Then you get the reversal. You get like that kind of, sort of capitulation, volume increases. It's making new highs. Everyone's like, okay, this is not stopping. Shorts are getting squeezed. Everybody's hitting the offer, buying. And then you get that liquidity vacuum down, right? So it's like, like at this point when it's like even like at this point, like chasing the high, right? It's like you get that move up, it's going into the level. Like you don't want to really be chasing the high because like you could get a pullback, right? But then after it pulls back, holds trend, then goes to the high again, then it's like a solid trade there, right? So, just kind of like just overall ideology. And still holding this Amazon for anybody who's asking. Did Kramer call the bottom? Kramer?
Yeah, he might have. For once been right.
Yeah, like I don't know, what did he do lately? He rang the bell. And then, on
Monday, crashed.
He rang the bell, and I don't even remember actually. I wasn't even here on Monday, but he rang the bell, and everybody, like I was looking at the memes, and everyone's like, "That's it for the market. It's over. Like this is the final blow." Like, and but I think it's funny like how the inverse Kramer ETF, like it'll be interesting if anybody comes out with that.
Here's a quick little idea about Boeing for those of you who want to even, I don't know if this idea helps you or not, but this is the COVID drop right here on Boeing. This is when no one was flying and the whole world was shut down. Boeing drops to $86. Now, when Boeing comes back down anywhere close to 86 and flights are available and people can fly, I'm going long. This is the COVID drop. The whole world was shut down. No one was able to fly. And then 86 to where we are now. So if we go anywhere back to these levels and flights are still available to fly, I'm going long on Boeing.
It makes sense.
It's that simple.
It makes sense. I mean, like it stopped at that area for a reason, right? So it's like, if we do get back there and kind of things are getting better, and like obviously prices and stocks are forward looking, so they kind of anticipate what's going to happen in the next 5 years. But solid strategy. And you got the level to play off there, so you got a defined out, and that's the thing with trading, right? As long as you do have a defined out, your life is a lot easier. Yeah, I can't believe Netflix. Look at this, 112, 113 now. Maybe this does go for a 115 test. If we get to 120, like, I'm loving the short. I'm loving it. Or 220, 220, yeah. Like I said, remember, traders always use different numbers. And somebody else quickly asked, I can't remember who it was, they said, can you explain what a liquidity vacuum is? So it's essentially like a very vague term. Like if you have like, let's say you got the bid, you got the offer, and then like kind of like price like goes very fast to the upside. Like for that very short term period, unless bids step up and like fill that like area that like quickly got taken, then you have this kind of area of like no bids and no offers. And so like what tends to happen is like, think like old school. Think like, like there's no market makers, there's no robots in the market. So there's buyers and there's sellers. And when people buy it all the way up, unless somebody new comes in and is there to now fill the gap, there will be a gap and there will be a spread between the name. And this is what I call a liquidity vacuum. But obviously in today's day and age, you have a lot of market making robots that fill the gap very quickly. If you're looking at Apple, there's always a 1 cent, 2 cent spread on it. It never grows to 5 cents. But there still is that liquidity vacuum because even though these robots step into place, they're not, like, for the most part, not really there. for the short term, they kind of reanalyze and decide, like, do we want to really step into place, or do we want to just kind of be patient and pull our orders? So they post it there, and then they pull, and they post and they pull. But there could be liquidity vacuums. So when I mention liquidity vacuums, it's more of like a short-term thing, and it's sort of like along the lines of like just kind of using this Amazon chart as an example. It's like it sells off really quickly, and then but the overall trend is up. If you get long on a dip, if it goes up even just a little bit, there's like a line of least resistance. Like, it won't take that much buying to get back up if nobody steps in front of the offer, like assuming that it's very strong on the day. And I'm just watching Netflix continue to go 214 now, or what is this? Yeah, 214. 214. Crazy, 214. I was ready to smash 200 short, and I was like, wait a sec, this already came from 215. Maybe I should like chill out a little bit. But yeah, Amazon working for me. Still patient with this one. I want to get out at 123. Like, I think we could get there. I'll be kind of upset if we kind of channel from here. Maybe, you know what? Maybe take off. Just let's see if we get off just a little bit right here. Just kind of pad the stats. Like I said before, it's like I had a really, really good morning. I gave back a whole ton of money. So why not just make it back right now, and then that's it, go from there. It's like not every day you're gonna kill it and make millions and billions and trillions of dollars, but you gotta go for it sometimes. That's why I'm in this business. And when things fail, and kind of just for you guys, it's like if you're going for that home run and you swing, you miss, you swing, you miss. Then it's like, just pad the stats a little bit, like build some confidence back up. It goes such a long way. It just make your life a little bit easier, unless you're like somebody who can just like kind of weather the storm and you have a strong mental, because it's very easy to get discouraged after multiple losses, and then people are like, I don't know if this job's for me, blah blah blah. But so just go back to those base hits, and then you build up the bankroll again, and then you can go for those swings again. Just make sure you're kind of managing it, and it all kind of smooths out in the long term.
Since we're talking about Netflix so much today, I wanted to go check on the competitors. I know Disney is a competitor with Disney Plus, but they don't have just a spin-off of Disney Plus on the side somewhere that we can track. But what we can do is look at Disney today and expect that some of the move on Disney is because of Netflix, Disney being a direct competitor now with Disney Plus and so on. And with Netflix losing less subscribers, I think Disney will actually report with the increase in subscriber count thanks to Obi-Wan Kenobi and everything. I'm trying to go long at 103.50 areas. The fact that Disney has not dropped down at all when the S&P 500 and NASDAQ pushed down slightly is actually very bullish in my opinion. So right now we're testing 104. Actually, when Luca was talking 2 minutes ago, we broke 104 to 104.2, but now coming back down to 103 to the downside, 103.80s or so. I'm waiting for that perfect area for me to go long on, so I could start having some positions on the board again. Right now though, with everything either at high a day or in the middle of the ranges, I'm not able to find any position for myself, sadly. But I see you guys talking about Coinbase. I see why, because why is Coinbase taking off when Bitcoin's not even taking off right now? So Coinbase going up to $79 when Bitcoin is back at the low ranges at 121. I'm not sure this short or this long has any substance behind it, but the fact that the stock spread is so crazy today, it whips around insane. It just goes up 30-40 cents in a second without you even knowing about it. So because of these factors, I'm going to be very careful trying to short it. If Coinbase is popping up while Bitcoin is not even going up, what is Coinbase going to do when Bitcoin starts going up? That's going to be something that I'll be worried about. So not going to bother with the Coinbase trade for now at all.
Yeah, sometimes there's no correlation, sometimes there's correlation. I, ask myself these questions, and then I realize this job's so much easier when you don't ask these questions. Just kind of trade what you see, and that's it. Or like William, trading is easy this week. Just go long off the open, hold all day, cash money. Yes, sir. And if you have the ability to swing, maybe we keep going. I thought today, today pivotal moment because you had the 50-period EMA or SMA on the ES, and we obviously burst right through that. So, at this point, I'm expecting a 4,000 test. And the real question is, are we going to get a 4,000 test today, which would be kind of wild. Doesn't feel like it, but it's possible. Or is that going to come, later this week, maybe tomorrow? And, slowly going to start scaling out of this Amazon trade. Got another fill, making that move towards 123. I think we're probably going to get that test, and like maybe I get all those fills, and that'll be solid. And if we blow through 123 and go to 125, well, it is what it is. Got to let that one go. Like I'm not really expecting that. So I'm not gonna hold a piece for the dream. I think 123, it's good. And as I look at Tesla very quickly, inching back up to that 750, and look at this, right? If you took the short at 750, you got paid. If you took it the second time, like Prad, you got paid. Third time, probably gonna get paid again.
Yeah, I have an order sitting there to get short.
Yeah, that's oh man, solid level. And I think it was Ian who said this. He made a solid point. He said, who's really buying? And I think okay, so I'm majority out of Amazon now. I was like, okay, what's going on here? Yeah, and Ian made a good point of the 750 level. It's like, you got earnings, right? Who's really buying this above 750, 755, 760? Such a pivotal area on Tesla. If you look at the kind of hourly, at the daily, right? Like, if it looks like, if we get above that, like we're going to run to, 800, but it's obviously before earnings, so it's a risky play. Like nobody's probably taking really, really big positions on this name right now going into earnings. I'm excited every time Tesla posts earnings, which will be tomorrow. I always have a great day on it. I just need to remind myself to take way more size this time around because, Tesla's one of those movers that it's a wild mover. As a scalper on Tesla, it's definitely challenging, but, you want to maybe go for those intraday swings. But, when the volume's there, oh, man, I'm super excited for that.
Market's taking off. NASDAQ new high a day, S&P 500 right back to the high a day over here. Market clearly launching. Microsoft at new high a day. Apple not really a high a day, but pushing towards it. So market clearly launching to the north side over here. If you're longs, the algos are clearly working for you. The algos are working overtime right now for the longs. All I hear is beep, boop, beep, boop for the long directions today, baby. At 1.8% for NASDAQ now. S&P 500 up 0.9, almost 1% for the S&P 500. Also, UVXY, which is down 2.2% today. Let's go check on what the VIX even is. I know VIX was lower than 26 yesterday. We're still around the same areas as yesterday, but at 23.86 for the VIX, that's your volatility in the market. So volatility coming down. S&P 500 looks like it wants to double top though, so we'll see what happens with the market over here, as I am waiting to get short on my Tesla position over here near 750. Looks like Tesla might just turn around to 748 instead. No, go to 750, give me my position, then dump down $10 so I could make some extra money on that position. Tesla earnings tonight, not tomorrow. That is correct. Tesla earnings most likely at 4:05 or 4:30 or even 4 o'clock. So keep like you saw yesterday on the closing show with Neil, Sean, and Brendan. When earnings come out at 4 o'clock, you'll be getting a quick little view of how those moves happen with the 4 o'clock move over there.
Yeah, absolutely. And somebody's saying Apple to 154.24. That's a very specific level, 154. Somebody, it's funny. Somebody yesterday was like Apple to like 152.81 and then 158.61, and I was like, okay, those are like either the most recent high if we break, and maybe like a moving average of some sort. Those are like extremely specific levels there. So yeah, 154.24, what is that, the potential? I don't know what level that is. Oh, you know what? Yeah, that is the level. I agree with that. I like that level. Maybe we get a test of that level because it's kind of like a short-term resistance, and it feels like we might move into that. I was looking at it yesterday. Yes, absolutely. And Lone, what's going on? Hope everything's good. Hopefully your trading day is going well, and definitely exciting. Enjoying the day. Low stress. Always a good day when it's low stress. And yeah, I see Scott saying Tesla shows 405. Yep, Tesla 405. Will be interesting to see what happens. Netflix starting to roll over. Let's have a look here at Netflix. Yeah, is this really going to go like maybe, I don't know. I don't want to really have a trade on Netflix right now. I'm kind of done with Netflix. Netflix is one of the things I'm learning. And, I've probably traded Netflix for like, I don't know. I normally stay away from it. Maybe day one earnings and then kind of day two if there's some follow through. But one thing I learned is like Netflix offers, really, really good opportunities like 1 or 2 times in the morning. And then for the rest of the day, like it's very challenging unless you're like swinging, right? So like for example, if you played like a 200 bounce and like you're holding all day for like the move, then it's like a good opportunity. If you kind of slammed it short off the open, it's a good opportunity. If you kind of did what I did over here, trying to short for like that secondary test, you know, it's an okay opportunity. But now at this point, I don't even want to take a short here. I don't want to go long and I don't want to go short. I think if I go short, it might just dip and then come back up and then make a new high and then kind of dance around. I just feel like I'm not going to manage this well, so I'm going to stay away from it. But, you know, all the power to anybody who's looking to kind of trade the reversal on this. I just think that, you know, like maybe you get some resistance. I mean, knowing that I'm not going to trade this right now, I can clearly analyze these levels and say, like, you know, that 215 to 216 looks like resistance. And you got the wick off tops over here in this area. But again, holding trend. So maybe allow it to pop a little bit more, do its thing, and then break trend, and then, you know, like maybe add small and then wait for a kind of consolidation, then add a little bit more, and then you kind of have your risk in place. Then maybe you get the move back down. But yeah, expect 210 to 211 for sure is going to be a short-term support, just because like I feel like everybody was, you know, initially having a short kind of bias over here. Now that we broke that level, you know, if we do get back there, maybe get some kind of people who held and are covering, and, you know, maybe a little short-term support. So yeah, we'll see what happens.
People are asking about CCL. Yeah, the catalyst behind cruise liners are the CDC. I believe it's CDC. Is it CDC? Anyways, I thought they were talking to me. Restricted up the restrictions over there for the sector that has been most hard hit on thanks to COVID and so on. And actually focusing on CCL over here. I was looking at on the daily chart and I looked at the $11 level. It was pretty clean of a double top at $11, but as this stock is so strong, it does not want to push the downside at all. It's not too far dislocated from VWAP either, so I think we have a good move over here to at least the 50-period EMA on the daily chart, which is around 1150. I think the stock could go up another 50 cents or so before we actually see some rejection. So I was going to take the $11 short, but I'm going to stay away from that short right now, as clearly this one wants to keep on going up with the rest of the market, because S&P 500 is at the high day and NASDAQ is at the high day also. Let's go look at some of the other markets for the day, such as IWM Russell 2000, up currently 1.3% and trying to push towards a high day, and the Dow Jones, which is also up 0.32 with 1.3 million shares traded and trading near the high day. So clearly all markets are at the tops. We're expecting for either rejection at the tops or a breakthrough of the tops for new highs and new ranges for us to look at. Let's go over to Brendo for what's happening now.
Yo, just coin.
Hey guys, yeah, we'll have a look at the overall markets here as we head into lunch hour. Nicely positive. We're actually pushing highs on the S&P, right back to the high of day, up 0.8% for the S&P. The Dow about 0.25%, lagging ever so slightly. 1% right now for the Russell 2000. It's been in charge over the past few days. In fact, with small caps on a bit of a tear here. The NASDAQ Composite 100, 1.75, 1.8, we'll call it, for tech stocks leading the way. Back to the upside. A lot of that has to do with this group, the semiconductors, very, very strong. 1, 2, 3, 4, now 5 days in a row, straight higher for NVIDIA here off of a whole bunch of individual catalysts. I just saw Mitch McConnell says he's now in favor of maybe scheduling a date later on, possibly this week or even next, for a vote on this chips bill, but he wants it condensed a little bit before they actually get to that. The other big name, obviously, ahead of earnings tonight, Tesla, this level from late in the day yesterday ends up being 730, 735 area holds, trying to get back to day highs, guys, for Tesla. Back over to you.
Thank you, Brendo. Yeah, so apparently people in the chat are saying Coinbase has options for Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. Brendo, did you hear about that? Sorry? Cash accounts. So there you go, Luca. That's the truth over there.
You know, I got my opinions about this, but you know, it's kind of wild how, like, first of all, you have all these coins, like it's just everybody's gambling. Now you get options, right? So it's like you got gambling on gambling, and I was just telling Prad right now, we got gambling inception. This is amazing. What a time to be alive. You know, like just be careful and manage risk if you are trading those. But yeah, you know, gambling on top of gambling on top of gambling. I'm not really sure what type of options they're offering, like what type of coins they hold. Didn't really look into it too much. I mean, like on Bitcoin, on Ethereum, okay. But imagine you got like you know, like calls and puts on like these random like tokens that are like worth nothing, and just I'm blown away, mind blown. But yeah, definitely interesting. And you know, Neil quickly mentioned, did you take a look at Unity? And I think somebody in the chat was mentioning this, and I was going to get there. Absolutely insane. So you had the kind of the deal that they had from before, and NY. Here we go. And this is up 15%. Can't be stopped. I mean, look at this move. Absolutely strong with the rest of the market, but definitely stronger, 15% up. And you know, guys, just keep in mind that, you know, if you are trading Unity, obviously this is going to move in tandem with IS, the company that they're buying. You know, it's a stock deal, so they're going to move together. And for some reason, I have 440. I remember 440 as a level, based on. But I think that changes. I think I might be incorrect on that. But yeah, for some reason, we'll see if this stops at 440 and my arbitrary level of that level is correct. Will be interesting to see what happens. I see people also in the chat mentioning Neo, is the short still good? And then people saying like, you know, Neo, like people get burned, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, one thing I wanted to mention, see, you know, when you get a solid level on Neo, it's, you know, like you play the level. If it works the first time, great. If it doesn't, okay, just let it go. It's going to do this a lot. And every time I bring Neo up, it has a very sharp move either up or down, or sometimes even up and then reverses the whole move. But once that kind of parabola takes place, the rest of the day, for the most part, is just kind of sideways action. So you know, kind of as somebody who's not ready to trade this right now, looking at this, you know, it's not, sometimes I get in a position for like a little range trade and I go for like 10 cents, just pad the stats, like scalp, basically adding liquidity, collecting rebates. But, you know, like, with this one, it's going to go sideways. I don't really think there's any opportunity on it today. You know, like it's not going to, I'd be surprised if it goes to 21 at some point, or if it even gets back to 20. It's just going to probably stay in this range. So, you know, like don't get chopped up on this now, midday. There's definitely better names to trade, unless you're saying that you want to like kind of add rebates. You know, these ADR names, they trade a little bit differently. They have a different feel to it. You know, for the most part, Neo, it's always 1 cent spread and, you know, very, very liquid. On really good days, it's easy to trade, but yeah, you know, like when it's moving very quickly, or sometimes the flash moves up and down, it has an interesting feel to it. It definitely doesn't. It doesn't bounce around like a normal stock. Like you might see like lots of liquidity and then like it has like a 15 cent move and you're like, wait a second, where is the liquidity? I thought it just had endless liquidity there, but it evaporated. So, you know, like maybe something to do with the fact that, you know, this is me speculating. It's an ADR from China, so those Chinese robots are doing something. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, so, you know, just keep in mind, understand the expected move of the names that you're trading. For the most part, Neo midday just chops around. Not a name that you want to just jump into randomly.
Let's hear your best boop boop beep boop.
I don't know.
He doesn't do beep boop beep boop.
Yeah, no. You know, but you know, I can cover my Amazon trade that just took place, and you know, say to myself, you know, I'm not one to flaunt and be like, look at this trade, whatever. But you know, like had the move from 122, got some out 122.50, added some back. Didn't add a little bit more here, but missed it, whatever is what it is, and then kind of scaled out. And look at this, right? We get to 123, I get the fill, and I want to say that fill was right in front of 123. That was my final out. I'm out of the position, and now look, now we're sideways. We're not doing anything. So it's like my expectations were absolutely perfect for this one, absolutely perfect. I'm like, we're going to have that move. I'm going to get out, I'm going to reload, I'm going to get out, and now I'm done with the name. And like, unless we get back down to like this level or even VWAP, then I don't think there's a trade there. I don't necessarily want to short off this 123, even though we could go lower just because the name is extra strong. So I'm trying to stay away from that just in general for my own trading. You know, like if the name is strong, if I made money on the long, I don't want to short this, even though I think, you know, like the level could be good. It's not in a range, right? This thing is like just kind of barreling to the upside. So like at any point, this could break 123. Even if I try to get a short here, I don't want to be on the wrong side of money flows. And it kind of feels like money flows into this name today. So yeah, long is good. If we get a kind of dip, maybe you get a dip buy, but you know, like staying away from the short.
Yeah, Luca, what do you think about my pizza yesterday, brother?
Oh man, I love pizza, I love pasta, and like right when you posted that, you're like, I hope I'm saying this right. You know, like good, solid, absolutely solid. You know, like all types of pizzas, personally, I'm not a fan of mushrooms. I just think that like mushrooms make the pizza a little more soggy.
Yeah.
And I like the dry like pizza. I'm more of like a simple person. I like just kind of cheese pizza, or like my favorite, obviously having hot soppressata, black olives, get it well done. That is the best pizza if you guys are out eating. But there's all types. Everybody kind of has their own opinions on it. Not a huge mushroom guy, and maybe comes from my grandfather, who says that he's allergic to mushrooms, but he is not allergic to mushrooms, but he just refuses to eat mushrooms. And everyone's like, no, you gotta eat mushrooms. He's like, no, I'm allergic. I'm done with this.
I'm allergic. That's probably one of the best ways to evade anything that you don't want to eat. I'm allergic. I'm allergic.
Yeah.
I don't want it. Well, okay, S&P 500 actually broke the high of day there, so I was not expecting that. I was gonna plan on throwing an order to go long on the break of 39.75 to the upside, so we can go test 4K. That was my plan. So let's actually take a small little long here. One of our viewers said stop saying cheeky, it's annoying. So let's take a small cheeky annoying long over here for myself on this trade. Why can't I go long? Because I'm using the ES. That makes a lot more sense. So let's go on to the MES over here, where we actually have a buying power. Take that cheeky long that we wanted and see if we can go to that 4K level on the S&P 500. If 4K doesn't come into play, whatever, we'll still be able to capitalize on this move as the market's taking out the high of day. Apple probably going higher. Ooh, yeah, buddy, Apple at a new high of day right now. Microsoft, oh man, this market's launching to the north side. NFLX is doing what at this point? Tesla hopefully gives me my short at 750, but maybe it's time to even pull that order away from the market, as clearly the longs are the direction today. If you're in any other direction than the upside, you're probably paying the bill for it.
Yeah, it's one of the things, what makes a trader good is the ability to stay away, when their gut tells them that, right? So like, I'm just saying to myself, I'm not shorting Amazon. I said to myself on Netflix, I'm not going to really short this because I don't really know. Like, I'm not really going to hold. It looks like it was going to be good, and then it popped, and now we're like making highs again. Like if you have a wide stop on it, not to say that you're going to be wrong on the trade. Like you have the wide stop, you're letting it breathe. I knew that I wouldn't, so I'm staying away from this. And as I see it go higher, like I'm saying, wow, like nice, like opportunity cost of money. Like I'm making money. Like I'm not making money because I'm not in a trade, but I'm not losing money. So like good, overall good, can't complain. That's kind of what I say, like that, like that's these little things go such a long way in your game, and you want to continue to work on them and get better every single day. And you guys will be surprised, learn what first, obviously it's easy to identify what you're good at and continue to do that. But also identify what you should stay away from because of the reason, because you're bad at something, you're bad at holding, you don't let things breathe, too much. You put a little bit tighter stops, or you don't hold for the full move. So it begs the question, why even take the trade in the first place? So if you can identify these things in your game, then you will get better faster. And I see Netflix is way overbought, waiting for short point soon. Yeah, it could fall, right? But obviously holding trend, and this is kind of the whole ideology. Like this is 13 EMA, and you could use 9. Like it's basically showing you the same data, but it's holding trend, which is very obvious. You don't need a moving average to see that. Just kind of wait for that, consolidation and break if you want to get short. Because you don't want to get short if everything is just steaming to the upside. And at this point, like we're through the resistance levels on the overall market. So yeah, we could easily get to 4,000. We could, like I've seen it before. And keep in mind the market's only up 1% right now overall. So it's not like we're up like 4% and then like we're going to get to 4,000. Maybe that's going to bring it to 5-6%, whatever the numbers are. But we're only up 1%. So like for this to keep going, for the market to finish up 2%, not insane. And as I say that, I want to quickly look at the NASDAQ, see where this one is. Yeah, this is up 1.9%. So, interesting. I'm actually like surprised at like the kind of lack of correlation. Like normally, like for the most part, like ES and NASDAQ always kind of hand in hand, but now like the correlation is really kind of deviating. I'm wondering how those algos are doing. Probably not too well.
Yeah, those, it depends, man. But we got to enjoy these moves on a day like today. It's 12 o'clock, it's lunchtime, sadly. So maybe market's time for having a little bit of a volume depreciation events over here. Volume going away from the market, but I'm not seeing that. Market actually showing us volume as we're breaking out to the highs around lunchtime. So those are the type of factors that you want to be noticing on. Not like there's a ton of volume anyways, but we were seeing a volume candle on the NASDAQ as it broke the high was larger than the one before it. So now I'm waiting to see if the next 5-minute volume candle can be equally high or even greater than the one before. And if this pattern can continue, maybe we can keep on pushing to the upside instead of looking like we want to cancel this move to the north side around the high days area for the S&P 500 and for the NASDAQ, which hit 12,520. So 20 points higher than that 12,500 level. Not sure what could be the next area for people to be watching on NASDAQ. So let's pull up the NASDAQ over here. Looks like we're just looking at the 12,800 area instead. Not really seeing any other levels besides this 12,580 and then 12,800. So maybe, just maybe, the market manages to bring in some volume and just keep on going to the north side, taking those Apples and your Microsofts to crazy territories. Look at Apple now, 1.7% to the upside with 154 coming into play maybe at some point later today. Microsoft, man, this stock, I just always a regret of not buying the stock on my long-term account anytime it drops down, because look at what the stock is doing today, just launching to the north side also with the rest of the market. And last but not least, I want to quickly go over to GitLab, one of my most favorite stocks in the market, up to almost 3% today and nowhere close to the price ranges where I want to buy some for my account. So maybe it's time to think about moving my average price requirement off the stock to a little bit higher than where I want it to be.
Yeah, and I see somebody asking, do you think GOEV can get back to 5? The first thing that stands out to me is like it's holding trend. So it has yet to break, which would be a break of, let's say, like 350. Obviously, you have this kind of volume spike that just took place. Not sure if there's any news associated with it. Anything's possible in this type of market, but just keep in mind that, like, volume is a huge thing. It traded so much volume, which kind of had that initial move to 5 and then that secondary move up to 5. Now, volume 9 million, kind of very light. But, if we do get to 5, I think it's a no-brainer to try that 5 break. I don't think we get there on light volume. So at this point, like, I don't expect it to get there today. But if for whatever reason we get to 5, that would I would make the assumption that, volume is at least 50 plus million on the name. And if that's the case, then a $5 break is sort of feels like a no-brainer, just because, tested it once, tested it twice, third time's a charm, and then it really goes. You got to imagine that everybody's got their stops there. It's going to add fuel to the fire, and if it gets back up there, it's probably for good reason. Whether shorts are kind of stuck and just punching out, or if just in general, like, kind of positive news. Market likes the news, and it keeps going from there. And somebody from before asked, can you take a look at Coca-Cola? They have earnings coming up. So one of the main things, like from a day trading perspective, I'm not really trading these value names. They're very, very slow. Even on earnings, I'm not looking to trade these names just because the given range of the names are way less than something like a Netflix or an Apple or an Amazon. So I'd much rather personally be in something that's moving very, very quickly as opposed to something like a Coca-Cola. But overall, in general, my thought is that, look, like, you got these value names. They pay dividends. They're companies that are not going away. Things that are recession-proof, Coca-Cola, haircuts, and I'm sure there's a few others, but Warren Buffett loves the name. He's never selling. I just don't think. I mean, the name's gonna float around, right? It's probably near highs right now, but I don't really expect too much from this. It's kind of just a name that I don't really trade just because it doesn't move too much. In terms of, like, are they going to beat expectations? I mean, I think they're just going to be in line with expectations, and they're going to continue to sell Coke. And, at this point, like, looking at this, it is holding below VWAP, but at the same time, it's like you short 62 for a move to 61.85, like 15 cents. It's like not worth it, right? Like, it's kind of like reminds me of Neo. It's like, Neo, you're not going to jump in for like a 10-cent move when the thing's not even moving around, right?
Yeah, market clearly does not want to take out those highs and now pushing back down. So I took my stop on the longs over there on the day's high breakout for the market. Looks like it's not going to work out, and the stocks are still going to be range bound. And that's the sad part about obviously the time of day that we're in. A little bit of an unlucky time slot also for Luca and myself to be doing the show, because there's not going to be a lot of opportunities on the board for us to meddling with. So on a day like today, when clearly longs are in play, you are a little hesitant on the short direction, and then when the market's volume's coming down with the time period that we're at, it's harder to look for trades with the size that you want to actually put on. There's no point in me taking 10, 20 share trades when I really want to be taking multiple sizes orders over on stocks that I want to be doing. And this is not the time of day where you want to be putting the size on stocks. Low volume period, you're going against AIs and robots, you're gonna get booped and beeped across the market, and you're gonna be pushed around. So if you don't want to get booped and beeped, just stay away from it. Come back when the volume is there in the market for you to boop and beep other people and not get screwed over by robots and AIs and algos and so on. Don't get robbed by the JP Morgan algorithm, right? But it is fun though. It is fun to go look for some opportunities. But the fact that even using the word fun from chat is not a good way to think about it. We're not here to have fun. You're here to make a living. You're here to put some bread on the table. Put that emotion out. The fun isn't emotion, right? This is coming from a guy who uses emotions in his trading for the most part and trying to eliminate it. Don't bring emotions into trading. Stay away from it. Put it inside of a closet and just lock it in there for the 8 hours or whatever hours you're planning to sit at the computer. And then once your trading is done, put your emotion hat back on, go run outside, go do whatever it is you want to do. Just don't bring emotions into trading.
Yeah, guys, I see people saying TBLT is moving. This thing is moving. It's booming. It just broke 4. It did not look back. Clean break to the upside. And I'm looking at the daily on this. 4 was that prior resistance level that didn't break. And that was on June 24th. Now, we broke 4. And see, I just quickly have float checker just to remind myself. So this is a very small float. So this thing could go and could keep going depending on kind of how everybody's positioned on it. Be cautious with this one. Spread seems to be 3 cents, but doing 20 mil volume today, up 53%. Definitely interesting. I'll show you guys quickly the daily that I'm looking at. It had the pop, and could not break 4. And I actually remember this. We were looking at 4 and we didn't take it. Then dies, right? But guys, remember your levels, because breaks 4 and now it looks like it's going to get a 5 test. So if I was long this name, I'll probably hold for a 5 test and then kind of reevaluate and see what happens. This is an absolutely parabolic move, and it's kind of giving the feel, with a low float, this could test 5, but maybe get some profit taking at 5.
Where are we going to next over here? Looking at the chat, did you get stomped out on your shorts? Is that why you're not in trades? I just answered why, and then those are the type of messages we get.
Yeah, it's okay. Maybe some people late to the party, like myself on the Netflix trade this morning, missed it, and I was like, I'm late to the party, so let me see if I get the secondary leg down. But yeah, guys, speaking of TBLT low float action, look at this. Look at this. It was just at 488. And it flushed down to 451. So this is literally, and you know what, guys, let me tell you something. Record your screen. Record your screen so that you can watch back your plays. You can slow it down. As you watch it back, you'll say, oh my God, I had so much time to get out before it went against me. Or, oh, I should have held that one. It was so obvious. Watch your screen, get the reps in, trade real time, then watch it back, trade real time, watch it back again, build good habits, and it'll become so much easier to trade. I record my screen all the time, watching back certain strategies that I trade. And one of the things that I'm kind of happy that I did is watching these small caps and how they kind of flush once the rug pull comes, because there's something very obvious in the tape when the flush happens. And I've seen names last year, I can't remember the name, but I've seen names drop $3, $4 in 6 seconds. Absolutely insane. So when you get a low float or a nano float, it's pay you today, kill you tomorrow. So, just keep in mind that you are long, right? But you want to be paying yourself on the way up, because let's be real here. Are you holding after this flushes down, especially if you have extreme amount of sides, or if you're late to the party? Now you're kind of at a break even, like it's holding trend, but at any point this could flush again and get to 4. So you just want to be cautious. You want to understand, like, so that's why, like, I like to categorize like these small caps that I'm trading. You know, like you got the nano floats. Like if it's under 2 million, just like maybe stay away. Like, or you could trade it with a little bit of size, kind of get your feet wet. But understand that, you know, these things can move into a halt, and unless you get your keys set up or unless you get filled, you know, you kind of get destroyed. You know, if it's like 5 to 10 mil, then it's interesting for like both longs and shorts. You know, and then if it's like a kind of like a 40 mil, 25 mil, I love the mean reversion on those ones, right? Like nice hefty float, especially if there's an active shelf. But yeah, guys, it helps to categorize these small caps that you're trading. So you kind of, you know, you have your expectations aligned with what's going to happen, right? Like I said, nano float, once the move starts going, it could just like this was what? This was from like, it broke $4 and it literally like 10 minutes. Yeah, 10 minutes and moved $1. Like that's not going to happen on like an Apple. Obviously, everybody knows that. But, you know, for anybody new here watching this, like make sure you're kind of building good habits and, you know, managing your expectations with what you expect. And then it makes kind of this job a little bit easier.
People talking about Camber Energy. Camber Energy is hot garbage, boys. Let me be honest with you. I remember talking about this stock when it was actually popping up to $2 and all that crazy nonsense was happening and everyone thought the stock was the next Occidental Petroleum or whatever. And I only said I'll talk to you. Whoever that person was, I'll talk to you when the stock goes back $1. Haven't seen them in chat ever since. So, you know, these are the type of traps that I have warned you guys about. These stocks are absolute gambles. You're getting pump and dumped on. These are high short float stocks that are you know, people are trying to ruin hedge funds over. Hedge funds lost enough money over GME and AMC. They're not going to lose the same game twice. They're smarter than us and they're better than us. Why do people think that they're better than them? It's a big question in my mind right there, right? They lost their game once. They're not going to try and lose it twice. They learn from those mistakes and they use stocks like these low cap, random stocks with high short float to trap people. Now, where is Camber Energy? Right back to the downside. Their earnings report might be coming up soon, and I'm not even excited about the earnings report. Be very careful when you're trading stocks such as this. I'm not trying to stand here and say that I told you so, but look where it is. It is right back under $1. If you want to trade energy stocks, there's way better energy stocks out there that you can put your money in and not worry about these random moves week over week, month over month. For example, Oxy, man. Go to Oxy. Every time Buffett goes long, look at what Oxy does. It just shoots up to the north side. There was another company today, actually, that had a earnings report, which was an oil-based company. Sadly, they missed out on earnings report.
Was it Halliburton?
Halliburton was yesterday, and they came out with good earnings report. But there was another company today. Actually, I have my phone right here. I can check it right here. No, I can't because I closed my app, so that's stupid. But anyways, that second company that I'm drawing a blank on that had earnings today, maybe if we can go to our private Discord that we have, Luca, where you post the earnings board on there. Maybe I can see it.
Baker Hughes,
Brooksfield something, I think is what it was.
I see people in the chat saying Baker Hughes as well.
Bakerfield, maybe that's what it was, yeah. So that company, if anyone can think of the ticker, came out with negative earnings, and they did mention that they were noticing a slower in demand, and because of consumer chips and whatnot were going down, they were slowing down across the board because of that.
Yeah, exactly, for sure. And I see somebody making me laugh here. If it's bearish when Warren Buffett invests in oil. Yeah, you know, when Warren Buffett's sitting back and looking at everything and saying, like, I don't know where to put my money, but let's put it in oil because, like, the whole kind of economic landscape that we're in, yep, we're in trouble. We're in trouble. And, you know, like, obviously markets are going to go up. They're going to go down. They're going to move around. They're going to dance. But just keep in mind that, like, this is the beginning of a potential slowdown, and, like, who knows how long this lasts. You got catalysts on both sides. You know, the bear market rallies are violent. You know, we broke the moving average. Today was very sharp to the upside. But at any point, this could turn, or it could keep going. We'll see what happens. We got Fed interest rate decision at the end of the month on the 27th. So 7 days. Will be interesting to see what happens. Obviously, like, we have yet to see, like, you know, like, overall earnings come through from a lot of the big names. I'm really excited. I'm really excited because, you know, like, Netflix holding above 200. I like the long going into earnings. It's very hard for me to kind of, you know, short Apple on earnings. And if you guys remember last time when Apple reported earnings, they announced buybacks, they said all the right things. And even though overall people had probably had their short positions, you had Michael Burry initiating his short position. You know, the overall market was weak. On that day, Apple was extremely strong, and it had like an insane range, right? So if we get that again, it'll be very interesting to see. And I think we could test that 158 area, which is the 200 period moving average. And, you know, every name is going to basically move hand in hand. I wanted to cover something quickly, which kind of reminded me, and this is just an example for you guys. You know, I was mentioning I'm scaling out of this Amazon trade at 123 because, you know, high of day, my expectations, it's now midday, it's up 4%. Like, I don't think it's going to 125, so, like, let me just kind of get out over here. Then we go sideways. I'm like, look, I'm not going to short here because even though it, you know, broke trend, it's going sideways, maybe the market goes down, it's strong, and this could happen, right? And this could happen. So even if I shorted over here, or if I took a short over here, I would be holding, obviously, for like a 50-cent move. That's what I'd want to see. But I'd be stopped out right now, so it'd be a losing trade. So it's like, you know, I knew that I should stay away. It's very strong, and so that's kind of the example I wanted to give. It's not me saying like, oh, like look at this. I knew this was going to happen. Blah blah blah. Like I don't know what's going to happen. You know, your guess is as good as mine on what happens next. But in general, you know, like you don't want to fight the trend. I'm sure everybody knows that, and so just keep that in mind. You know, if you are looking short on any name, you know, pick a name that's generally weaker, you know, on the day. Whether it's kind of like, you know, like Netflix maybe kind of slows down from here and then kind of reverts back to that 210 area, you know, or like a Neo, but, you know, not really giving you the range that you want to see. So, you know, at this point, I wonder where, as I say, where's TBLT now? Okay, so this is going back. Yeah, this thing maybe wants that $5 push. You know, watch this, right? Watch this. Watch this make a high and then flush again. Because this is the same classic action on these small caps. It's like you have the run up, you have the secondary move up on less volume, which is what we're seeing right now. It's going to break, but it's at $5, so it kind of makes it interesting. But if this wasn't $5 level here, you know, kind of psychological level, watch it like break, touch 5, and then flush again, and then you get like potential death candle there. But, you know, obviously, like in general, like strong today, but I would not be surprised to see that. I wouldn't step in front of this freight train because it is a nano float. So if anybody's thinking, oh yeah, I'm going to do that because he said that, just understand that this could rip up into a halt and you could potentially get destroyed on that. So I'm not doing it, but I'm going to watch it and see what happens. You know, if you get that classic action of like break the high, do a lot of volume, instantly flush, and then maybe go into a halt to the downside, but then still hold trend and then go for the $5 push anyways. Victor saying Luca's shop is finally coming down. Yeah, sorry about that. You know, I know you mentioned look at shop before. Shop for me is not really a stock that I'm ever day trading. I always have better names to trade. I thought like post split it would trade a little bit cleaner. You know, has the kind of overall look. But I know you're saying Luca short is coming down now. Yeah, just keep in mind that like, you know, it's like you so like I don't want to say you should have been long. That's not the right terminology that I want to use. You know, on a day like today when everything's extra strong, you want to be long, right? You want to be with the trend. And then like the last thing you want to do is like you win on the long and now it's kind of sideways. Like you're done for the day. Like take your money and run. Don't say, okay, now it's up here, it's sideways, there's a short to be had. So I'm not saying that's your situation, but personally quickly looking at this and every other name today, like everything's up. Everything's up. I'm not really loving the shorts, except for maybe a Tesla short. That 750 level, rejected again. Didn't get there. I had an order. Didn't get the fill, unfortunately. But you know, now going down for the VWAP test. So yeah, for anybody who's short at the 749 area, congratulations. That was a solid.
What?
Solid snipe.
They didn't give fill.
Yeah. Everybody wants to be a day trader until they realize that they missed the fill. And that's why I say, wow.
Anyways, you know, Luca, something that you say along the words, but I had to use the English to Shakespeare translator over here. If the long fails, get short, but apparently you're supposed to say, if it be true, the long it fails, receive it short. Receive it short. So, you know, we're receiving short right now, apparently. On to the downside, we go for the S&P 500. The long failed, so we push short. We immediately made back whatever we lost, and now we're in the money on the S&P 500 short. Quick little scalp within the range over here. So obviously, if the how did the guy say it again, or how did the translation go? I completely lost the translation because I alt F4'd out of it. Maybe if I do this, there we go. If it be true, the long it fails, receive it short.
There you go. If you know, if the long is wrong, then do not abort the short.
There you go.
Somewhat of
let me type
myself,
that
you know?
and see what happens. Say that again. if the long is
so
wrong.
normally I say if abort the short, the long can't be wrong. So for example, today, if abort the short, which hopefully you guys aborted the shorts in the morning, the long can't be wrong, and go figure everything up. Look, I'm even pulling up AMC, 7% up today. This is going for 18, maybe 19. We'll see what happens.
What does that even mean?
Let's see.
If it be true, abort the short, the long it can't beast wrong.
That's
I don't understand any of this.
Maybe somebody can digest that for us who's a philosophy major or an English major. I have no idea what that means.
But you know what? Cryptocurrency is receiving the short right now for sure. We're back under 24K. We're looking at 23.8. And Luca, looks like your time is tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Time to head out.
Yep, time to head out. I'm taking it easy for the rest of the day. Hopefully you guys are profitable, stay disciplined. And, if the market is not showing you what you want to see, then there is no reason to be in a trade. I will emphasize that. I tell you, but I tell myself as well. Always a pleasure. Ciao.
Take care, man. Always a pleasure to have you over here. Tons of knowledge base coming in and, learning a lot from Luca. If you don't have a pen and paper out and you're not writing notes, whoo-wee, Lord help you guys on that side. Ciao, Luca. Grazie tanto. Did I say that right?
Grazie.
Grazie tanto. But later, Luca. And the incoming is Ian. So Ian's going to be coming in over here, taking a seat with us at the hot seat. Oh, this guy's got a nice big water bottle. I need one of those. I got an empty juice box. I got an empty little juice box. The mango, what is this? Mango exotique. Just waiting to see, waiting for Ian to set up so I could go for my quick little washroom and re-up on a juice box break. Let's see what the market's going for where you guys. It's still playing around in these ranges, so I'm not really excited about anything, man. I'm so patient right now as to my levels. I just want to wait for this Tesla 750 area. I just want to wait for a couple of these stocks ranges to finish off so I can play in those ranges later on. Maybe if Apple can come down to this 153 and we can look for a long in this 153 bottoms. Also Microsoft, man, I'm not pushing along at the high day on Microsoft. That's just too crazy for me. I'll wait for Microsoft to pull down. I need a healthy pullback on the market for me to get longer, or I need a even more parabolic long on the market so I could get short. If it's not parabolic enough for me to go short and it's not pulling back enough for me to go long, the sad story is, it's going to be a no position show. Oh, sorry, I thought you were going to talk for a second. My brain farted. You're still logging in. Let him log in, let him log in. Who doesn't love juice boxes? Hey, man, I know you guys make a lot of fun of me for having these juice boxes, and you're like, oh, Brad, did your mom give you the juice box? It's the juice box that the office buys for us, ladies and gentlemen. These are the juice boxes the office buys for us. And you know what? These are the only things I will never complain about in the office because it's not, the lunches from the office are very, very questionable for sure. But these ones are not questionable.
The lunch was good today, man.
What was the lunch today?
It was roast chicken, broccoli, fries.
Making no money and still getting lunch.
Yeah, exactly.
That's true.
Man,
That's
I don't
true.
know why Prad complains about the lunch every single day,
These
right?
juice
It's
boxes are fire, though. These juice boxes are fire. Absolute fire juice boxes. No doubt about that. And someone steals my juice boxes, you know what happens to that side. That's this
you're
guy.
gonna bring that up again, eh?
This guy's a thief over here.
How's it going, guys? Hope everyone's having a profitable day today. It's been exciting. There's been a handful of names in play. Netflix, obviously, a big one. Disney 100 was huge. Tesla 750 continues to just print money for everyone, taking it to the short side. So, happy to be here and excited to get some trades on and share.
What did you trade today?
I traded Netflix in the morning. I took a little bit of a loss on that. I traded Mara as well. Mara, I took and it won't show my execution here, but I took the 14 break on Mara, and that was decent. I was more so interested in that just because if you look at the daily, there's actually a gap between 14 and 1450. So I really thought that, Mara has been rallying, just look at the daily the past couple of days, just been rallying so much the past couple of days, obviously with Bitcoin and, crypto kind of making a push. I thought Mara can, get a third-day continuation action today. It wasn't really in the books. It was a quick scalp, and I got about 10 cents on the play, so that was awesome. But it seems like the short was much, much better on that one. So after that's the thing, guys. I planned for the 14 breakout long. right? And I took it according to my plan, and it worked for me, right? So how many times do you see Sean like right on the sticky note, and then him go against that his plan, right? Never, right? So you got to take your, you got to trade your plan, trade your own book, and then I mean, like he'll sometimes go against it and it'll work, but it takes a minute, to like reassess and whatnot. But the point is, guys, is like trade your own book, trade your plan, and execute how you planned, right? If it doesn't go that way, then you got to reassess and maybe trade a different way or not trade it.
Yeah, Bears versus Bulls saying I'd be thirsty all day. Yeah, for the amount of talking we do, it does get a little straining on the throat, so the liquids for sure help. I mean, look at the big water jug that Sean has. I want something that big. I used to have one from Walmart that big, but it fell down and just completely cracked open, so I need to buy myself a new one now. What are you looking at? Oh, that's the show.
No, I'm trying to load the YouTube here. And get
Google
the chat
says
up.
6 ounces is a juice box. That is 1 sip for me. I don't know how much 6 ounces is. I'll be honest. I'm very bad with just like distance. Are you good with like? Oh, that's 100 meters. That's 150. Are you good with that stuff?
I mean, like if you drive like on the highway, it's kind of easy to like estimate because like, okay, here's the thing. Like I know a lot of you guys are Americans.
So
you
I
guys
don't know
deal with
those
like
60
miles,
ounces and
right, or
stuff.
mileage. I guess it's easier to see like quarter mile, half mile, like on the highway. With us, it's kilometers, right? So it'd be like 100 kilometers, like the lane ends or something, or not 100 kilometers. Sorry, like 100 meters.
There's
the
markers.
lane ends. There's little markers, but like yeah, I guess I don't know. It takes some getting used to for sure.
Okay, can you stop talking to me? I'm trying to talk to the viewers, bro. What did you say? 130 pounds? You really think I'm 130? Wow, I'll take that compliment, man. Thank you, Fod. Fod's talking in my ear. He's like, I'm really good at that. I think you look like about a 130. I'm like, ooh, okay, I'll take a 130 any day. That's a good number. Well, far away from that, though. Far away from that. Palantir being talked about in the chat. $1.75. You got that right. Got that one right. Whoa, bro, what are you like tapping into my electronic? There's a lot that I know. Tapping into my Amazon Weight Watcher thing. What the? But Palantir over here, moving to the north side. Looks like Palantir wants to go to that $10.30 area that I was talking about earlier. So I guess that long at $9.90 that I had, I should have just held on to it. What a stupid exit that I had on that one. Now pushing a little bit more to the north side. Palantir almost up 10% on the day. We love seeing that. We love watching these stocks push up to the north. As NASDAQ wants to go test the high of the day again and wants to break out. So I'm glad that I got out of my S&P 500 short because the market's right again to the north side.
I'm in the Tesla short right now. I could talk about this. I know, like, you traded this a couple times, I'm assuming, right? Off the 750. We were doing it. Yeah, okay. We were doing it the other day. Same sort of idea today. I got in here short around 746. Now I'm kind of seeing like it's rejected 748, right? So it's kind of making lower highs intraday. So I'm managing the risk or managing the trade accordingly. I think if it gets up to 748 and rejects again, that's like where I'll add again. Right now, like this is a smaller size position. So if it gets up there, I don't mind adding to it again if sellers start to step up in front of the 750 area. But I think like Luca mentioned it in the morning show. Like my thing is like, with Tesla reporting tonight, I don't believe that it's going to really break out of 750 and show like a lot of strength above, just because who knows what's going to happen with the earnings report, after hours. I believe it's being reported at 4:05, so that's going to be on watch right after market close, and then also into tomorrow morning as well. I'm sure it's going to be in play once again. Netflix, It's having a huge day today, up 7%. But look at this flush move off 210, 208 in the morning, right? And then it held 200 very, very nicely, obviously. I guess what better number to hold than 200 after yesterday's day as well. Yesterday, it broke out 200, I believe. It got up to like 202. Now I think I'm waiting for, 219. 220 area, that's where it was like kind of, you can't really see it here. I guess 218 on our chart here, but just like off of like most pre-market levels in the morning, it was like 218 was kind of the high before it started just to fade the entire move. So it looks like it's just slowly grinding back there again. Like you had a couple opportunities, but it was pretty choppy after the bounce off 200 and the flush in the morning. So we're gonna see where it kind of goes from here. Maybe get involved in the short around 219, 218.
Do you know the ticker for that Netherlands chip maker stock that had earnings today? ASML, thank you. ASML. So I want to talk about ASML. I want to take a quick look at ASML first. I know their earnings report, I believe, was negative. If I remember correctly, ASML. Let's go check out this one. No, it was positive. Okay, then not sure why the report that I was reading made me believe it was a little bearish on the report. But ASML, man, yeah, 2.5% to the upside. We saw the other chip makers around the board just launch to the north side. We know that there's another play happening, which was the what happened with the bill? Is it still being talked about, or did it go through?
From my understanding, is that like there's a lot of people voting for
Still
it.
going
Like
through,
it's still
right?
going through.
Yeah.
It like hasn't gone through yet. But it's like in favor of passing. So
Yeah.
there's like a lot of anticipation that's going to pass. But it hasn't really gone through like all the
Obviously,
red tape
that's
that
an
needs to go through.
American bill, so not that the Netherlands company could take advantage of whatever that bill is talking about. But clearly, with the positive earnings report today, ASML did jump up 2.25%. But man, hold on to your shorts, I guess, Prad, was the right direction as the market is now pushing right back to the downside. S&P 500 now pushing to 39.65. My best out was 39.70, so I had a 5-point scalp on the futures. But, you know, I could have held my last few contracts for a bigger move over here that I am missing out on. But thankfully, I get to live through Ian's Tesla short, another trade that also, you know, I'm waiting for my levels and they don't want to give me my fill. So it's time to maybe move the orders down a little bit. Not sure, but I don't want to do that on Tesla. I don't want to go short 746 and then give it up to 750, because knowing me, I will do that. I will give it up to 750.
Yeah, so quick win on Tesla there. You know, taking out a piece in front of VWAP. I am going to short again if it comes back up to 746, 748
Finally,
area.
some moves.
I wanted to take advantage, you know, in front of VWAP here in case it gives a little bit of a bounce. And, you know, I can always add to it afterwards. This was a smaller position, so now I got to hold the rest of it for a bigger move, maybe down to 740 or, you know, 735. I punched into CCL. I've been talking about CCL so many times on the show about waiting for this 11 area, and I was hoping to get on the show before it started to really crack down. And you see me offering out in front of 11 now. So I tried to get a starter position here.
What the heck
my
did I
short
get
is
long?
86. Is not the best fill, but I want to be participating if it gives like, you know, more of a down move from here. But I am offering out closer to 11 to take more size, the actual size I want to take off this CCL 11 short. Again, guys, this is a huge level on the daily, I believe, as it rejected last time around the end of June.
So this drop is actually coming from most likely Google saying it will also pause hiring the same way Apple did that. So you remember how Apple turned around on that day. Around the same time, actually, market completely started pushing to the downside. I am long Disney right now, so maybe I might be thinking about getting out of my Disney shares over here slightly and then getting back in at a different price point, closer to 103, closer to VWAP maybe on Disney. Instantly already out of money by 20 pennies on Disney over here, as the market is pushing to the downside with the help of Google Catalyst. We'll be pausing hiring. This could also be another Bloomberg or whatever it was that caused the Apple drop coming in, and Apple next day launched right back to 150. So now only time will tell to see if what exactly will play out on these stocks. Looks like the longs are no longer here now. The shorts are indeed here thanks to this catalyst. So maybe time to look for some dip buy opportunities on some of these stocks if they do happen to go back to pre-market areas, such as Apple near 150 or 151 or so. I'm expecting Microsoft to start falling, or it's already on its descent, so we missed out on that short. Is there any stock that we can load up on?
I punched short into Apple.
I'm going short Affirm.
Okay, yeah, I punched short into Apple just because it's been holding up above this 153, and it immediately starts to work for me. About 10 cents in the money now on Apple. The reason why, again, guys, so it's been holding this 153. Now you got a negative news catalyst coming from Google. So I wanted to get short something, you know, market oriented that can trace the market here, and, you know, in the NASDAQ as well, which is Apple. It rejected this 153.50 area. And, you know, I thought I was like, okay, it's going to break out 153.50, which has been like this little intraday resistance. So I thought it was going to really like start to, you know, keep going or slowly grind up. But now we're right back at the bottom of this, you know, channel and this support area, and now it's breaking down. So that's why I'm short Apple right now.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking about getting into that Apple short in this range high, just missed out on that. But great short for yourself over there, big buddy. Look at Affirm though. Let's go Affirm. We're about to make our shutdown on the day today too, with the help of Affirm pushing down 24 cents in the money. Chitty chitty bang bang, baby.
A handful of things working now. The Apple short is working as well. It's funny because let's take a quick
Apple
look.
short, you said?
Yeah, let's take a quick look at Google because
Is that a short?
After I finished talking, I
that's
turned
not
to
a
Sean, and Sean's like, "You know what? I shorted Google, and look at Google. It's working much better. Obviously, the negative catalyst is with Google. I didn't really think to short Google because I didn't look at it quick enough there. Nevertheless, my shorts are working for me now. So you know what? I guess shorts across the board. If you are short, keep holding for this bigger move. Let's see how low it can go.
How low can you go? Hey, how low can you go? We're about to do the limbo. Hey, how low can you go? The market's at VWAP. I don't know if we're gonna break VWAP. Actually, it might. We'll see. We're at 39.50 on the S&P 500 here. 39.50 obviously was the level that we were talking about yesterday. Happens to be the 50-period EMA on the daily chart. So let me pull up the daily chart here just to confirm that one more time. I believe it was 37.40. There we go. 37.51. The white line is the 50-period EMA on the daily chart. So pushing right back to support areas. There is a possibility we push down to 39.25s to see if there's support there. So if you do want to go long on a market like today, I think you want to wait for those areas. NASDAQ, which was up, I think, close to 2%, now only up 1%. S&P 500, which was up 1%, now only up 0.25%. Market's turning back around over here. Get ready for a kangaroo market once again, baby.
Yeah, look at this Tesla short and how I wish I got more size on this one, but yeah, I don't, unfortunately. That being said, you know, it's in the money now, like $6.50. This is my best winner right now, and I want to keep holding. There are some buyers kind of stepping up below 740 here, so I'm watching the tape religiously just to see how this is going to react. Obviously, the market is sort of giving a bounce off this 39.50 VWAP area, right? So I'm watching a couple things here. I'm trying to read the tape and see if buyers are going to start buying these dips like Brad just said.
Unity apparently falling off a cliff over here, so let's go check on Unity. Nah, it is moving down, but I wouldn't say it's doing something too drastic. You know, it's doing what the market's doing, moving down to VWAP, and truth be told, it's not even moving to VWAP right now. It's hanging out by $40.40. I guess if you're short, you're in the money, so you're happy about that part. But overall, you know, a stock this strong today, you just want to forget it. I see a lot of developers in the chat talking about Unity and Unreal Engine though. That's very surprising because in the morning while I was taking a shower, I was having a discussion in my own head. I was like, what is a better developing software now, Unity or Unreal Engine? Because I was playing Tarkov last night, and Tarkov, when you run around, there's one of these PCs in the game that has a Unity logo inside of it, because Tarkov was made on Unity.
Oh, okay.
Right? So there's a little PC inside Customs Dorms where the PC has a Unity logo lit up. So I was just having this battle in my head because I do have friends who are game developers who complain about Unity all the time. So watching the chat talk about how Unity diluting shares, how their developer software sucks, and that people are moving to Unreal and so on. You know, Unreal being Fortnite's engine, everything, or Epic Game, Fortnite engine, whatever. I'm pretty surprised to see Unity pop up the way it is right now, but obviously the market probably likes that deal with the IS, I believe, right? The Israeli company, was it? IS, Iron Source, I believe was the stock name or company name. The deal with them. So deal going through, we'll see if eventually if the regulators do allow that deal to go through or not. And if it does go through, what happens with Unity's future? I know Sean is invested in Unity for his account, right? No? No, okay, then never mind. Roblox, right.
I think Sean's you're a big advocate on Roblox. I always hear you like
His
you know
kids
buying
play Roblox,
buying
so
stuff for Roblox for your kids there. That's cool. Someone said Snap up 7% today. It's having a great day. I'm not too sure of the catalyst on Snap to justify this move, but it is running into trouble around this 15.50, 16 area, I guess. Look at how many times it's rejected and it's just held this area after the big gap down. I believe that. I can't remember what that was, but big gap down, and 16 is this resistance area now. and holding that today as well. I don't think it got up there. No, it got to like 1550, but you know, it is probably overbought at this point, and you know, pulling back a little bit. Regardless, I wouldn't be too worried about this. Hopefully, you know, if you were long, you were taking profits out along the way, and you know, seeing it kind of run into some resistance around the 1550 area. But Snap having a great day today. Amazon first bounce after news, says Tyrone. Let's take a quick look at Amazon. Man, Amazon has broken out of this 118 area now. 118 was holding on the daily for a while, and then today finally getting the breakout. Well, I guess it broke out a little bit yesterday, but then it wasn't like the greatest breakouts. And then, you know, eventually today it gapped up, and now showing strength above 120 as well. So Amazon having a huge day. I think now that it's above this 118, 120 area, it can really start to maybe potentially grind up and, you know, continue to show some strength above. It's been getting, it's weird because it got really beat down at one point after the split, but it's held the lows really nicely and now breaking out the top. So Amazon clearly really strong in the market right now.
I'm just throwing out a stop here for my Affirm short, and people in the chat do recognize, I think it was Pamela who said Affirm short is money. You're right, it is money. I've been taking profits on the down move over here and enjoying these profits right now, but look at what the S&P 500 does. To the key, what I thought it would do. It goes down to 39.50. It pushes a little bit lower than 39.50, and now come in the longs, pushing it right back to the upside. So can we look for longs on Apple? Looks like we missed out. I know I had a Disney long. Please don't tell me that it turned around from there. So no, look, Disney's hanging out right here. Honestly, I think I want to be a little careful with everything I do right now, because that negative catalyst from Google might just make the market not able to push back towards the high a day. So noticing all those factors, just be a little careful on this side. And as Affirm now pushes back to my average price, I do have a stop on the break of 29 to the upside. Let's see if Affirm can do that. So I'm basically giving it a little bit of a wiggle room past my average price, about 11, 12 cents or so. If it goes back above 29, I don't want to be holding this trade.
I'm going to start the short here on Google, because look at this 115, how it finally, like, you know, broke down and fell off a cliff sort of after that news came out, right? So I'm risking off of that on this pop-up. You know, obviously the market is bouncing off VWAP, but like Pratt said, maybe now that there is a negative catalyst within Google, obviously Google is one of the biggest names within the market, you know, maybe it starts to pull back and not reach those highs again. So that's my thesis around this position. If it comes back up to 115 and, you know, shows some more selling up there, I won't be against adding to this position. I'm making my average a little bit better. Again, risking off of the high a day on Google. I might have started the position a little bit early here, but that's okay. You know, I'm willing to add to it. The Tesla position, that's still working right now. It did catch a little bit of a bounce around 740 area, but we're still trading below VWAP, which is why I'm not as worried about this trade. If it comes back up to my price, then I think I'm going to have to, you know, think more about managing this one. But for now, it still seems to be working. It's $4 in the money. I know it's not as good as $6 in the money as it was a couple minutes ago, but that's okay. It still seems to be working, right? So I'm going to leave that one alone. The one that isn't really working right now, I did take some profits out of Apple here into the 152.60s area, as I was like 20-30 cents in the money, and right now we're right back in this range of 153 to 153.50, right? So still monitoring this one. I think this one is the one that I think I should be careful with here, just because it didn't really flush as much off that news as the likes of other names that did. I want to welcome a new member here, Trey Vito. Welcome to the Trader TV Live family. I don't know if Pratt has done the YouTube thing yet, but again, guys, thank you for your continued support, and thank you, Trey Vito, for joining the team and joining the Trader TV family today. There's so much content to check out, and I'm not sure if this is your first day here or you've been watching for a while, but either way, welcome to the family. If you guys haven't already, hit the like button today. We're at 1.9K likes. I don't like to see I like to see it above 2K. It's been above 2K during the midday show pretty much all week so far. So let's give that a little bit bump if we can, guys. And hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell if you haven't already, so you do get notifications if we post videos. Obviously, we do the live stream all day from 8:30 to 4, but we also do a lot of educational content over the weekends and whatnot. So I wouldn't want you guys to miss out on those. They're really great videos. But again, welcome Trade Vito, and thank you everyone for your support. Let's hear, NIO here. Okay, let's talk about NIO. I did have an idea about NIO. Originally, I was looking short in the morning, but look at this rip up. It just, the reason why I was looking short is because it fell below this 20 area, and yesterday it was showing quite a bit of weakness. So I was thinking like, okay, if we're below the 20 area, 2020 was that like intraday resistance, if you will, yesterday. If we're down below that, maybe we do get a little bit of a short fade move or a plunge off NIO off open, but the exact opposite happened. So I just kind of left it. Eventually, it tested 21 and rejected that area handedly, and right now we're right back in that range. But look at this triangle wedge on NIO here. And I was thinking, like, I'll draw it out for you guys so you guys can see it a little bit better, but I'm sure you guys are looking at it as well. What I was thinking is that if it breaks down from here, the short might be on. So you know what, maybe that is, but I'm a little over leveraged on the short side right now. Or if it breaks out to the top side and reclaims VWAP, then the long might be on. We could get a retest of 21. Yeah, no trades for me on NIO today. That being said, if I get out of some of these shorts and looking for something to trade, NIO might be it. I'm not sure if you guys have been trading NIO, but decent moves on it today for that one. Meta, any thoughts? Let's take a quick look at Meta. It wasn't really in my trading plan this morning, but let's see what it's done here. It's up 3% on the day. I think it's just, getting a trading with the overall market. Obviously, a decent up move in the market this morning. Meta showing some strength now above the 175 area. I guess that broke out yesterday, but the past couple days for Meta showing a lot of strength, now breaking out 180. I'm trying to see if these breakouts were good. Like 180 was actually a good breakout, but again, guys, lower volume today, so it wasn't really on my radar at the least. Yeah, some good trades on Meta today.
Welcome to the family, Travito. Trav.
I already.
You did?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess
welcome
there's
again.
no need for me then. Time for me to leave.
again.
You can just do the whole show. But yeah, welcome again. 'Cause I just saw it says a new subscriber loved the channel, so I just was wishing him
cool.
welcome. But did you do the YouTube spiel by any chance?
I just did it. Yeah.
Oh, you did it? Okay, I was gonna do that too. So you're just taking all my job, man. What am I supposed to do now? I guess I'll talk about some stocks. Fine. What is the market doing? So clearly the market bounced off of that 39.50 area, and now Google bouncing off of the VWAP areas also to the north side a little bit. Looks like Apple and Microsoft might be doing something very similar. Here's Apple, here's Microsoft doing something very similar. Looks like Microsoft 262 gave you a good chance to go long there. Just wasn't prepared for that one. We are out of our affirmed short as it does push back above 29, but I said I was going to wait for 29. Honestly, I got out before 29. I saw the buying coming in on the market, so not really willing to hold it to the upside over there when I can just take my profits and exit stage left, right? All right, Tyrone, you're good. You got this. Yeah, whatever it is that you need to do, Tyrone, you got this, my friend. Believe and you shall achieve. Or is that how it goes? Believe, conceive, achieve, whatever. I don't even know how it goes. But anyways, Amazon recovering well also. So let's go back to Amazon. Man, Amazon didn't really push down much at all off of that down move in the market. Amazon's so strong. We've yet to see Amazon test $100, right?
No, it tested as low as 102, and that's held, I think it was like 2 or 3 times it's held. So clearly Amazon wants to hold its bottoms, and if support is held, there's only one way to go, which is up. But we're going to send it to Brendo.
Back to 2K for Amazon.
Yeah, I wish. We're going to send it to Brendo real quick at the big screen.
Hi. Thanks for the heads up there, Fahad. Let's talk about some volume leaders so far today. 6,478 listings in positive territory so far, about 3,200 or so to the downside. That means, yes, it's a positive day, but nowhere near what we saw on this board yesterday. If you remember, it was almost 9,000 in positive territory, about 1,000 little change. Back and forth we go. Overall, 931 new lows today, 68 new highs. So again, kind of an indication of which direction the overall market is heading. Here we go. Here's the volume leaders for you today. Zila, top of the list once again, 209 million. If you recall, yesterday at this time it was 650 million on Zila, 110 million for the TQs on here. Sundial, yeah, some of the cannabis stocks catching a bid so far today. All of them higher on the day. APLD, SDIG, both crypto-related. SQs on here as well. There's SOXL in the chip space. AMD as well, obviously in the chip space. Speaking of cannabis, Tilray traded 50 million shares so far today, guys. Back over to you.
Tilray, wow, okay, yeah, tons of size moved on Tilray once again, probably in the anticipation of what's going to happen with the U.S. legalization and so on. 40, 50 million shares, so gotta love the volume over here on wheat stocks overall. I'm actually Googling a question that was from earlier on in the show about Palantir. Does Palantir even make money? So apparently in 2 more years, they should start being profitable according to 10 industry analysts who cover Palantir. They should be taking their final loss most likely in 2023 and then going up to 2024, taking some profits of maybe $52 million or so on. So expecting to break even in about 2 years or so for Palantir. You know, I love Palantir. I'm holding it in my portfolio. Oh, man, that was a mistake on a firm, I guess. You know, part of the reason why I went short a firm is because the market was coming down and some of the stocks already pushed down. So my mind went directly to what would Neil do? WWND. What would Neil do? And it would be directly short a firm. So I shorted a firm. It was a decent short, but I exited a little bit too early. You know, paper hands Pratt. What did Tony say on the show? He got diagnosed with paper hands from the doctor. Well, and if that's the case, then I think I have paper hands 2 or paper hands 3. A case of paper hands 3 over here. Because I couldn't hold the short properly for myself. NASDAQ and S&P 500, as predicted, I don't see them going back to the high of day today with that negative catalyst. So NASDAQ and S&P, both of them, did push up slightly, but are seeing rejections now in the pre-market highs for S&P 500, which is 39.65. Google says it will pause hiring. That was the old news, obviously. But pausing the hiring will last for 2 weeks only. Pause in hiring will last for 2 weeks only?
Getting a little bit of a flush move. I'm watching Apple here. Something really, really weird happened with it. I am taking profits out. I did add to it there. But something weird happened to it. So it was trading around like my price I added to, which was like 153.20. Not really doing too much. And then it dipped down to like the 07, 08 area. Now we're getting more of a flush move. Let's go. Yeah, it dipped down to there. And then it just like rallied right back all the way to 153.20. Again, like super quick. It's like, you know, there was a massive bid sitting there and it just pushed it all the way back up. And now we're giving more of a flush move now to the downside. So I like this trade a lot more. And it seems like the shorts continue to work. We are testing VWAP again on the market. So if it really breaks down, then, you know, it's going to give me a lot more confidence to hold these shorts. I'm in 4 shorts right now. So, you know, I am banking on this pullback here to keep going. But we'll see. I'm managing the trades accordingly. Yeah, I think Apple here, you know, it is running into trouble around the 90s again. So again, if it gets back up above 153 and does that weird thing again where buyers just randomly step up, I might be out of this one.
Not sure what this question is expecting from us, but maybe you can answer in chat for me, Trader Jack. Are you guys exhibiting your trading skills and want the viewers to watch you while trading? Not sure how to answer that question over there. Except for morning watch list, nothing is really helping the viewers, guys. Well, that's I don't know, man. I guess it's not helping viewers that we're giving Google shorts and Affirm shorts and Tesla shorts and Microsoft longs and Netflix $7 longs and whatnot. So I guess, yeah, those are not helping the viewers at all, man. I'm sorry that we're not helpful on that side.
Yeah, I mean, like we're talking about like a trade thesis, and we talked about obviously the negative catalyst that just randomly came in with the market, and we're trying to take advantage of it. It's giving some decent moves, and it's working for us now, right? So just kind of shorting off of these highs, like my thesis on Apple here. Obviously, Sean shorted Google, which was a direct news catalyst that happened, but I don't know what that kind of means, like Brad was saying, we're giving these ideas and we're taking them here and we're showing them. It's not to our own. Yeah. It's here's the thing, guys. Like we're gonna take trades and sometimes lose. You guys have seen me lose on the show live. It's a part of it. But if we give good ideas, I don't see what the problem is.
I gotta love these positions though that I exit out of poorly every single time. It's like, Sean, how do you exit so perfectly? What's your secret? You're not gonna tell me? Come on, Sean, I need some help, my guy. Sean goes, figure it out. Guys, Sean goes, spend 30 years and then figure it out, bud.
Well, see, there you go. That's what I'm about to say is like, here's the thing. Like, if you have an edge in the market, most of the time you keep quiet about that.
Got out at 208.
Yeah, he's like, I bought here. I bought here, I sold up here.
No, he's upset at himself right now that he only took an $8 winner when he could have had an $18 winner. I guess he's saying the same thing.
Video was nice.
That was nice. That was nice. Exactly. See, I'm trying to say maybe I need to be able to hold those multiple dollars.
He's from the future.
Here's from the future.
He does have the 8-ball on his desk.
Maybe that's a secret.
Show what I can put in the chat. Sticky note level was 168.
Sticky note level 168. Yeah, okay. Look at that. Bang. Oh, man. Right at the bottom picking. Two nice exits right over here. That's a pre-market high exit, I believe so. Beautiful exit on that side.
And tell people how much the sticky note costs.
And how much the sticky note costs. Man, look, the sticky note's right here. All it costs is a follow on my guy's channel. Get him up to 40K. That way I could use his clout to get more sponsorships for myself. So get my boy up to 40K over there. Hit that follow button, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not logged in, so obviously it doesn't say follow, but trust me, I do follow him without a doubt. And that sticky note, every single...
Me, bro?
No, I'm not logged in. I'm not logged in.
What?
I'm not logged in. Wow. But no, if you're not having that sticky note, see, now I'm not even able to scroll down because I'm not logged in. Wow. But if you don't have that sticky note up there, there's basically two watch lists for Trader TV Live. That's the official watch list at tradertv.live/members, /watch list. And the second one is on Twitter from Sean, and both of them are great resources. Do not do the mistake of not following these two resources and the levels, man. The levels that Sean calls out, like 168. Where do you even find 168 on NVIDIA other than like actually putting in some work over there and finding that, look, this might drop down to 168 off the open. I'll wait for the open flush and then I'll go long. Insane long, rips it to the upside, and I can't praise him enough for this one, honestly. Part of me is jealous that I couldn't get it myself.
Here's the thing, guys. It's like, finding levels on the daily, zooming out,
21
finding
years.
these levels. Yeah, well, obviously the experience, but, that comes with time. I can't really, I don't know what to do about that except for just keep trading, right? But, here's the thing, like find the levels on a daily. I'm going to use Tesla as an example here. Did he say go to?
No, fix my mic.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'm going to use Tesla as an example because 750 is such a clean level. And then when it comes to it, it's about a tape read, watching the price action around these levels. So in the morning, if you would have caught that one, it breaks above 750, rejects 752 quite handily, and then a lot of selling just pours in, right? So it's about taking advantage of that move, and then I would have gave you like an $18 flush move, depending on where you got filled, right? But that's the thing, guys. Find the levels on daily, zoom out, and then take advantage of them during the intraday moves.
Man, this is so bad. Like the markets just keep on pushing to the downside now. The S&P 500 might just turn into red today. Well, it's 0.25% away from being red still, but it's an absolute question mark in my head now. That are we going to turn red on the SPYs? And look at Microsoft now pushing right back to the downside, below VWAP, about to go test the 100-period EMA to the downside. Now only up 0.68%. Apple most likely back to 151s here, pretty close to 150. 151, man. Let's see if we can actually get down there so I could look for my long in the same spot that I was long earlier on in the day. S&P NASDAQ now up still 1% and rejecting VWAP to the downside. So hopefully that trend continues for the NASDAQ and we don't push any more further down. I don't want this day to turn red for the SPYs. Come on, that would be insane. That would be 2 days where 2 tech stocks come out with the hiring freeze catalyst and turn the market completely around. That being said, Brendo in our work chat mentioned 25 minutes ago that this hiring pause is only for 2 weeks.
Oh, man.
Like, if this hiring pause is only for 2 weeks, how is this catalyst so drastic that we're turning the whole day around? That's insane.
I'm going to continue to take profits here on Apple. Yeah, that's the most of my position there. But look at this move. Like, look at how this catalyst has just completely turned the market around. We're up here chilling at the highs, not doing too much. And then all of a sudden, Google drops this news. Regardless if it's only 2 weeks or whatever, it has changed the shape of the market today. And now we're right back in this range, or testing the top of this range that it was trading at this morning. 39.25 held very nicely. But as it was trading in this range, like the 39.35, 39.40 area was the top of that, and eventually broke out and gave this nice move. Now we're right back there again, which is why I just took out my Apple position. It was only the 10% of my position left, and the reason why I took it out is obviously we're testing this area on the ES, but also we're testing VWAP on Apple, right? So I want to make sure that I take advantage of these flush moves and take out my profits when I can. I'm still in a handful of shorts. I'm still in the Tesla short. Now that continues to work for me, but we're right back in that same area again. So I really want to see this move continue to the downside, and Tesla maybe test the lows here. I am hoping for a bigger move here on Tesla. We'll see. Maybe I should have added on this little pop-up of VWAP, but it is what it is. I missed that.
Yeah, lots of crazy shorts opportunities that we could have held on to. I mean, look at my future short, man. What was the Shakespeare translation that we had? If the long something, then receive it the short. Yeah, this short was for sure receiving us, man. Look at this. We're going all the way to the downside. Would have had multiple points in the money. Probably be my biggest future short I would have ever had. But what can you do? We paper handed this. We scalped it because we didn't believe in the shorts too much today. I mean, how do you know that catalyst is going to come out of nowhere and slap the market that way, right? That catalyst came out of nowhere, blindsided the market, and just tackled us to the ground over there. Thankfully, we were short, but we weren't holding on to our positions to capitalize on that. Even Tesla, are you still in your Tesla short?
I'm still in Tesla, yeah.
Yeah, buddy. Tesla's still pushing back to the downside. Sadly, we didn't get a reload at the 750 area for Tesla. Carvana short, CVNA, I believe is the ticker on New York. Carvana now at 12 million shares traded today. Most likely should be coming to the downside with the rest of the market here. Let's see if it is. Okay, why is Carvana so strong right now? How come Carvana is not pushing down with the rest of the market and actually holding? I'm okay. Yeah, I'm okay. Thank you.
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm not sure why Carvana is so strong here. This is not an earnings play either, because I would have known if the earnings play dropped for the stock. CVNA is Carvana, right? Carvana, not an earnings play. Earnings will be coming up later next month on the 4th of August after market hours. But man, what a crazy move. Let me see if I can find a catalyst. Tuesday amid rising costs for new cars. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Cars costs are going up most likely with inflation, prices going up, prices for parts are going up, prices for chips are going up, chip shortages, supply, demand, all those variables coming into play, everything goes up, right? So it makes sense that rising prices for car costs means Carvana is taking advantage of it and up 14% today. And shorting it does seem like a good play, obviously, but we're not at the high days, we're not at 27s. If I'm trying to short something, it would be closer to my stop. So since we're away from my stop, I can't take this trade for myself.
A couple of people still asking what happened just now. So basically, Google announced that they're doing a 2-week hiring freeze. So similar to Apple's announcement yesterday, that's what kind of changed the face of the market right now for today. It seems like a lot of things.
What is 2 weeks going to do, though?
What is 2 weeks going to? Yeah, but think about how much hiring Google probably does. Like, all the time. They're a huge company, like worldwide, right?
I need to
you can
Google
look it up,
this.
but I'm gonna Google this.
I'm gonna Google it. I'm gonna Google how much Google's Googling.
Yeah, no, that's changed the face of the market for today. I wanted to talk about Mara real quick because look at this rejection off 14. I talked about how, you know, there is a gap on the daily between 14 and 14.50. It gave a brief breakout and then just flushed super hard off of it. Now we're testing $12. It is down 6% on the day. It's SSR. That's strange. Well, I guess intraday it's moved 10%, right? So that makes sense actually. But man, it's giving back some of the move that it's had the past couple of days. But interesting to see how far of a pullback this one's giving. I want to talk about Netflix as well because I said I was waiting for that 218 area or 219. It looks like you know, you can't really see it on the chart here, but maybe if I zoom out a bit, yeah. So there's 218 right there. So it tested 217, didn't really break that, and then gave the flush move. So it looks like a lot of things were affected from this this short move in the market, Netflix included, which is one of obviously the stronger stocks of the day today. But similar chart, like look at this. Okay, so initial flush, a little bit of a pop. You could have shorted this lower high and then, you know, got the second move down. Look at the likes of Tesla. Tesla, same thing. Same chart here, obviously, you know, different price action here. And then I want to check NVIDIA if this is given.
Higher. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I want to check out NVIDIA one more time to see if it's given a similar move, and it has, right? So similar flush move and then lower high to test this like little channel, and then, you know, another leg down.
So 2,080 hours in working hours in a year. They apparently hire 4,000 to 6,000 people a year. So
Yeah,
if
see,
you do
that's a
that
ton of people.
math, that's actually like, I think, 2 people every hour. 1 to 2 people every hour. That's a pretty high number. So if you add that up by week or so, yeah, you know, they're gonna not hire a good chunk of people. So that adds up. And look at the success rate for hiring on Google, 1%. Out of 1 million resumes and applications, only 4,000 to 6,000 applicants will be hired.
Well, I can imagine that they do get like obviously a ton of applicants, but yeah, that's insane. Yeah, no, those are crazy numbers. But you see how that can really affect, like, I guess now it does really affect it if they do like a 2-week hiring freeze. Yeah. It's gonna
economy too and everything, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And I guess it depends on where, you know, these offices are located. I know there's one in Toronto. I think there's a couple in Toronto, I believe.
Yeah.
No, I think there's a new one as well on King Street there. But yeah, no, it's gonna affect a lot of things for sure.
Yeah, I'm going to go long Microsoft here. A nice little cheeky long, you know, we love using that word over here. Thanks to Ian. I think Ian is the reason we started using that word, honestly.
I started using that word a lot.
It wasn't on the
How do you watch Peaky Blinders,
that.
which is kind of funny. But
that is true. The people who do watch Peaky Blinders don't say it more as much as you do. But we like the word, you know, we like it, we say it. Let's try out this long over here on Microsoft. Microsoft did drop down quite a bit with the overall market catalyst. Even Apple dropping down to VWAP right now. I think a long in front of 152, which is basically the long that I had to start off my day with, would not be something too bad to consider at the moment. Market does seem like it wants to cool off its jet. So let's take a little long, just a baby share long, to see if we can see where the stock moves around for us. And then if it actually starts moving to the north side, that's when we can start adding to our position and start adding fast and hard so we can ride this move to the north side in case the market does manage to bounce. Keep in mind, I don't think the S&P 500 will not go down to 39.15 areas today. Obviously, you never want to be talking in absolutes or whatever. Only the SIT apparently talk in the absolute, and I am not from the dark side. Unless the dark side wants to give me G Fuel sponsorships, then yes, I will come to the dark side.
It's easy to sway you.
Very easy. It just takes a sponsorship. You know, some sponsorship, some money, and the Gucci bag flash in front of me. I'll jump on.
Okay, I'll come. Okay, here we go.
That's all Ferrari has to do. Just give me a Ferrari to drive into Lake Ontario, and I'll be a Ferrari fan.
Oh
Never.
my god. If you actually did that, I don't think.
You know me, I'll do it for the memes. You know me.
Yeah, you're
I'll
probably the
do it for
biggest
the
troll
memes.
that I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, guys, I think I'm going to ring the register here on Tesla as it starts to bounce around a bit. Prad's trying to find the emote there. But again, guys, we're bouncing off of this area, the 3940 top end of this channel from the morning on the ES, right? So I want to make sure that, I was sitting like $8 in the money on Tesla. I think that's pretty good. So I'll take those ones, and now it's easily my best day, our best name of the day for that one. I'm glad that I covered the Apple short because look at this Apple short now. So it looks like I'm getting some of these better fills here, and now it's testing above VWAP again. So maybe, the market does give a little bit of a bounce here. Apple bouncing off VWAP, so a couple things kind of lining up here in the market. Maybe, the 152, if you will, as well. I think, what did you punch long? Prad punched long Apple as well in front of the 152, right? So I'm glad that I managed these positions accordingly and took profits when I did, because it looks like maybe some buying stepping up here in the market around these levels.
Chef Joe probably busy cooking and chefing it up over there, missing the move on the market. Chef Joe, hopefully everyone off your team in the Sinners group are absolutely caking it, my friend. But yeah, the move that the market came in with that you missed out is actually a Google catalyst. Google coming in and saying that they're going to freeze hirings for 2 weeks. So that's the main problem right now that the market is facing. And that's part of the reason why we turned around the whole day almost. A little bit of a sad move, of course, but that doesn't scare me as we are along right now. Microsoft and Apple, both of them up basically 30 pennies in the money right now. So bring in the longs, bring in the money. NASDAQ is holding VWAP. NQ is holding VWAP, but look at S&P 500 here. It's under VWAP and it looks sad. It looks bad. It does not look healthy. So we are obviously worried about these positions right now as the market wants to most likely play around in these pre-market area ranges so far. Lone is expecting a much more bigger drop to the downside. So let's see if the market can actually turn red and stay red. For the bear Prad that I am, I honestly believe that the market will stay green today.
Yeah, no, it had a big move, right? So I think it stays green as well, just because it's held these bottoms here. Obviously, it gapped up overnight as well. And I think it was Arun that mentioned it in his segment in the morning. Now that we've broken out this like 39.30 resistance, maybe the market catches a bid, and it did in the morning. So I think it does stay green and gives a little bit of a bounce. At least, this area supports, or maybe we finish like consolidating in this area. But nevertheless, it'll be interesting to see moving forward. But that's why I want to, capitalize on taking some of these profits if they're offered to me. Someone said Intel calls at 42. I'm not sure when your expiry is, and you don't have to tell us or anything like that. But I want to give a quick analysis on this Intel here and 42 specifically, just because it held as a support here. For this area here, and then gave a flush move, and we're struggling to get back there. It seems like a test of that 42 is imminent, but depending on when your calls expire and where you got them, like if you got them around here, make sure that you do take some profits in front of there if you do have them, because you know what, it looks like it's going to struggle around there, or it's going to be a resistance for sure once it gets there.
Joey in the chat says it's not a catalyst, it's news. Well, Joey, news is actually a form of a catalyst. A catalyst is anything that can move the market or a stock, right? So when we say you want to be looking for stocks that have a catalyst behind it, we're talking about it could have a news, it could be earnings report, it could be a merger, anything. Those are all catalysts. Those are reasons for the stock to move and do what it's doing. When the stock does not have a catalyst behind it, that's most of the time when the position is almost doing nothing. They're probably dead and the market's probably moving sideways. So a catalyst is a reactionary event that the market uses to move around with. Without those, it's kind of dead. That's why we have these earnings seasons. We have earnings season every quarter, and those itself are a catalyst within its by itself, right? Then news is a catalyst. Then Elon Musk buying Twitter is another catalyst, right? Or Elon Musk not going through with that deal is a catalyst. Obviously, those come under news catalysts and so on too, but that's what it is. It's a reactionary event that is caused by something outside of the market, but the market obviously is reacting to it because it is going to move it around, right? So that's what it is. A news is not a catalyst. Wait, a catalyst is not a news, but a news is catalyst. catalysts can be more than just news.
Yeah, of course. There's many different catalysts, but it's anything that sort of, creates volatility in the market and, changes people's decision making essentially, right? So you saw it come in, and we'll look at Google just specifically because obviously they're the ones that actually set it. But they set around here, you give a plunge move to the downside, test VWAP, and now a lower high off these highs like 115.50, right? So clearly it has moved the market and shaped the market a little bit here in the afternoon, and that's good enough for me to take some trades and develop some trade ideas around some of these levels, right? So you use the news that comes out on Google and then quickly chart some levels and then take some trades off of them, right? So that's exactly what we did here on the show. And Google continues to flush now and continues to work to the downside as the market kind of bounces around and figures out what it wants to do as it comes to these support areas here. Biden talking? Yeah, I'm not too sure about. Is he? I don't know. I wasn't on my radar today. You guys are using the word catalyst way too often. At least we're
That's
not saying.
That's the right word, and we're not going to change from that. What? That's the right word. And the comment also from Joey once again was a person or a thing. So you basically just copied a Google description. You guys are saying the small drop for 5 minutes is the day is an event, buddy. The market was up 1%. Now we're barely even up 0.25%. Google News Catalyst did drop it. Okay, if you don't want me to use Catalyst, then maybe just every time we say Catalyst, think of it as news. But that is the drive of overall what's causing the market to crumble upon itself over here. My long, which was 40 cents in the money, is Microsoft, and my other long, which is now 20 cents in the money, is Apple. So it looks like we could have just been able to catch the bottom on the market here, but that market catalyst could just take us right back to the downside, right back to the lows. One thing that is making me happy is this NASDAQ holding VWAP. Please, NASDAQ, don't break VWAP because I need my longs to pay me off over here. Oh, it looks like Microsoft's now moving up a little bit more for myself. So Microsoft 50 cents in the money, Apple 30 cents in the money. Keep on pushing to the right side. Catalyst is the right word. Yeah, see, I mean, who cares, man? At the end of the day, boys, if you like the word catalyst or if you like the word news, just understand the reasoning, what we're talking about. Understand the idea, the concept behind the trade. What does Shakespeare say? You could call a rose by a different name, but it would still smell and look the same, right? So call it what you want at the end of the day. It's not going to change what it is. It's not going to change who it is.
Someone said they got stop punted on Amazon. I'm not sure if you were short or long here, but I wanted to address it regardless because someone said, "Oh, great job to drop the news and then stop hunt everyone." Here's the thing, guys. Like, don't be mad if you were long like down here and then the news drops and you get stop hunted. That's just the nature of the game. Like, no one can predict that. Obviously, let's say you got long down here in the morning on Amazon, you're like $2-3 in the money, living life, obviously, no stress, right? And then this news comes out and then it stops you out or stops out your position or whatever. You're still taking like a $2 win on it. So it's not a bad thing. And you just got to live with those, right? It's going to happen time and time again in the market. It won't be the first time. It won't be the last. That's usually what happens. But that's why you trail your stops, right? So let's say you don't get stopped out and, Amazon continues to, just fade the entire move. And now it's all the way back to your break even. Right, and then now you're flying the trade, right? So live with that, live with those, and then keep going.
Sean apparently is long Microsoft because I see him in the chat saying, "Go Microsoft." Your Twitter? Okay, let's go check your Twitter. This is your NVIDIA tweet. I asked him where his long is, and he said, "I don't want to tell you." Hey, we have the same long. Let's go. We pretty much have the same long there. 260.54 is my average. His average is better than mine, obviously, because he's better than us. Sorry? 49, yeah, so pretty close to Sean's long over there. I'm 60 cents in the money. He's probably 65, 70 cents in the money. Market's clearly pushing up. Looks like we might just have caught the bottom on the move down over here. My idea that we're not going to break this low might just stand true, but we're not also going to break this high, in my opinion. Get ready for a little bit of a sideways move, and then later on, once we go into the closing show with Neil, Sean, and Brendan at 2 o'clock, when the volume really starts coming in, we'll be able to see where these stocks move to. Microsoft now, $1 in the money, baby. And Apple, 50 cents in the money. Send them to the moon, to the moon, to the moon. Ooh, 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 ooh.
Yeah, it seems like now the longs are working as the market kind of bounced off this top end of this range here. Look at this Tesla here. I gotta give myself some applaud here. I got this bottom tick basically on Tesla for the cover, but some buying coming in across the board. So just gonna be careful with the 2 positions that I do have on short right now. They are my smallest size. Oh man, ton of selling just came in there at 740. Interesting. Oh, and even more selling now. That's even more interesting. As it plushes down to 737. You saw that, right?
Why is Tesla doing that when market's going up?
That was so weird. I was talking about like, oh, Tesla's getting a little bit of a bounce here, and then the market makers just kind of shoved it right in my face, and it rejected the 740 quite handily, and we're right back in that range, testing the the lows here. But the point I was trying to make is that clearly there's some buying coming in here, and you got to manage your shorts if you are in them. You got a brief pullback here, and it worked, but you got to know when when you're potentially wrong as the market tests VWAP again. Do we get a reclaim here? I know Prad's loving it because he's in 2 longs right now.
Yeah, world's coming to an end when Prads goes long. You guys know that, so be careful. Might be doomsday coming in very soon, but we're loving these positions, man. We're loving. I've been waiting all day to go long Microsoft, and finally I got the opportunity to go Microsoft long. What's your target on Microsoft? Listen, AIs in the chat. I'm not gonna be giving my stops and my targets out. So people, he's already out. 75%, nice. Yeah. 75% out on Microsoft right before VWAP. That's a great exit, honestly. I've been itching to take some profits over here, so maybe I should be thinking about doing that. Even Apple, man. Apple pushing right back above VWAP over here. Let's show you the Apple chart. Right back above VWAP for Apple. 52 cents in the money. I might just close my position on Apple. But I do like the Microsoft's been a lot weaker than Apple. Why do I like that Microsoft long more? That doesn't make any sense. Bang, we're out of this one too. We'll take our profits. I'm just going to be a scalp demon today. I don't want to be holding anything for the moves because as you see, if you were holding something for that bigger move on Microsoft, the news catalyst comes in, absolutely wipes you out. I guess the stocks that you wanted to hold for the moves were from the opening drives itself. That 168 bottom that Sean had on NVIDIA, even the NFLX long from the 200 area. What a crazy long off of 200 on NFLX. You never had to look back on this position. All you had to do was throw an order out there. And it wasn't 200 kind of in play yesterday? Yeah, look at that. 200 was in play yesterday. And today we dive down to 200, dive, nose dive to 200. And then the booster rockets get strapped on. The engines are fueled. The SpaceX rocket, not Virgin Galactic, because trust me, we would have not had this move if it was a Virgin Galactic rocket. But since the SpaceX rockets, the booster rockets allowing it to take off to the north side and now still be healthy above VWAP after the market destruction event came in not too long ago. I want to move over really quickly to natural gas. How do I pull up natural gas? D-gas? No, I can't pull up D-gas. How do I pull up natural gas futures? We'll come back to natural gas in a second once Sean helps me out with the ticker.
I'm in NIO here, just because it's breaking down this little triangle that I drew earlier, and I want to see I want to short something here if it's going to be weaker on the day, and I think that's NIO. I talked about the thesis behind that and how it gapped down below 20 today, and it's now below that intraday resistance from yesterday around like 2020, 2030 area. So it's a tester position. I want to see what happens, and just risking basically the breakout here and the test of 2040. I think then I'll be wrong if it starts to test VWAP again. The short will be wrong as I'm seeing more buyers kind of step up here. But this is a position that I'm liking for now, and we'll see here. Maybe I get run over on NIO again. You guys can laugh at that and see that live again. But yeah, we'll see. The market is kind of pushing up here again, but still isn't breaking out breaking out of these highs here. So I'm going to trade something that's a little bit weaker on the day, which is NIO for me.
So yeah, thank you, Brendan and Sean, putting it in the work chat for me over there. NG is natural gas. Q22 is the current contract. So we're pushing to the north side on natural gas. Wow, look at the volume candle on that at 12:55. We're at 133 right now. So another half hour for Ian and myself on the show. But man, 7% on natural gas, sir. U22, okay, U20. Oh yeah, this one is a little low on volume. U22. No volume on it. Let's just go to UNG then, because I see chats talking about UNG. UNG on Amex, 4 million shares, and you know, kind of doing the same thing. Obviously, it would do the exact same thing. Big volume spike, taking it to the north side, 6.66% to the upside. Why do I see that number every day? It's almost like I sold my soul to have my dream job, but like, come on, why does that happen every day? Natural gas having a crazy movement. I need to know what the catalyst is, so maybe someone in the chat knows why this is happening right now. I want to quickly go over to Microsoft and Apple because the market, S&P 500, finally back above VWAP. Yeah, we closed our longs a little immaturely, but I'm okay with that because we get to keep our profits. Sadly, we don't get to make more profits, but we get to keep our profits.
No one ever went broke taking profits, so don't be mad if you take profits.
But no one ever got rich by taking profits.
Fair. What? I don't know.
You missing out a lot of money, man.
That's true. Maybe we should put that in the Shakespeare translator there. Let's send it over to the big screen for Money Talks with Brendan.
Hey guys, big moves in the currency market this afternoon. We'll talk about the euro over there to the downside in a big way because of some headlines coming out of Italy. But we took out the pre-market low just right now, in fact. So day lows right now down 0.5% for the euro, 101.7. The confidence vote in the Italian parliament did not go through. Looks like Draghi is searching for a way to continue, but not finding one. So yeah, the euro under pressure here. DXY, dollar back to the upside this afternoon, 0.4%. It's been a quiet afternoon as far as currencies are concerned until that happened, but some strength back to the dollar. As a result, the British pound back below 120 under pressure this afternoon as well. Down here, remember this morning we were up 3.3%. Now just 1.6 for Bitcoin. So Bitcoin coming off as well, back to 23,650. We got above 24, 1,560. Back to flat now for ETH, guys. Back over to you.
Back to flat for ETH. Oh no. I know Ethereum yesterday turned red when the cold market was green, and Ethereum then turned flat, and now Ethereum is actually green on the day. Oh, look at that. Solana and Cardano are actually bleeding on the day today. Well, Cardano at least not bleeding as much as Solana. I love going into those Twitter spaces that are talking about Solana. Their head titles are always Solana to the moon, Solana will never fail. And I just join these calls and I'm like listening into these kids, man. Absolute children. Like 13, 14, 16, 18 maybe, and they're like, yeah, this cryptocurrency is gonna go to the moon, I love it. And I'm just like, oh my goodness, what am I sitting in here for? Let me go play Tarkov instead. I'm out of this. Leave. But eventually, you know, I own Solana, I own Cardano. We'll just have to see where these altcoins go to. I also own Bitcoin and Ethereum, which are the big coins in the market. Cryptocurrency today has been a little green, baby, and we love seeing that. And look at Coinbase that took advantage of the cryptocurrency green move all the way up to $79 on the dot. Looks like we touched 79, we tickled it, and we ran away from it. And now after the market doomsday event happened, Coinbase short was an insane short. Keep in mind though, yeah, Bitcoin also pushed back down with the rest of the market over there. So that's what caused Coinbase to kind of come back down also.
I own Solana as well, and it's interesting. I was reading this article about how, you know, just looking at recent recessions. So if 2008, you know, let's address that one. Like, you could have got rich or wealthy off of real estate investments, right? You know, the real estate market obviously crashed. You know, if you capitalized on, you could have you know, pushed your way up in the wealth chain, if you will. In 2020, it was stocks, right? The 2020 crash, you know, you could have bought like any basically stock and it would have went up and you would have made money. I was interested to see like what it's going to be this time. Like, is it going to be crypto, NFTs? I doubt it's going to be NFTs, but maybe crypto. You know, we'll see. Obviously, you know, crypto, just looking at Bitcoin, it was up to like 70K and now it's like down around 20, right? So is it going to have that upward potential? I mean, maybe, right? So, you know, pick your spots accordingly. And but nevertheless, I think it's going to be a good time to capitalize regardless, whatever you're in. Obviously, you know, do your due diligence. This NIO trade isn't really working for me now. buyers are kind of stepping up here. I'm going to give it a little bit more space, be a little bit more patient with it. Since I have, taken profits on a lot of the other names here, since I've come on, with some shorts, I don't mind, laying this one, giving this one a little bit more breathing room, if you will. But, if it breaks out, 2040, 2030 area and buyers really start to step up there, I think I'm just going to be done with this one, and you're going to see me take another L on NIO.
One of our viewers said they had a horrible start on the Tarkov White, but finally things got rolling in the last few days. Hey man, hit me up. I'm the Tarkov Chad. You know me. Hit me up. Yesterday I had some crazy raids, man. I had tons of fun, but we'll talk about that offline.
You are a Chad, eh?
I am a Tarkov Chad. I just run around. If I die, I die. Who cares? But if I get kills, oh baby, we're loving that. Oh, look at that hair, man. Fresh hair today. Thank you,
I
Ali.
was gonna say, like, good, nice haircut, man. You're looking fresh. I like it.
Thank you.
Looking good on the video. It was about time, though.
It was about time.
I'm getting a haircut, I believe, tomorrow night, so maybe see you Friday.
You mean you're getting a new wig?
No, it's not. Oh, come on, man.
Coinbase right now pushing back to the upside over here. And we'll see where Coinbase goes to with the rest of the market. Prats strikes again, baby, because I called out that the market most likely will not go to the downside or all the way back to the lower days. We got that one right, and most likely will not head back to the higher days. We got that one right for now, too. Look at Microsoft, man. I don't know if Neil's still holding or Sean's still holding it, but hopefully he is, as this is now about to be multiple dollars in the money. $2, $3 in the money. I'm happy with taking my $2, honestly. No complaints for me on that side. Look at Apple also. Why is my chart so zoomed out? Look at Apple also pushing back up here. Prats strikes again, man. We're here to play, we're here to trade, and you know it, money, money, money.
I want to address one question here. How much gel to get your hair that high, Ian? I actually use
It doesn't look gelled at all.
No, it's not gelled. I use like this voluminizing
Mousse?
like powder. No,
Yeah,
it's not
yeah.
mousse. It's
Oh,
not
it's
mousse.
powder?
It's a powder. It's a powder. So you sprinkle the powder and you brush your hair around.
Does it foam
and
up?
you like floof. No. You floof it up and then you just use hairspray. You just use hairspray, so no like actual like gel or like mousse. I find it like it makes, for me at least, it makes my hair a little bit too like greasy.
Yeah.
But so I don't necessarily like using it. But yeah, there you go to address that question. Maybe
You
you
use
like
pomade. What is that? Is that what you use?
You can use pomade. Yeah, pomade's
What is
similar
that?
to like it's like a cream, like a cream.
Okay.
Yeah,
I think I use that. Is it a white color cream?
Yeah, it's not.
I think
It's
I
not
use that.
as like I guess like greasy as
Yeah,
like
yeah,
a
yeah.
gel. So it does like usually it dries like.
I do that,
More
yeah,
like
that's
a dry
what I
look.
use.
Yeah,
Alright.
I used to use pomade as well, but I don't know. I like the powder.
What kind of powder is that? Yeah. Hey, what kind of powder is that, bud?
Oh man, I forget. It's like I think it's called VSCO. I don't know if you guys have it over there, but
VSCO?
Yeah, that's like the brand. I think that's what it is.
Is that
It's
a
like a red.
ticker?
No, it's not.
That's a ticker.
Is it? Okay, I might be wrong, but
I've traded this stock before. I remember.
yeah, but it's in like a red container, a little.
That's
tiny
Victoria's
bottle.
Secret, bro.
No, it's not. It's
VSCO is
not.
Victoria's
Okay, maybe
Secret.
it's not VSCO. It starts with a V though.
Okay,
That's
yeah, I
what
was
know
like,
for
there's
sure.
no way this
Here,
guy's
let
rubbing
me try to
Victoria's
Google
Secret
it
in his
and
hair
I'll
right
link
now.
it.
This guy's rubbing Victoria's Secret, his girl's products in his hair. Let's be honest. We know that's the secret over there. Your girl's be buying your hair products for herself.
No,
and
it's
he'd be
not. It's
stealing
not
them.
VSCO. It's
No?
not VSCO.
Okay. It was not VSCO. But what about PayPal today? Okay, now that we're talking about some real questions in the chat now. I like that. Let's go take a look at PayPal. I just got dinged for my Spotify bill last night from PayPal, but this stock has been struggling for a while now. Ever since eBay canceled their deal with them and are trying to basically steal PayPal's platform for themselves and make it on their own end, and that caused issues for PayPal overall. I'm a still big believer in PayPal. Honestly, I can see PayPal like buying out Robinhood and becoming a broker that way one day in the future, right? Or something like that. I'm a big fan of PayPal. Elon Musk started this company, so obviously you know where that goes from me, right? I don't know. I know a lot of people who use PayPal to buy things online because it's safer, it's more secure, and also the refunds that they give you in case, you can claim things back in case it doesn't work out for your deals and so on. That's why I love PayPal so much. I'm a big fan of PayPal. I'm a big PayPal bag holder. Actually, I'm not, because I only have honestly like one share of PayPal, so it doesn't even matter. And hey, Liz is so nice. Liz messaged us. And she was like, is it okay if I can take a picture of you guys while you're working? You don't have to ask us, Liz. That's your job. You can do whatever you want. You want to take pictures. You want to come disturb us. Go for it. Don't ask us those questions. We love every time you're here in front of us, for sure. Look at the stock, though. You're still holding? Wait, Lucas is trading for Sean? Yo, Lucas is actually managing Sean's position right now.
No, he's
Lucas,
not. No,
where are
he's
you
not.
exiting that Microsoft, my guy? What's your target? Where's your target for Microsoft, man? Come on, tell me. So he said his target is Stream Deck. I'm not sure what level is Stream Deck, but
He's using code here.
he's using secret
He doesn't want to
code.
tell anyone. Guys, here I actually found it. I was way off. It's OSIS. But this is like it's called a little dust. Volumizing and mattifying powder helps create a textured hairstyle. So this is it. I don't get it from here, but yeah, maybe you guys can look it up. But there it is. That's the product that I actually use. I know you guys are like
Schwarzkopf.
Yeah. I don't know where it's from, but that's the product I use. I actually get it Pacific Mall, if you know that.
$14.99. Let's go. Okay, you're talking my language now.
But yo, it lasts a long time. Like this is a small bottle, like maybe this like
That's
yay
it?
high. Yeah, and it lasts like 5 months.
How much powder are you supposed to put?
Like I maybe put
Like a handful?
not even like a little palmful maybe. And then just like dust it in. That's
You know
it.
what my problem with powder is though, man? Like I hate
That's
the
a solid
feeling
brand.
of
Yeah,
powder.
so some people actually use this brand, so that's cool.
Sheesh, yeah, fancy man. Listen, he's an Airbnb realtor, or what does it say? Not realtor. What does it say?
Airbnb property manager.
Okay, you don't get to be an Airbnb manager without some good hair and at least some bouginess in you. Okay, you need some bouginess in you for that. I just love picking on this kid. I love this guy too much, man. Pump OSIS. No, we're not pumping anything unless they give us a check.
Oh, that would be cool if I got like
Sponsor OSIS, yeah.
That would be cool. Johnny Bravo. Yeah, that's funny. I've heard that one before though, man. You need some new jokes.
People call you Johnny Bravo?
I've heard the joke before, like with like the hairstyle. Like maybe it was before like my hair used to be a little bit longer.
You're way too nice to be Johnny Bravo. You're a good guy.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. What stocks are you guys talking about? Let's bring it back to the markets and see what you guys are talking about. It was mentioned a little bit earlier. Lucid breaking high a day. I've kind of left Lucid. I had some shorts off the 20 area. I've been talking about that 20 area for a while now. 2050 maybe, if you will. How it's been rejecting for the past I want to say 2 months. So I had some decent shorts off there on, I believe it was this day, July 15th, last Friday or last Thursday, and it worked really well. And now it's really reclaimed this 20 area and testing 21. And it'll probably keep on, slowly grinding up now if it continues to break out. But yeah, Lucid, less volume today. It hasn't really been on my radar since it's broken out that 20 level. AMD rising again. Let's take a quick look at AMD. I was watching NVIDIA earlier, but I stopped watching it. AMD, I was looking at this 89 level and how it rejected here. It's climbing again and looks to test that area. It held VWAP very nicely. It looks like a lot of tech names actually held VWAP and kind of pushed up with the market bouncing here, right? So keep that in mind if you were shorting or if you are still short right now. It could be a good profit-taking area in front of VWAP on a lot of these tech names. Let me give a quick look to NVIDIA because I stopped watching that. Same sort of thing, right? Same sort of chart. It was topping out around 178 and now, kind of doing its thing, consolidating around VWAP or just above VWAP.
I guess they will discuss a firm on a day it is on a 1 to 2% range. Not sure what you're talking about, man. We already talked about a firm earlier today. We had a short on a firm. We covered that trade. And now there's just nothing for me to do on this. I mean, yeah, you can load back in the short over here, 29, if you would like to. But I guess you just missed out on when we talked about a firm. Here we go. We'll talk about a firm one more time for you. No problem at all. The short does look good in front of 29. The market wants to come back down over here. Even Apple short 153. There's no way I see Apple going back to high a day today. They would need a crazy long catalyst now for the market to push Apple to 153.50s. That's my opinion at least, right? So I think if Apple is going to 153 over here, I think that's a good short opportunity. The same thing can be applied to a firm. The same thing can be applied to a bunch of stocks across the board. You're just trading the market beta at the end of the day, right? So it's not that hard over here. when the market's giving you a nice little range like this on the upside and the downside, you gotta love it. So just take advantage of it. Right now, there's no trade for me on a firm. I'm not gonna short 29. That's why I did not bring up the stock. Did someone say short a firm? Yeah, Neil, you missed it. So when the market was coming down with the Google talk, my brain went WWND. What would Neil do? So I flipped over to every stock which was already moving down, and the only stock that didn't move down was a firm. A firm was above 29. I hammered the short on the 29 break to the downside, got a nice 50-cent flush. Obviously, it popped two VWAP or dropped 2 VWAP, which would have got a $1 per share on it. But WWND, baby, what would Neil do?
I love Neil's reaction. He's like, yeah, good trade, Brad. Good trade. Yeah, no, but I don't think. I'm with Brad on this. Now that there has been a negative catalyst announced, I think that there's still longs to be had, like this one-off VWAP here. Brad took a couple longs and it worked, a couple scalps there. But I think it would really take something special to really keep moving the market up higher and really break out high a day. Like I don't really think that's in the books anymore. Now that there's been another negative catalyst, and we've rejected like 39.70. 39.60. That's the range that Arun mentioned this morning on the futures as a potential resistance, right? So it seems like that area kind of held now. So I don't think, I think if it, like Pratt said, if Apple does, come up above 153 here, I might be interested in shorting again. But for now, I'm gonna stay hands off for now.
I think the market will go flat till next week earnings. Yeah, I'm agreeing with that statement, honestly. I think we're going to see a little bit of a rejection of 4K on the NASDAQ, 4K on the S&P 500, and just a little bit of a sideways action until we actually see those big tech stocks coming out with earnings. When is big tech coming out with earnings? I think Google is in 5 days, right? Google's in 5 days. That means Microsoft and Apple should be around those same time periods. Let's go check out when Google is exactly. 26th of July is Google. AAPL is on 28th of July. Microsoft is on 26th of July, and AMZN is on the, what the heck is that? 28th of July. So 26th and 28th, that's a big week for the market. The market's going to really decide where we're going to go to, or if the bottoms that we placed on the S&P 500 rebalance are going to hold up, or are we going to go right back to it and actually break that bottom and take the market right into negative bear territories again. Notice how the market stayed in bear territories for less than a week or two.
Yeah, shortest bear market ever, maybe?
I survived the bear market!
Yeah, we survived bear market 2022, guys. Congratulations. No, I think it's going to continue, maybe. Okay, here's my thought process on NIO. I did just punch out, took a 2-cent loss on it, whatever. Here's the thing. It did give a little bit of a bounce here, and after looking at it again, how buyers were kind of just like doing their thing and not much was happening. Volume is dying down. I like this position less and less and less. So as it crept back down to where I got short originally, I'm just like, okay, I'm just gonna take this off. If it rejects 2040 again, then I might try the short up there. But I didn't really like the R&R on this trade after just sitting in it and just watching the tape and seeing how it was reacting around these prices. So that's why I'm just covering the short here, basically for break even, and I'll live to tell tale and reassess maybe for another short potentially, as you're seeing like buyers step up in the high teens again, right? So I don't hate this that I covered here. It's a small loss, like it's not going to affect me at all. Yeah, I think it's time for me to cut this one and sort of reassess on NIO.
Real quick, I see a conversation between Horrible and Dave. So Horrible thinks, why do we only have 2K likes and 4K viewers on the show? Half of them might be algorithms and bots just pulling the voice. I did mention that earlier. There's got to be bots and algorithms, listening algorithms, even algorithms that read the chat to see what stocks are being talked about the most and what tickers are being talked about the most, and they got to pool it. But keep in mind, there's a lot of people in the background just lurking. Ready? Watch this. Lurkers in the chat. say hello. Lurkers in the chat, say hi. Let's see how many lurkers we got that the Dave and Horrible don't know in the background. And if you are lurking in the background, do us a favor and smash that like button. I know a bunch of you just like to watch us and walk away from us later and don't really hit that like button just because, you know, we're background noise for you. I'm okay. I understand that. I do that when I'm at home and I'm like, you know, cleaning my house or whatever. I have Twitch running in the background, XQC or Pokelawls or whatever, and that's just background noise. I understand that, but there you go. Look at the chat getting spammed by new usernames with hellos and highs everywhere. I called it, right? We do have some robots and AIs in the chat for sure that are trying to come after me, but we got a lot of real people with real hearts and beautiful faces in our community, baby.
Look at how the chat's just taking off, guys. You know, and this is what I really love. I was just watching this happen. It was just like, oh, I guess it's kind of slowing down now. But yeah, no, I was just watching the chat just kind of go off here. And guys, I wanted to say, like, if you're new to the channel or, you know, you're maybe new to trading, don't be afraid to ask questions in the chat. That's what I really like about this community is that everyone is, like, for the most part, so friendly. And everyone's just trying to help each other learn. And, you know, that's what the channel is really about, you know, just trying to be educational and provide, you know, obviously also entertaining content. But don't be afraid to ask questions in the chat, guys, and we'll do our best to get to them and address them to the best of our abilities. And you know, I'm sure that some of our tenured members maybe in the chat will help to address them as well. But as always, guys, you guys are the best trading community online, and I love to see it come through on the chat there. Everyone saying hi. That's really special. What else do you guys want to take a look at? Our time is almost done here on the midday show. We have about 6 minutes left here on the midday show before we pass it off to the closing, to the main team, Neil, Brendan, and Sean. But check Rocket. Yeah, let's take a quick look at Rocket. Here we go. I haven't really looked at Rocket a lot recently. Not really doing too much. It is a lower volume name here. Testing 9.5. Man, I remember when Rocket was like, how far do I have to scroll back here? Zoom out. Look at this just move. Just getting beat down repeatedly. Finally catching a bit around this 7 area maybe. Tough trading for Rocket, I think. Up 1.5% today. I'm not really sure about levels that I have in mind. Maybe as I zoom back in, maybe the 10 level just, you know, as a held support here, holding as resistance these 2 times here. It looks like that could be a big level, you know, nice psychological level, but it hasn't really been in play. I'm not sure when Rocket earnings are. I think it's soon. I actually saw that. I'll take a quick look, but yeah, that's my thoughts on Rocket. Yeah, Neil's is helping out. Sharif had some questions in the background, which is really cool as well. Talk about Tesla and earnings. Yeah, we could talk quickly about Tesla. And, you know, my thesis on Tesla today was that look at this 750 area, how it's held so nicely as resistance for the past like 2 months, essentially since May, right? Every time that it's gone above 750, it's rejected the area and hasn't really been able to, you know, show decent strength above, you know, and then, you know, pulling back after testing 750. So here was my thoughts into going into today, Tesla earnings day, right? So I didn't believe that it was going to break out 750 and start showing buying above 750 the day before earnings, right? Because who knows what is going to happen when Tesla drops that earnings report. It comes out at 405, right? And we talked about it yesterday, actually, how, you know, playing the earnings is very much a gamble, right? You want to see it come out and you want to trade the price action as it hits you, right? And obviously it's going to be in play tomorrow. We're going to chart some new levels hopefully tomorrow. Some of these levels are going to be broken. Maybe the 750 breaks out with a positive earnings report, and then, you know, Tesla becomes really bullish for a run up to 800. I can totally see that happening if there is a gap up above 750, but it's going to be something to watch for sure.
Does the ES lag behind the SPY during market hours? No, the ES dictates the SPY movements. They're the futures. The futures dictate the ETFs movements. Honestly, it's hard for me to wrap my head around that too, because, you know, in my head, the most logical answer would be the ETFs hold the stocks. The stocks are moving on a day-to-day basis. The ETF should dictate the futures. But if you think about what the idea of a futures market is, you're betting on the future, and the current is the ETF and the stock market. So the futures, what you're betting on, is what dictates the overall move of the ETF and so on. So the ETF should lag the futures generally. The ES is delayed 15 minutes. No, that depends on what broker you're on. The ES should not be delayed. ES and QQQ move NASDAQ and QQQ, NASDAQ futures and QQQ ETF, they move very lock and key at the same time every day without fail. If they don't do that, that's illegal. There's AIs and computers that actually facilitate that programming behind it. Notice how SQQQ moves around at the same way in the opposite direction as QQQ. That's because there's actually programs that have to do this pairing around it that move it around. But if you're getting a 15-minute delay on futures, that means A, you're on probably a deal on your broker that you need to pay for to get live market hours, or they don't offer that for you on that platform.
Someone said here the Netflix short is catching some steam. Here's the thing about my thing on Netflix. Like I said, I was waiting for like 218, 219. You could have shorted here above 216 for that, and I'm assuming that's what you did, or maybe you just shorted after that. Google dropped that little announcement there, and it would be working for you, right? It's still working. It is obviously still holding above VWAP. But here's my thing on Netflix. Like I feel like you'd have to be really, really convicted about some of these levels here to the upside on Netflix to take this short, because look at this price action. Obviously, you had the gap up after earnings, and it touched 225 actually, I believe it was, on the earnings move yesterday, and it tested 200 and held above 200, right? So now we're kind of trading in the middle of that range, like between 200 and 225. And yes, I know that's a huge range, but you got to be really convicted about these levels if you're going to short here, right? And I think you got to manage your risk accordingly, maybe size down, because who knows where this is going to run. It could have ran all the way back to 225, right? So if you are in a short on Netflix, be careful with this one. It's extremely strong today after holding 200, but we'll have to see, where this goes the rest of the day.
Last question here before we throw it off to the closing show is I think you said I think TradingView is lagging then, I believe is your opinion. No, so the way TradingView works is they make you pay for the data. For example, if you were to go use Amazon or some ticker, you will see right here how it says NASDAQ for me. For you, it will say CBOE or something because you're using half the data that the market really has. On TradingView, you need to be able to A, have a premium account, and B, pay for the data packages. For NASDAQ, Amex, and New York, it's about $1 or so. So those are cheap. But for futures, it costs a lot of money. It's about $100 for the data. That is why TradingView ES data will be delayed. I don't use this to trade at all, right? I have my wonderful platform sponsored by Trade the World where everything is real-time live data. I just use TradingView for charting. I am never using the moves off the candles off the ES as a real-time movement. You will see right here that big D right next to it. Data is delayed by 10 minutes. That same number will not be there for Amazon because I actually pay for this data. Hopefully that helped for you, my friend Aldo, who was asking these questions, and for anyone else that's wondering. Our time here on this Wednesday has come to an end, but don't be afraid because we will be here again tomorrow, 11 o'clock, same time, same place. Go have a boopity boppity boop day with the closing show. Ciao.
See you guys.
Hey guys, welcome in. Yeah, 2 o'clock. That means a couple hours left in pretty exciting afternoon. Back to the downside we go after Google becomes the latest to come out and say, yeah, they're going to slow down hiring going forward for a 2-week period anyways. For the time being, that has brought the market back to, well, I mean, flat-ish on the day. The Dow 0.2 to the downside now, S&P 0.16, back to the upside. But look at the NASDAQ still holding out nicely. Almost a full % in positive territory here. The TSX